梁歌制作，东坡词，全文水龙吟万里不可到。天台有司马子微，身居赤玉，名在降阙，可往从之。自然乃还。
Produced by Liang Gu, Dongpa Ci, full text, Shualongjian, thousands of miles away, it is impossible to reach. There is Sima Ziwei on Tiantai, who lives in the red region. His name is Jiangke, so you can go there. Nature returns.
受道于紫微，白日先去。紫微著作《妄论》7篇，书1篇，年100余。江中谓弟子曰：“吾居玉霄峰，东望蓬莱，常有真灵降焉。”
After receiving the teaching from Ziwei, he passed away in the daytime. Ziwei wrote 7 chapters of Zhuang Luan and 1 chapter of Shu. He was more than 100 years old. At the end of the day, he said to his disciples, "I live on Yuxiao Peak, looking eastward at Penglai, and I feel that a true spirit has descended."
今为东海青铜军所召，乃缠托而去。其后，李太白作《大鹏赋》云：“常见紫微于江陵，谓于有仙风道骨，可与神游8极之表。”
Now I am summoned by the Qingtong Lord of the East China Sea. The cicada took off and flew away. Later, Li Taibai wrote Dapeng Fu and said, "I saw Ziwei in Jiangling, and said that I have immortal spirit and spirit, which can travel with the spirit to the 8 extremes."
元丰7年冬，余过临淮，而湛然先生良公在焉。童颜清澈，如20-30许人，然人亦有自少见之者。善吹铁笛。
In the winter of the 7th year of Yuan Feng, I passed by Lin Huai, and Mr. Zhanran, Mr. Liang Gong, was there. The face of a child is clear, like that of a person in his 20s or 30s, but there are things that are rare among people. Good at playing the iron flute.
了然有穿云裂石之声，乃作水龙吟1首，记紫微、太白之事，以其声而歌之。
There was a loud sound of breaking through the clouds and cracking the rocks. He composed a song called Shui Long Yin, remembering the events of Ziwei and Taibai, and sang it relying on their voices. There was a loud sound of breaking through the clouds and cracking the rocks. He composed a song called Shui Long Yin, remembering the events of Ziwei and Taibai, and sang it relying on their voices.
人间自有赤诚居士，龙盘凤举，清净无为，坐望一照，8篇奇语。向玉霄东望，蓬莱岸霭，有云驾，参凤玉，行尽9州4海。
In the human world, there are laymen in Qicheng, dragons and phoenixes. Pure and inactive, sitting and forgetting the photos left behind, 8 wonderful words. Looking eastward towards the jade sky, Penglai is dark and misty, with clouds and phoenixes riding on it. Traveled all over Kyushu and the 4 seas.
笑粉粉，落花飞絮。临江一见，谪仙风采，无言心许。8表神游，浩然相对，酒酣积聚。待垂天复就，其经路晚，曰湘江去。
Laughing pink powder, falling flowers and flying catkins. When I saw him by the river, I was speechless and made him look like an immortal. The 8 figures are wandering around, facing each other in great awe, and they are drinking and drinking. When your talent is ready, you will ride a whale on a steady road, and we will meet you soon.
水龙吟，赠赵惠知吹笛事儿，楚山修竹如云，一才绣出千林表。龙须半剪，凤缨微长，玉肌云绕。 木落淮南，雨惊云梦。
The Song of the Water Dragon, a gift to Zhao Huizhi, the flute-playing servant. The bamboos in Chushan are like clouds, and the exotic materials show off thousands of forests. The dragon's beard is half-twisted, the phoenix's head is slightly swollen, and the jade muscles are evenly wound. The trees are falling in Huainan, the rain is in the eyes, and the clouds are dreaming.
月明风渺，自中郎不见，还衣去后，知姑父秋多少。闻道岭南太守，后堂参绿珠娇小。起窗学弄，凉州初变，迷肠未了。
The moon is bright and the wind is blowing. Since Zhonglang disappeared and Huani left, I know how much disappointment I have suffered. I heard that the governor of Lingnan had a deep back hall and a petite green bead. The Qichuang school is here for the first time in Liangzhou, but the colorful clothes are not finished yet.
脚趾寒宫，泛觞流雨，一声云渺。为使君洗尽，蛮风障雨，坐霜天晓。水龙吟，次韵张志夫阳花词，似花还似非花。
Chewing Zhenghan Palace, Pan Commerce Liuyu, a sound of clouds. In order to make you wash away, the wild wind and miasma rain make frost and dawn. Shuilangjian, Ciyun Zhang Jifu Yang Huasi, by second rhyme chapter Jifu Yang Huasi I.
也无人悉从教坠，抛家傍路，思量却是无情有思。鹰隼柔肠，困酣娇眼，欲开环闭。梦随风万里，寻郎去处，又还被鹰呼起。
No one cherishes teaching. Leaving home on the road, thinking is ruthless and thoughtful. The lingering damage to the soft intestines makes the delicate eyes want to open but also close. The dream travels thousands of miles with the wind, looking for the man's whereabouts, but is still called by the oriole.
不恨此花飞尽，恨西园落红难缀。晓来雨过，一纵何在？一池平碎。春色三分，二分尘土，一分流水。细看来，不是杨花点点。
I don't hate that these flowers have all flown away. I hate that the red flowers in the west garden are difficult to decorate. Dawn has come and the rain has passed. Where is the trace? There is a pool of broken apples. I don't hate that these flowers have all flown away. I hate that the red flowers in the west garden are difficult to decorate. Dawn has come and the rain has passed. Where is the trace? There is a pool of broken apples. There are 3 parts of spring scenery, 2 parts of dust, and 1 part of flowing water. If you look closely, it's not Yanghua Jindian.
是离人泪，水龙吟于谪居于黄。正月17日，梦扁舟渡江，中流回望，楼中歌乐杂作。舟中人言，公显方会客也。
It is the tears of separation. Shuilangjian, I was relegated to Huang. On the 17th day of the first lunar month, I dreamed of crossing the river in a boat. Looking back from the middle of the river, there was a mixture of singing and music in the building. The people in the boat said, "It's only fair to receive guests when the public is visible."
觉而易之，乃作此词。公显时已致仕在苏州。
I feel different, so I wrote this word. At the time of his public appearance, he had taken up an official position in Suzhou.
燕歌余响，绕云迎水。念故人老大，风流未减，独回首，烟波里。推枕惘然不见，但空江月明千里。五湖闻道，扁舟归去。
The lingering sound of beautiful songs surrounds the clouds and lingers in the water. Thinking of my old friend, the old man, his romance has not diminished. I look back alone in the mist. I pushed the pillow and disappeared, but the river was empty and the moon was bright for thousands of miles. When the 5 lakes heard the news, they returned in small boats.
仍携西子，云梦南州，武昌南岸，西游应记。料多情梦里，端来见我，也参差是。满庭芳重揽自江东来别。
Still carrying Shizi. Yunmeng Nanzhou, south bank of Wuchang, should remember my past travels. In the romantic dream, the dishes came to see me, but they were mixed. Man Tingfang, Zhonglan came to say goodbye from Jiangdong.
遂书以遗之。
So he wrote it down and left it behind.
鸡豚设酒，相劝老东坡。云何？当此去，人生抵世，来往如梭。待闲看，秋风落水清波。好在堂前细柳，应念我，墨笕柔科。仍传语。
Chicken and Dolphin Club wine, persuade Lao Dongpa. What's the matter? When this is over, things in life come and go like a shuttle. Wait and see, the autumn wind and the clear waves of Luo Shui. Fortunately, the thin willows in front of the hall should remember me and Mo Jian Rook. Still spreading the word.
江南父老，时雨晒鱼蓑。满庭芳相以雕盘，寒生冰柱，画堂别是风光。主人情重，开宴出红妆。腻玉园搓素锦，藕丝嫩。
The elders in the south of the Yangtze River are fishing in the sun. The courtyard is filled with fragrance. The carved plates of incense sticks and the ice chopsticks grown in the cold are a unique scenery in the painting hall. The host is affectionate, and the banquet is red. The greasy jade round rolled plain neck, the lotus root silk is tender.
心知纤长，双歌罢，虚言转月，余韵上悠扬。人间何处有，司空见惯，应为寻常。座中有狂客，恼乱愁肠。报道金钗坠也，十指路。
Newly woven fairy clothes. After the 2 songs, the empty eaves turn to the moon, and the lingering rhyme is still melodious. Where in the human world is it commonplace? It should be said to be ordinary. There is a mad visitor in the house, which makes me feel upset and worried. It is reported that the golden hairpin has fallen, and the 10 fingers are exposed.
春笋纤长，亲曾见，全胜宋玉，想象赴高堂。满庭芳窝角虚名，迎头微利，算来着甚干忙。世皆前定，谁弱又谁强。
The spring bamboo shoots are slender. I have seen it in person, completely defeated Songyu, and imagined it in the Gaotang dynasty. The whole courtyard is full of flowers. The cochlear horn has a false reputation and a small profit, so it means that it is very busy. Everything is decided in advance, who is weak and who is strong.
且趁闲身未老，
While I'm still young, let me go and let some of my kids go wild. In 100 years, the Pingists were intoxicated 36,000 times. Thinking. How much can we do? Worry about the wind and rain, half of them hinder each other, so why bother talking about short stories and long stories to the deaf?
幸对清风皓月，台阴展，云幕高张。江南好，千钟美酒，一曲满庭芳。满庭芳过于，因为父子。
Fortunately, the breeze is bright and the moon is bright, The moss is spreading and the clouds are high. The south of the Yangtze River is good, 1,000 bells of fine wine, and a song that fills the courtyard. Man Ting Fong, excessive, because of this gift.
今谁存者，算知君与长江。凛然苍贵，霜干苦难霜。闻道司州古县，云溪上，竹舞松窗。江南岸，不因宋子，宁肯过吴邦。窗窗。
Whoever survives today will be counted as the king and the Yangtze River. The awe-inspiring cypress trees are both frost-dry and suffering. I heard about the ancient county of Sizhou, on the Yun River and at the pine window of Zhuwu. On the south bank of the Yangtze River, if you don't send your son away, you would rather cross my country.
树雨过，风林舞破，烟盖云状。愿持此邀君，一饮空缸。居士先生老矣，真梦里相对残缸。歌舞断，行人未起，船鼓已滂滂。
The sparse rain has passed, the wind dances in the forest, and the smoke covers the clouds. I would like to hold this invitation to you and drink from the empty vat. Mr. Layman is old and in real dreams, he is relatively useless. The singing and dancing have stopped, the pedestrians have not yet risen, and the boat drums are already beating.
满庭芳，水浅动，久留郡中。会日同游南山，话就感叹，因作满庭芳云。
The courtyard is full of fragrance. The water is slightly frozen and stays in the county for a long time. We traveled to Nanshan together on a dark day, and we talked about the old sighs, because they filled the courtyard with beautiful clouds.
故人精怪，憔悴老青山。我自疏狂意去，君何事奔走尘烦？流年尽，穷途作首，船尾动相衔。潺潺，怀浦外，层楼翠壁，古寺空檐。
The old friend was surprised and looked haggard and old in green clothes. I am estranged from my own wild life and have different interests. What do you want me to do? I am running around in the world. The fleeting years are over, and we are sitting at the end of the road, holding each other's hands in the frozen stern of the boat. Outside Huaipu, there are green walls and empty rocks in ancient temples.
不携手林间，笑婉芊芊。陌上孤峰近处，迎望眼，云海相掺。家何在？因君问我，归不绕嵩山。水调歌陶。
Walking hand in hand in the forest, laughing and holding skewers. Don't go up to the end of the solitary peak, where you can linger and look at the sea of clouds. Where is my home? Because you asked me, I walked back and walked around my pine shirt. Shui Tiao Gutu.
黄州快哉亭赠张握拳，落日绣帘卷，亭下水连空。知君为我，心作窗户湿青红。常记平山堂上，七枕江南烟雨，渺渺梅孤红。
Huangzhou Quaizai Pavilion presented to Zhang Shichuan. The setting sun embroidered the curtains, and the water under the pavilion reached the sky. Knowing that you are mine, the newly made windows are wet with blue and red. I remember that in the Pingshan Hall, I was sleeping in the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River, and I was not alone.
认得醉翁语，山色有无踪。一千顷，都静静，到避风。忽然浪起，仙舞一夜白头翁。堪笑兰台公子，未解庄生天籁，刚道有雌雄。
Recognize the drunken man's words, and know whether the mountains are beautiful or not. 1,000 hectares are all mirror pure and have green peaks. Suddenly the waves rose, and a white-headed leaf danced. You can laugh at Mr. Lantai, but you have not yet understood Zhuangsheng's natural sound. There are male and female in the right path.
一点浩然气，千里快哉风。水调歌头日，过中秋而去。作此曲以别于，以其语过悲，乃为何之？其意以不早退为戒。
A little awe-inspiring spirit, 1,000 miles of joyful wind. Water tuning the song. On the day, go to the Mid-Autumn Festival, and do this song. His words are too sad, but they are harmonious. The intention is not to leave early as a warning.
以退而相从之乐为未云耳。
Comfort the cloud ears with the joy of retreating and following each other.
夫病入西周，雅志困宣冕，遗恨寄沧州。岁云暮，须早祭，要贺求。故乡归去千里，家处折池流。我醉歌识君何？醉倒须君扶我。
He helped the sick and entered Shizhou. Ye Zhi is trapped in Xianmian, and his regrets are sent to Zhangzhou. As the clouds age, you need to plan early and get brown fur. Traveling thousands of miles away from my hometown, I often stay behind in good places. When I am drunk and singing, you are gentle. When I am drunk, you must help me.
唯酒可忘忧，一任刘玄德，相对卧高楼。水调歌头，秉承中秋，欢饮达旦，大醉。作此篇，兼怀子由，明月几时有？
But wine can make you forget your worries. When Lu Xuanda was appointed, he lived in a high-rise building. Shui Tiao Gutu, Bingshan Mid-Autumn Festival, drinking happily until the end of the day, and getting drunk. This article is written because I am pregnant with a child. When will the bright moon come?
把酒问青天，不知天上宫阙，今夕是何年？我欲乘风归去，又恐琼楼玉宇，高处不胜寒。起舞弄清影，何似在人间？转诸葛。
Ask the sky for wine. I don't know what year it is today in the palace in the sky. I want to ride the wind back home, but I am afraid that it will be cold in the high places. Dance to figure out the shadow. How does it seem to be in the human world? Turn to Zhu Pavilion.
低绮户，照无眠。不应有恨，何事长向别时圆？人有悲欢离合，月有阴晴圆缺，此事古难全。但愿人长久，千里共婵娟。
Lo Chihu, light and sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why will things last forever when we say goodbye? People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, and the moon waxes and wanes. This is a difficult thing in ancient times. I hope that people will live forever and share the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart.
水调歌头，公曰：此诗最其丽，然非听琴，乃听琵琶也。余深然之。建安张志夫家善琵琶者，岂为歌词？余久不作。
Shui Tiao Gutu. The public said, "This poem is the most beautiful, but it is not to listen to the harp, but to listen to the pipa." Yu Shenranzi. In the Jianan chapter, the husband's family who was good at playing the pipa begged for lyrics. I won't do it for a long time.
特取退之词，稍加概括，使就声律，以遗之云。
Specially take out the words of retreat, summarize them a little, make them sound and rhythm, and leave them as they are.
一股恬然坐气，千里不留行。 回首暮云远，飞絮角清明。众禽里，真彩凤，独不明。羁攀寸步牵险，一落百寻青。凡子指尖风雨。
Go all out in one go and leave no trace behind for 1,000 miles. Looking back at dusk, the clouds are far away, and the flying catkins disturb the blue sky. Among all the birds, the truly colorful phoenix alone does not sing. Every step you take is dangerous, and every step you take is easy. There is wind and rain, but go all out in one go and leave no trace behind for 1,000 miles. Looking back at dusk, the clouds are far away, and the flying catkins disturb the blue sky. Among all the birds, the truly colorful phoenix alone does not sing. Every step you take is dangerous, and every step you take is easy. There is wind and rain between Fancy's fingers.
致我肠中冰炭，起坐不能平。推手从归去，无泪与君倾。满江红，豫东坡于齐安。怪其风霞自得。余问之，曰
There is ice and charcoal in my intestines, and I cannot stand upright. I pushed my hands back and fell in love with you without tears. Manjianghong, meet Dongpa in Qian. No wonder he enjoys his leisure time. There is ice and charcoal in my intestines, and I cannot stand upright. I pushed my hands back and fell in love with you without tears. Manjianghong, meet Dongpa in Qian. No wonder he enjoys his leisure time. I asked about it and said,
吾在取柳市，3日而去关。无故不戚戚，而忧柳市不能忘情于进退也。已而欣然同忧患，如处富贵，无事以易安焉。
I will marry the Liu family again and leave the official position in 3 days. I am not worried, but I am worried about the Liu family and cannot forget about advancing or retreating. I am happy to share my sorrows, as if I were rich and noble, would benefit from this.
命其侍儿歌其所作《满江红》，皆叹之不足，乃赐其韵。
He ordered his servants to sing children's songs and made them all over the river. The inadequacy of sighing is the next best thing to rhyme.
何似拨鸾携得药，单瓢味足清欢足。见灿然，光彩照街亭，生兰玉。幽梦里传新曲，长断处凭他序。闻君续之否？笑君悲汝。
It's like Baoyuan carrying virtue and glory, but the basket and ladle are not enough to clear the joy. Gradually, the brilliance shines on the steps of the courtyard, and the orchid and jade are born. In the deep dream, the song of the heart is conveyed. Where the intestines are broken, it is up to him to continue. Does Wenjun's son-in-law know? He laughs at your humiliation.
君不见周南歌汉广，天教夫子修乔木。便向江，左手抱琴就，云间宿。满江红，江汉西来，高楼下，葡萄深碧。犹自带。
Don't you see Zhou Nange singing in Hanguang? The Master of Heaven teaches you to leave the tree. Don't you see Zhou Nange singing in Hanguang? The Master of Heaven teaches you to leave the tree. Then the Prime Minister held the old sheen in his left hand and settled in the clouds. The river is red, from the west of Jianghan, under the high buildings, the grapes are deep green. Still bring it with you.
明峨云浪，锦江春色。君是南山一爱首，我为剑外思归客。对此间，风物起无情，殷勤说：《江表传》，君休读。狂处士，真堪惜。
Mini cloud waves, Jinjiang spring scenery. You are the beloved guardian of Nanshan, and I am a returning guest who misses you outside the sword. How can you be ruthless about this place and its scenery? Say it diligently. Jiang Biao's biography, please stop reading. Crazy virgin, what a pity.
空舟对鹦鹉，尾花萧瑟。不读笑书声争敌士，曹公皇祖俱飘忽。愿使君韩复谪仙诗，追黄鹤。满江红，东吴会留怀庭。
The empty island is deserted to the parrots and reed flowers. Not only did the scholars laugh at the dispute, Chao Gong and Huang Zhu were both confused. I would like to envoy you to write poems about banishing immortals and chase Huang He. Manjianghong, Tobu Kairyu Whitei.
东吴南城，新低故，涟漪初溢。隐隐变，长林高复，卧红堆壁。枝上残花吹尽也，与君更向江头密。问向前，犹有几多春？3之一。
In Dongwu Nanchang, the new embankment is solid and the ripples are beginning to overflow. Hidden all over, there are long forests and high mountains, lying on red piles and green piles. The remaining flowers on the branches have been blown away, and I look for you toward the head of the river. Ask forward, how much spring there is, one of 3.
观礼事，何时毕？风雨外，无多日。向江泛曲水，满城争出。君不见兰亭修细事，当时座上皆豪逸。到如今，修竹满山阴，空沉寂。
When will the official affairs be completed? Outside the wind and rain, there are not many days. The Prime Minister flooded the Tsushui River, and the whole city fought for it. Don't you see that Lanting is doing a wedding ceremony, and everyone sitting there is very elegant? When will the official affairs be completed? Outside the wind and rain, there are not many days. The Prime Minister flooded the Tsushui River, and the whole city fought for it. Don't you see that Lanting is doing a wedding ceremony, and everyone sitting there is very elegant? Up to now, the mountains and shades are covered with bamboos, but there are no traces of them.
满江红，怀子犹作，轻影东流。愁暮断，孤帆明灭。浣游处，青山白浪，万重千叠。辜负当年临夏意，对床夜雨听萧瑟。
The river is red, written by Huizi. The clear water flows eastward. The sorrowful eyes are broken, and the lonely sail is bright and extinguished. The official travel place, green mountains and white waves, thousands of folds. The river is red, written by Huizi. The clear water flows eastward. The sorrowful eyes are broken, and the lonely sail is bright and extinguished. The official travel place, green mountains and white waves, thousands of folds. Living up to Lin Xiao's wishes, I listen to the desolate night rain on my bed.
恨此生，长向别离中，天华发。一樽酒，黄河侧。无限事，从头说。相看恍如昨，许多年月。衣上旧痕与苦泪，眉间喜气天黄色。
Hate this life, grow up in separation, add splendor to your hair. I whine, beside the yellow river. Infinite things, let's start from the beginning. Seeing each other seems like yesterday, many years ago. Bitter tears remain on the old marks on the clothes, and the joy between the eyebrows adds yellow.
便与君池上觅残春，花如雪。满江红，正月13日，宋文安国还朝，天启无情，天也解，多情留客。春向暖，招来抵士。
Then I went with you to look for the remaining spring on the pond, with flowers like snow. Manjianghong, send Wen Ongua to return to the court on the 13th day of the first lunar month. If he's in the kindness of heaven, it is understandable that it is affectionate to welcome guests. Spring is warm and morning is coming.
上飘清雪，君过春来与祖寿。我应归去丹泉时，恐一时怀酒忽相思。云山阁，浮世事俱难避。人纵见，头应白，何辞更一醉。
It's still snowing lightly. When you come to you to form a ribbon in the spring, should return to Danquan Stone. Afraid of strange times, drunkenness and lovesickness, separated by clouds and mountains. All things in this world are difficult to deal with. Even if a person is healthy, his head should be white. Why should I get drunk?
此欢难觅，欲向佳人诉离恨，泪珠先已凝霜结。但莫遣心燕却来时，音书绝。归巢欢，我梦扁舟浮震泽，雪浪横江千顷白。
This joy is hard to find. I want to express my regret to the beautiful woman, but my tears have already condensed on my eyelashes. But when Mo Qian and Xian Yan came, the news was gone. Rejoice in returning to the court, I dreamed that the boat was floating on the swamp. Snow waves crossed the river and thousands of hectares of white were white.
觉来满眼是庐山，倚天无数开青碧。盖时梦也。然公师复云：扁舟震则定何时？满眼庐山绝又飞。
When I wake up, my eyes are full of Mount Lu, with countless green walls leaning against the sky. It's a real dream. Ran Gong's poem goes like this. When will the boat shake the lake and settle down? My eyes will be full of Mount Lu and I will feel strange.
雪浪遥空千顷白，觉来满眼是庐山，倚天无数开青碧。此生长嗟兮，与君同是江南客。梦中游，觉来清赏，同作飞梭至。
Snow waves shake the sky, and thousands of hectares of white are white. When I wake up, my eyes are full of Mount Lu, with countless green walls leaning against the sky. This growth continues. I am both a guest from the south of the Yangtze River with you. When I was swimming in my dream, I woke up to enjoy the scenery, and I was throwing shuttles together.
明日西风还挂席，唱我心词泪沾衣。灵君去后楚山空，风扬兰芷无颜色。君才如孟德，武陵更在西南极。竹之词，莫摇心唱。
Tomorrow the west wind will still hang the seats. Singing my new lyrics brings tears to my eyes. After Ling Jun left, the mountains of Chu were empty, and the orchids in Fengyang were colorless. You are as talented as a dream. Wuling is located in West Antarctica. Zhuji Ci, don't sing new songs.
谁为古今歌？念奴娇，赤壁怀古，大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。故垒西边，人道是三国周郎赤壁，乱石穿空。
Who calls the past and the present separate? Nian Nugio, Chibi nostalgic, the great river goes eastward, and the waves are gone, and the romantic figures of the ages are gone. To the west of the fort, there is humanity in Zhou Lang of the Three Kingdoms at Chibi. The rocks penetrated the sky.
惊涛拍岸，卷起千堆雪。江山如画，一时多少豪杰。遥想公瑾当年，小乔出嫁了，雄姿英发。羽扇纶巾，谈笑间，樯橹 灰飞烟灭。
The stormy waves hit the shore and rolled up thousands of piles of snow. The country is picturesque, and there are so many heroes at one time. I think back to Gong Jin's time, when Xiao Qiao was getting married for the first time, and she looked majestic and handsome. Feather fans and silk scarves, while talking and laughing, the prisoners were reduced to ashes.
故国神游，多情应笑我，早生华发。人生如梦，一尊还酹江月。雨中花赏，至9月，忽开千叶一朵。雨中特为置酒，遂作。
My motherland wanders in my mind, I should laugh at my passion, and I will be born early. Life is like a dream, a statue returns to the moon. Flowers in the rain, appreciation. In September, 1,000 leaves suddenly bloomed. In the rain, there was a special place for wine, so I made it.
为我流连，清明过了，残红无处，对此泪洒樽前。秋向晚，一枝何事，向我依然。高会聊追短景，轻伤不暇余言。不如留取。
Stay for me. The Qingming festival has passed, and the remaining red is nowhere to be seen. I shed tears in front of you. Autumn is getting late, what's the matter with a branch, it remains to me. Gao Hui chatted and chased the short scene, and Qing Shang had no time to leave her beauty. It's better to keep it.
时分春态，复与明年。沁园春，孤馆灯清，野店几好，旅枕梦残。见月华收敛，晨霜耿耿，云山吃紧，朝露专专。世路无穷。
Very spring, good luck to next year. Qingyuan Chun, the lights in the lonely hall are green, the chicken number in the wild shop is bright, and the travel pillow is full of dreams. Very spring, good luck to next year. Qingyuan Chun, the lights in the lonely hall are green, the chicken number in the wild shop is bright, and the travel pillow is full of dreams.
劳生有限，4次区长先欢。微吟罢，平征安无语，往事千端。当时共克长安，42路出来句少年，有笔头千字，胸中万卷。
Labor and life are limited, like the district chief Xian Huan. After chanting slightly, Ping Zheng'an was speechless, filled with memories of the past. At that time, we were visiting Chang'an together. He is like a young man who first arrived from the 2 continents. There are thousands of words on the pen and thousands of volumes in the mind.
治君尧舜，此事何难？用舍友史，行藏在我，袖手何妨闲处看。身长剑，但悠悠足岁，且斗尊前。劝金传。
To Jun Yao and Shun, why is this so difficult? When I use it to give up, my actions are hidden in me. Why not just sit back and watch? He is tall and strong, but he is still old and has a high reputation. Persuading the gold ship.
和元素运字篆腔命名，无情流水多情客。劝我如曾时，悲行道首修辞阙。这公道难得。曲水池上，小字更书年月。
Named after He Yun's own tune. Ruthless flowing water and passionate guests. Advise me as if I had known you before. The cup is in hand and I say goodbye. This justice is rare. On the curved pool, the year and month, named after He Yun's own tune. Ruthless flowing water and passionate guests. Advise me as if I had known you before. The cup is in hand and I say goodbye. This justice is rare. On the curved pool, the year and month are written in small characters.
还对茂林修竹，似永和解。纤纤素手如霜雪，笑把秋花插。尊前莫怪歌声夜，又还是清别。此去翱翔，便赏玉堂金阙。
Also repairing bamboos in the lush forest, like the Yongha festival. The delicate hands are like frost and snow. Laughing and planting autumn flowers. Don't blame me for singing. It's still a gentle farewell. Soar here and admire the Jade Hall and the Golden Tower.
欲问再来何岁，应有华发。一丛花，今年春前腊七年。冰雪破春颜，东风有信无人见。路微意，柳迹花边。寒夜纵长。
If you want to know how old you will be again, you should have beautiful hair. A bunch of flowers, this year's spring is light and waxy. The ice and snow break the spring beauty. There is a letter in the east wind, no one can see it, and there is a hint of light and lace in the willows. The cold night is long.
孤衾一暖，钟鼓见清源。朝来初日半寒山，楼阁淡疏烟。游人便作寻芳迹，小桃杏应以争先。衰病少情，疏庸自放。
The quilt is easy to warm, and the bells and drums are getting clearer and rounder. On the first day of the morning, half of the mountains are contained. The pavilion is lightly smoked. Visitors will make plans to find fragrance, and the little peaches and apricots should have already competed for the first place. He is sick and has little emotion, and he is relaxed and carefree.
唯爱日高眠，木兰花令，次欧宫西湖韵，双语已失常怀阔。空听潺潺清影夜，佳人犹唱醉翁词，43年如电抹。
Only love sleeps high. Magnolia flower order, Ci Ogon Westlake rhyme. The remaining frost has lost its length and width. Listen to the gurgling sound and clear your throat. A beautiful woman is still singing a drunkard's words, and 43 years is like being wiped by electricity.
草头秋露流珠华，35盈盈还28。与同是时翁人，唯有西湖波底月。木兰花令，次马中玉韵。
The autumn dew on the grass is slippery. 35 returns 28. He and you are both Sherwin people, but Bodiu of Westlake is the only one. Magnolia flower order, Sima Zhongyu Yun.
知君仙骨无寒暑，千载相逢犹旦暮。故将别于恼家人，要看梨花之上雨。落花已逐回风去，花本无心应自诉。
I know that your immortal bones are free from cold and heat. We meet again at dusk after 1,000 years. Therefore, I would like to say something else to annoy the beautiful woman, but I want to watch the rain on the pear branches. The fallen flowers have been driven back to the wind. Huaben Wuxining complained privately.
明朝归路下塘溪，不见莺啼花落处。木兰花令，塑造口闻夜雨寄子由。才书梧桐叶上三更雨，惊破梦魂无觅处。
On the way home from the Ming Dynasty, I went down to the west of the pond, and there was no place where the orioles were singing and the flowers were falling. Magnolia flower order, Suzaku smells the rain at night, Jiziyu, Uncle Kai. It rains on the leaves of the phoenix tree at midnight. On the way home from the Ming Dynasty, I went down to the west of the pond, and there was no place where the orioles were singing and the flowers were falling. Magnolia flower order, Suzaku smells the rain at night, Jiziu, Uncle Kai. It rains on the leaves of the phoenix tree at midnight. The soul in the dream is nowhere to be found.
夜凉枕殿已知秋，更听寒琼促击筑。梦中历历来时路，犹在江亭醉歌舞。尊前必有问君人，为道别来新语序。
The cool night pillow tells me about autumn, and I can hear the cold crickets urging me to wake up. There is always a path in the dream. Still drunkenly singing and dancing in Jiangting. There must be someone in front of you to ask your thoughts and thoughts to say goodbye.
西江月，真绝赏瑞香二首。公子眼花乱发，老夫鼻关先通。领巾飘下瑞香风，惊起谪仙春梦。后吐词中玉蕊。
Shijiangyu, 2 poems by Zhenjue appreciating Ruixiang. The young master's eyesight is dazzled, but I can see through my nose first. The scarf is drifting in the Daphne breeze. The spring dream of banished immortals was awakened. Jade pistol in Huda Temple.
蓬莱殿后听红，此花清绝更鲜浓。把酒何人心动？西江月，做客剑河赋次韵，小院朱兰几曲，重城画骨三通。
The back of Penglai Palace is red. This flower is clearer and more slender. Whose heart is the wine? Shijiangyu, sitting as a guest and repeated rhyme. There are several songs in Julan in the small courtyard, and 3 links with painted drums in the heavy city.
更看微月转光风，归去香云入梦。翠袖征服大白，皂罗瓣插斜红。灯花零落酒花浓，料雨一时飞动。西江月。
Watch the moonlight turn into bright wind. Go back to the fragrant clouds and dream. The green sleeves are white, and the soap. Watch the moonlight turn into bright wind. Go back to the fragrant clouds and dream. The green sleeves are white, and the soap is half inserted in red. The lanterns are scattered in the wine garden. Punch lines fly by the minute. Shijiangyue.
再用前韵系曹子方，怪此花之怨气，托君诗句明通。平江草木寄无风，寄曲相如云梦。点笔袖沾醉墨，傍花面有残红。
Then use the previous rhyme to play Chao Zifang. I blame this flower branch for complaining and weeping, and ask you for your famous poem. The grass and trees are used to record Wu Feng. The subsequent phase is like a cloud in a dream. The sleeve of the pen is stained with drunken ink, and the flower surface is red with shame.
知君却是为情浓，怕见此花撩动。西江月，闻道双弦凤带，不妨单酌娇宵。夜香之语阿谁烧？怅望谁审烟鸟。
Knowing you is because of love. Afraid of seeing this flower stir up. Shijiangyu, I heard that if you have 2 phoenix belts in your hands, you might as well wear a single scarlet gauze. The night fragrance is known to be burned with that person. Looking sadly at the mist curling up in the water.
云鬓风前绿卷，欲言醉里红潮。莫教空度可怜宵，月与佳人共聊。西江月，重九点点楼头细雨，重重江外平湖。
The clouds on the temples are green in front of the wind, and the jade face is red in the drunkenness. Don't spend your poor night in vain. The moon works with beautiful women. Shijiang moon, Chongjiu. It is drizzling on top of the building. There are many flat lakes outside the river. 当年戏马会东徐，今日凄凉难谱。
莫恨黄花未吐，且教红粉相扶。酒阑不必看茱萸，俯仰人间筋骨。西江月·查子。
At that time, there was a horse show in Dongshu. Today is desolate in Nanpu. Don't regret that the yellow flowers have not yet been vomited. Let's teach Hongfen to support each other. There is no need to look at dogwood in the wine stall. Admire the present and past of the world. Shijiangyu, TCI.
龙背今年绝品，古莲自古真泉。雪崖霜景散神仙，苗裔来从北苑。汤发云于燕白，展敷花乳清源。人间谁敢更争妍？
Longbao is the best product this year, and the valley curtain has been treasured since ancient times. Shui is Shuangjing powder immortal. The Miao people came from Beiyuan. The soup is plump and white, and the floating milk is light and round. Who dares to be more beautiful in the world?
斗取红窗粉面，西江月，别梦已随流水，泪今犹忆相泉。相如依旧是曲仙，人在瑶台阆苑，花雾迎风缥缈。
Get the red window noodles. Shijiang moon, farewell. The dream has gone with the flowing water, and the tear towel is still like a fragrant spring. Xiangru is still the immortal. The person is in Yaotai Langyuan. The flower mist lingers in the wind.
歌珠滴水清源，峨眉新作十分眼。走马归来变面，西江月，世事一场大梦，人生几度秋凉。夜来风叶已明朗。
The song beads are clear and round when dripping water. Mo Mai's new work is very beautiful. Instant noodles as soon as you return home. Shijiang moon, the world is a big dream, and there are several cool autumns in life. At night, the wind leaves are already singing.
看取眉头鬓上，久见长愁客少，月明多被云妨。中秋水雨共孤光，把盏凄然北望。西江月，宋钱待至。
Look at the brows and temples. I am often worried about the lack of guests when I drink cheap wine, and the bright moon is obscured by clouds. Who can share the lonely time with me during the Mid-Autumn Festival? He looked northward sadly. Shijiangyu, sending money to be made.
莫叹平原落落，且应去路迟迟。与君各记少年时，须信人生如寄。白发千金相送，身背百伐修辞。拍夫何用酒为迟？
Don't lament that the plains are falling, and you should go to Luchichi. Let me remember your youth. Don't lament that the plains are falling, and you should go to Luchichi. Let me remember your youth. You must believe that life is like mail. Thousands of white hairs are sent to each other, and 100 deep cups are punished. Why use wine as a pool for swimming?
我已为君得罪。西江月，梅花玉骨那愁障物，冰姿自有仙风。海鲜时浅探芳丛，倒挂绿毛毛凤。素面翻咸粉渊。
I am drunk with virtue. Shijiang moon, plum blossom, the jade bones are worried about the miasma, and the ice posture has its own fairy wind. I am drunk with virtue. Shijiang moon, plum blossom, the jade bones are worried about the miasma, and the ice posture has its own fairy wind. When Hai Xian was sent to explore Fong Kong.
喜妆不褪唇红，高情已逐晓云空。不与梨花同梦，西江月，曲宫醉卧少休。结觉 已晓。乱山葱茏，流水羌然，宜非尘世也。
Lipstick doesn't fade after makeup washes off. The high sentiment has chased the dawn sky. Don't dream about pear blossoms. Shijiang moon, I lay down drunk with my arms bent for a little rest. When I wake up, I already know. The mountains are lush and the flowing water is sonorous. It seems to be something otherworldly.
书词于桥柱上。
This sentence is written on the bridge pillar.
解鞍七枕绿杨桥，杜宇一声春晓。西江月，平山堂三过平山堂下，半生弹指声中。10年不见老仙翁，壁上龙蛇飞动。
Xia's saddle is resting on the green poplar bridge. Do you heard a spring dawn? Shijiangyu, Pingshan Hall. 3 times after passing under the Pingshan Hall, Bansheng heard the sound of a snap of his fingers. I haven't seen the old immortal in 10. Xia's saddle is resting on the green poplar bridge. Do you heard a spring dawn? Shijiangyu, Pingshan Hall. 3 times after passing under the Pingshan Hall, Bansheng heard the sound of a snap of his fingers. I haven't seen the old immortal in 10 years. Dragons and snakes were flying on the wall.
欲调文章太守，仍歌杨柳春风。休言万事转头空，未转头时皆梦。西江月，送别昨夜扁舟京口，今朝马首长安。
If you want to pay tribute to the governor, you still sing the spring breeze of the willows. Don't say that everything will turn around in vain. It's all a dream until I turn around. Shijiangyu, farewell. Last night the boat went to Jinko, and today the horse leader is in Chang'an.
旧关何物与新关？只有湖山公案。此经100年几变，各中下雨千难。使君才气卷波澜，余把心事判断。临江县。
What is the old official and the new official? There is only Hushan Koan. This scene has changed several times in 100 years, and it is difficult to describe it. Make your talent make waves. And judge new poems. Linjiang Ferry.
以为一人。后10年，注释黄冈之北，号静安居士。作此记之。
Thought he was a stranger. In the next 10 years, he built a house in the north of Huanggang and named himself Jing'an Jusher. Make this note.
谁知巴峡路，却见洛城花。面悬落英飞玉蕊，人间春日初歇。10年不见紫云车，龙丘新洞府，千顶仰丹沙。临江县。
Who knew that on Bashir Road would see Luo Chenghua? The jade pistils are falling on the face, and the spring sun is setting at the beginning of the world. I haven't seen Ziyin Che in 10 years. The new cave in Longxiu is filled with lead cauldrons to raise cinnabar. Linjiangxian.
赠送诗句端来磨我盾，盾锥不解生芒。欢颜为我解冰霜，酒阑清梦绝，春草满地堂。应念雪堂坡下老，昔年共采云香。
Gift. The verses are used to sharpen my bluntness, but the blunt all does not understand and produces a gleam. Huanyan relieves my frost. The wine garden brings clear dreams and sleep, and spring grass fills the pond. I should remember the old man at the foot of the snow hall. In the past, we gathered rue together.
功成名遂早还乡，回车来过我，乔木拥千张。临江仙，心未离行至润，别张臂禀道，我劝然张归去好， 从来自己忘情。
After becoming famous, he returned home early. When I got back to the car, I saw 1,000 chapters in the tree. Linjiang Immortal, Xian Wei left Hang Jiruan, don't forget Zhang by Bing Dao. I advise Zhang Zhang to go back, as I have never forgotten my love.
陈新宵尽到新平，江南与塞北，何处不堪行？祖豆耕桑真过矣，平君说语难容。愿闻吴越报风灯，君王如有问，结袜赖王生。
The dusty mind disappears and the mind becomes peaceful. Jiangnan and Saibei, there is no place to go. Zhu Dogang sang is really over the top. Please let me tell you Nan Rong. I would like to hear that Wuyue reports a good harvest. If the king asks, it is up to the king to tie his stockings.
临江仙，冬日即是自古相从休恶日，何妨低唱微吟。天垂云重作春阴，座中人半醉，帘外雪将深。
Linjiang Ferry, winter day. Since ancient times, we have always had a day off, so why not sing softly? The sky falls and the clouds return to spring. The person sitting in the middle is half drunk, and the snow will be deep outside the curtain.
闻道分司狂御史，子云无路追寻。凄风寒雨是亲切，问酋长损气，见鹤忽惊心。临江仙，宋王坚。
After hearing that the branch office was crazy about the censor, Ziyun had no way to pursue it. The wind and rain are cold and cold. When I asked the prison chief about his anger, he was suddenly frightened when he saw the crane. Linjiangxian, send to Wang Yan.
忘却成都来10载，因君未免思量。平江清泪洒江洋，故山之好在，孤客自悲凉。座上别愁君未见，归来欲断无常。
I have forgotten about Chengdu for 10 years, because you have to think about it. With the clear tears shed on the Yangtze River. Therefore, we know the beauty of the mountain, but the solitary guest feels desolate. Sit down and don't worry that you haven't seen me yet. You will be heartbroken when you come back.
殷勤且更尽离殇，此身如传舍，何处是吾乡？临江仙，樽酒何人怀李白？草堂遥指江东，珠帘十里卷香风。
Diligent and diligent. This body is like a passing house. Where is my hometown? Linjiang Ferry, who can respectfully buy? The thatched cottage points to the east of the Yangtze River. The bead curtain is 10 miles away and the fragrant wind rolls.
花开又花谢，离恨几千重。轻个渡江连夜到，一时惊笑衰容。余音犹自带吴浓，夜阑对酒处，依旧梦魂中。
Flowers bloom and fade, and there are thousands of separation and hatred. The light boat crossed the river and arrived overnight. For a moment, he laughed in surprise and fell into disgrace. The voice still has its own wunong. At the end of the night, facing the wine shop, I am still dreaming.
临江仙，90日春都过了，贪忙何处追游？3分春色1分愁，雨翻鱼夹阵，风转柳花球。郎愿先生须自责。
Linjiang Ferry Spring has passed on the 90th. Where can I catch up with you if I am too busy? 1 part spring and 1 part sorrow. The rain turns the elm pods, and the wind turns the willow flowers. Mr. Langyuan must blame himself.
蟠桃洞是千秋，不知人是苦雁求。东皇不拘束，肯为使君留。临江仙， 风水动作四大从来都变满，此间风水何以？
The movement of the peaches is 1,000 years. I don't know how hard it is to seek in this world. Dong Wang is not restrained and is willing to stay as an envoy. Linjiang Immortal, Feng Shui cave work, the four major elements have always been everywhere, so there is no doubt about the Feng Shui here.
故应为我发心事，幽花香见骨，寒早五轮衣。借与玉川生两夜，天仙未必相思。还凭流水送人归，曾奠于落日，草露已沾衣。
Therefore, you should send me new poems. Fragrant flowers bloom in the valley, and cold algae dance in ripples. By having a relationship with Tamagawa, the gods may not miss each other. And send people home with flowing water. The sun is still setting on the top of the building, and the grass dew has stained my clothes.
临江仙一别兜门三改火，天涯踏尽红尘。依然一笑作春温。吴伯真古井，有节是秋云。惆怅孤帆连夜发。
Linjiang Ferry, one farewell to the capital and three changes to the fire, the world is over. Still smiling as a spring warmth. There is no wave in the ancient well, but there is Chiu Yun in it. The melancholy Gufan spread all night long.
送行淡月微云，尊前不用翠眉颦。人生如逆旅，我亦是行人。 临江仙，急欲登望湖楼，赠相长官，多病修文都受损。
Farewell to the moonlight clouds. There is no need for green eyebrows in front of you. Life is like a journey against the odds, and I am also a traveler. Linjiang Immortal, who recovered from his illness and went to Wanghu Tower as a gift to Chief Xiang. Xiao Wen lost weight due to many illnesses.
不堪金带垂腰，望湖楼上暗香飘。和风春弄袖，明月夜闻箫。酒醒梦回清漏涌，饮床无限更吵。佳人不见懂娇扰。
The gold belt hangs down from the waist. There is a faint fragrance floating upstairs at Wanghu. Playing with sleeves in the gentle spring breeze, and listening to the flute on a bright moonlit night. When you wake up from drinking and dream, you will always be clear and clear, and your hidden bed will be infinitely more fashionable. The beautiful woman did not see Dong Jiarao.
徘徊花上月，空度可怜笑。临江仙，夜饮东，颇醒负醉，归来仿佛三更。家童鼻息已雷鸣。 敲门都不应，倚杖听江声。
Wandering around the moon, spending the poor night in empty space. Linjiang Ferry, drinking at Dongpa at night makes me drunk again, and it feels like the third watch when I return. The boy's breath is thundering. No one knocks on the door, but leans on the stick and listens to the sound of the river.
长恨此身非我有。 何时忘却盈盈？夜阑风静胡闻平。小舟从此逝，江海寄余生。临江仙，冬夜夜寒冰河景。
I always regret that this body is not mine. When will I forget Yingying? The wind is quiet at night and the grain is flat. The boat passed away from now on, and the river and sea left the rest of my life. Linjiang Ferry, it is freezing every night in winter.
画堂明月亲为，青冈明灭照悲啼。青冈挑欲尽，粉泪亦还垂。未尽一尊先眼泪，歌声半带清悲。情声两尽莫相违。
The bright moon in the painting hall invades the curtains. The blue vat shines brightly and cries sadly. The green vat is full of temptations, but the pink tears are still hanging down. Before she finished she hid her tears, and her singing was half sad. There should be no conflict between the two words of love.
欲知肠断处，梁上暗尘飞。渔家傲，金陵赏新亭送王胜之龙图。王守金陵，世事一日宜南郡，千古龙盘并虎踞。
If you want to know where the heart is broken, dark dust flies on the beam. Yu Jia Ao, Jinling Heart Appreciating Pavilion presented Wang Sheng with a dragon painting. Wang guarded Jinling and moved to Nanjun in one day to take care of things. Throughout the ages, dragons and pandas have coexisted with tigers.
从宫移调兴亡处，渺渺斜风吹细雨。芳草多，江南父老刘公住。公驾飞车领彩物，红鸾参乘青鸾玉，却压此州名白鹭。
From the place where the public rises and falls. The slight slanting wind blows the drizzle. Fragrant grass crossing. Jiangnan father left his father to live there. Ling Saiwu, a speeding car. The red one rides on the green one. But I was surprised that this continent is called Egret.
飞无履，翩然欲下还飞去。渔家傲，宋台守江郎中，送客归来灯火尽。西楼淡月凉生晕，明日潮来无定准。潮来晚。
Not my partner. He was about to fly away. Yujiao, send off to the Taiwan show Jiang Langzhong. The lights are out after seeing off the guests. The cold moonlight in the west building makes me dizzy. The tide will come tomorrow with no certainty. The tide is coming.
舟横渡口众成尽，江水似知孤客恨。南风为解佳人韵，莫学时留清酒困。贫记问，钱塘江上虚中信。渔家傲，七夕。
Zhoheng Ferry is close to the important city. The river seems to know the hatred of being alone. The south wind relieves the beauty's anger. Don't learn to be light and sleepy for a long time. Send questions frequently. You must be loyal and trustworthy on the Qiantang River. Yu Jia Ao, Chinese Valentine's Day.
皎皎牵牛河汉女，盈盈临水无有雨。望断碧云空日暮，无寻处。梦回芳草生春浦，鸟散于花分似雨。汀州平老香风渡。
Bright morning cows and river Han women. Yingying Linshui is speechless. Look across the blue clouds and the sunset. Nowhere to be found. Dreaming back to spring grass growing in Chuanpu. The birds disperse and the remaining flowers are like rain, and the apples of Tingzhou are old and fragrant.
明月多情来照户，淡蓝曲。清光常送人归去。渔家傲，宋张元堂省亲秦州，一曲阳关情几许。知君欲向秦川去。
The bright moon shines affectionately on the house. But take it. Qing Guangchang sent people home. Yu Jia Ao, sending Zhang Yuandang to visit Qinzhou. Int, send Zhang Yuantang to visit Qinzhou. I know that you want to go to Qinchuan.
白马造雕留不住，回首处，孤城不见天林雾。到日长安花似雨，故关杨柳除飞絮。渐渐削刀迎家路，谁得似？
The white horse soap mink cannot be kept. Looking back. There is no fog in the lonely city. The flowers will bloom like rain in Chang'an. Therefore, the willows in Guan are beginning to fly with catkins. Gradually, the knife in the boot is approaching the road. Who is similar?
风流西上王文度。鹧鸪天，东坡折黄州时作此词，真本藏林子径家，林断山鸣竹隐墙。乱蝉衰草小池塘。
Wang Wendu is on the romantic lap. Partridge Sky. This poem was written by Dongpa when he was banished to Huangzhou. The real version is hidden in the forest and his family is buried. The forest is broken, the mountain is bright, the bamboo is hidden behind the wall. A small pond filled with cicadas and decaying grass.
翻空百鸟时时见，照水红渠细细香。村舍外，古城旁，杖藜徐步转斜阳。殷勤昨夜三更雨，又得浮生一日凉。鹧鸪天。
I can see birds from time to time when I turn over the blank page, and the red sprouts in the water are fragrant and fragrant. Outside the village, next to the ancient city, the stick quinoa slowly turns to the setting sun. It rained at midnight last night, and it was cool all day long. Partridge Sky.
陈公密出仕儿宿娘，歌子欲消曲，劝老人久。老人引进，因为赋此词，笑捻红梅朵翠翘。扬州十里最娇娆，夜来起席亲曾见。
Chen Gongmi sent out his servant, Su Nyang, to sing purple jade flute music and persuade the old man to drink. The old man drank all he drank, because he was given this word. Chen Gongmi sent out his servant, Su Nyang, to sing purple jade flute music and persuade the old man to drink. The old man drank all he drank, because he was given this word. Laughing and twisting the red plum blossoms and green plum blossoms. Yangzhou is the most delicate place in 10 miles. I came to Qixi at night and saw him in person.
搓得精神滴滴交，交后眼50腰，刘郎几度欲魂消。明朝酒醒知何处？长断云间紫玉箫。少年游。
The spirit is charming. The back eyes are charming, and the waist is dancing. Lu Lang lost his mind several times. When I wake up from the wine in the Ming Dynasty, I will know where I am, the purple jade flute among the clouds with broken heart. Youth Tour.
端午赠黄首徐君游，银塘朱坎去陈波。元绿卷新荷，蓝条渐欲，昌花酿酒，天气上清和。好将沈醉愁佳节，10分酒。
Dragon Boat Festival gift to Huangshou, Su Junyu. The silver pond vermilion threshold and the dust waves. Round green lotus curls. The orchids are recommended for bathing, the calamus is used to make wine, and the weather is still mild. It's a good way to indulge in the festival, very wine.
一分歌，玉草烟深，宋庭人巧，无吝宴游过。少年游，润州作，去年相送，余杭门外，飞雪似杨花。今年春尽，杨花似雪。
1-minute song. The smoke of the prison grass is deep, and the people in the court are quiet, and there is no stingy banquet to swim through. Junior Tour, Runzhou. Last year, it was delivered. Outside Yuhangmen, Fei Shui was like a poplar. Spring is over this year, and the poplar flowers are like snow.
犹不见还家，对九卷连腰明月，风露透窗纱。恰似横额连双燕，分明照，画凉血。定风波。
Still haven't returned home. The wine-rolling curtain invites the bright moon, and the wind reveals the window screen. Just like Chang'e taking pity on the two swallows, they shine brightly and paint the beams slantingly. Ding Feng Bo.
以为非使君莫可当此花，故作是词。
I thought that no one but the emperor could be this flower, so I pretended to be a poet.
但看低昂烟雨里，不已。劝君休诉十分悲，更问尊前狂赋时。来岁，花开时节与谁来？定风波而遂晴。
But looking down in the mist and rain, I can't help but feel sad. I advise you to stop complaining. I also asked the former deputy envoy Quang. Next year. Who will come when the flowers bloom? The storm settled, and then the weather cleared up.
故作此词。
Pretend to make this word.
山头斜照却相迎，回首向来潇洒处。归去，也无风雨也无晴。南鸽子，再用前韵带酒冲山雨，何依睡晚经。
The top of the mountain is shining slantingly but welcomes each other. Looking back at the place where I have always been cool. Go back. There is no rain or shine. Nan Gezi, reuse the previous rhyme. Bring wine to wash away the rain, and sleep in your clothes at night.
不知钟鼓报天明，梦里许然蝴蝶一身轻。老去才都尽，归来既未成。求田问舍笑豪英，自爱湖边沙路免泥行。
I don't know that the bells and drums announced the dawn. In the dream, butterflies appeared, and I felt light. All your talents have been exhausted when you grow old, and your plans to return have not yet come true. Asking for fields and asking for help, laughing at heroes. I don't know that the bells and drums announced the dawn. In the dream, butterflies appeared, and I felt light. All your talents have been exhausted when you grow old, and your plans to return have not yet come true. Asking for fields and asking for help, laughing at heroes. I love the sandy road by the lake and walk without mud.
南鸽子，晚春日薄花房站，风和麦浪轻。夜来微雨洗交赏，正是一年春好尽清明。已改煎茶火，油条入粥行。
Nan Gezi, late spring, the sun is thinning, the flowers are blooming, the wind is gentle and the wheat waves are gentle. A light rain comes at night and washes the countryside. It's a good spring and it's almost Qingming festival. The fire for frying tea has been changed, but it is still mixed into porridge.
使君高会有余清，此乐无声无味最难泯。南鸽子，8月18日观湖潮，海上乘茶旅，仙人恶绿华。飞生缘不用单煞。
When you are high, there will be more than enough purity. This music is soundless, tasteless, and most difficult to name. Nan Gezi, watching the lake tide on August 18th. Couples riding on the sea, the calyx of the immortal is green. Ascension Yuan does not use cinnabar.
住在潮头来处，渺天涯。雷滚夫差国，云翻海若家。座中安得弄琴雅，谐曲余生归向，水仙夸。南鸽子，再用前韵。
Live where the tide comes from, far away from the horizon. The thunder rolls across the country, and the clouds turn over the sea like home. You can sit still and fiddle with your piano teeth. Write the remaining sound of your return and the praise of Narcissus. Nan Gezi, reuse the previous rhyme.
冉冉中秋过，萧萧两鬓华。 欲生化是一尘沙，笑看潮来潮去了生涯。方是三山路，渔人一叶家。早知身是两鳌牙。
The Mid-Autumn Festival is passing by, and the hair on the temples is fluttering, embodying the world in a dust of sand. Laugh and watch the tides come and go and end your life. Alchemist Sanshon Road, Fisherman Iye's house. If I had known I was born with 2 teeth.
好伴齐金公子，父雄夸。南鸽子大通运行于色，东坡作长短句，令记歌之。
A good companion for a young man riding a whale, and a great compliment. Nan Gezi, Datong was stunned. Dompa composed long and short sentences and asked prostitutes to sing them.
借君拍板与门陲，我也逢场作戏，莫相疑。西女方偷眼，山僧莫眨眉。却愁弥勒下生池，不见老婆3、5少年时。
I'd like to lend you my clapboard and door hammer. I am also playing tricks on occasion, so don't be suspicious. The girl from the stream stole glances, but the mountain monk didn't blink. But I am worried that Maitreya will be born late. I haven't seen my wife since I was a teenager.
南鸽子，别润手许仲图，玉直合两手，还生月旦堂。九兰人散月亲郎，北客明朝归去，雁南翔。窈窕高明玉。
Nan Gezi, be runs ho su zhongtu. If you want to hold the hand of the river beam, you will be promoted to Yudentang. The people in the wine shop dispersed and the moon invaded the corridor. The travelers from the north will return in the Ming dynasty, and the geese will fly to the south. Slim and tall Mingyu.
风流正气庄，一时分散水云香。唯有落花芳草，断人肠。南鸽子，湖州作，山雨潇潇过，溪桥流流清。小园幽榭枕平汀。
The romantic Jingji Zhuang. They dispersed to Shuiyun Township for a while. There are only fallen flowers and fragrant grass, and broken hearts. Nan Gezi, written by Huzhou, the rain in the mountains passed by, and the creeks and bridges were clear. The secluded pavilion in the small garden is pillowed on Pingting.
门外月华如水，彩舟横。条岸霜花尽，江湖雪阵平。两山遥指海门清，回首水云何处？密孤城。南鸽子，暮春。
Outside the door, the moonlight is like water, and colorful boats are flowing. The frost flowers on the sweet potato bank are all gone, and the snow in the rivers and lakes is flat. The 2 mountains point to Heimenking in the distance. Looking back to where the water clouds are, I look for an isolated city. Nan Gezi, late spring.
子莫寻春去，红尘拂面来。无人不到看花回，唯见16新蕊一枝开。冰殿堆云髻，金樽燕玉胚。绿阴青紫相催。
The search for spring on the purple road is gone, and the world of mortals is coming. Everyone knows how to see the flower return. Only a new pomegranate pistil and a branch were seen blooming. The ice mat is piled into a bun with clouds, and the golden statue is filled with jade grains. Luin Qingzi urges each other.
留取红巾千点，照吃台。南鸽子，黄州腊八日，引怀民小阁，为获元勋后，唯凭外族贤。吹笙只合在沟山。
Leave 1,000 red scarves and illuminate the pool platform. Nanjizi, drinking in Huaimin Pavilion on the 8th day of Laba in Huangzhou, after Wei Huiyuan Xuan, Wei Ping was a foreign sage. Playing the sheng can only be played in Go Mountain.
闲驾采鸾归去，趁新年。烘暖烧香阁，清寒浴佛天。他11醉画堂前，莫忘故人憔悴，老江边。南鸽子有感。
I will drive Kyle Wan back leisurely and take advantage of the new year. Burning incense in the pavilion is warm, and bathing in the Buddha's heaven is light and cold. He was drunk in front of the painting hall. Don't forget the haggard old friend and the old riverside. Nan Gezi, feelings.
笑怕蔷薇卷，行幽宝色江。美人依约在西厢，只恐暗中迷路，任余香。午夜风帆慢，3更月到床。电蚊如水玉积凉。
Laughter is afraid of roses. Walking is worried about treasures and stiffness. The beauty is in the west chamber as promised, but she is afraid of getting lost in the dark and recognizing the lingering fragrance. The midnight wind blows through the curtains, and the third watch of the moon comes to bed. Laughter is afraid of roses. Walking is worried about treasures and stiffness. The beauty is in the west chamber as promised, but she is afraid of getting lost in the dark and recognizing the lingering fragrance. The midnight wind blows through the curtains, and the third watch of the moon comes to bed. The lines are like water and jade, and the skin is cool.
何物与侬归去，有残妆。南鸽子敢就寸恨谁云短，绵绵奇彩。半年梅绿未曾开，明月好风闲处，是人猜。
What things are left behind when I return with you? Nan Gezi, feelings of the past. Two since in on someone in on the past, in on the past. My eyebrows haven't bloomed in half a year. The bright moon, good breeze, and leisurely place are just guessing.
春雨消残冻，温风到冷灰。尊前一曲为谁在？留取曲中一拍，待君来。南鸽子，楚手周玉出五环，因作2首赠之。
The spring rain melts away the remaining frost, and the warm wind turns to cold gray. Who is this song for? Save the last beat of the song and wait for you to come. Nan Gezi, Zhou Yu, the governor of Chu, came out with a dancing servant girl, so he composed 2 songs as a gift.
干碗双盘髻，云栖小眼睛。轻盈红脸小腰身，蝶鼓呼催花拍，斗精神。空阔青红歇，风和约柳春。蓬山裁条最清新。
Cyan and double bun, cloud and small scarf. Light red face and small waist. The stacking of drums suddenly stimulates the flowers to beat and the spirit of fighting. The sky is wide and the light red rests, and the wind is gentle about Lu Chun. Peng Shan's talent is the freshest.
胜似缠头千锦，共藏针。南鸽子，铜钱琥珀装腰佩，龙香入领巾。只应飞燕是前身，共看包葱纤手，舞凝神。
It is better than having 1,000 pieces of brocade wrapped around one's head to hide treasures together. Nan Gezi, same as above, amber wears a waist pendant, and dragon incense goes into the scarf. Only Fian should be the predecessor. Watch the slender hands peeling green onions and dance with concentration.
柳絮风前转，梅花雪里春。鸳鸯翡翠两争心，但得周郎一顾胜朱针。好事尽，黄州送君游，红粉墨杯题。
The catkins are turning in the wind, and the plum blossoms are spring in the snow. Mandarin ducks and jade are competing for the new. But after Zhou Lang took a look, he was better than Zhu Zhen. Good things are near, Huang Zhou sent Jun Xian. The red powder emo sad.
抚养半年离别，看取雪堂坡下，老农妇妻妾。明年春水样桃花，柳安爱舟楫。从此满城歌吹，看黄州田燕。好事近。
It's been half a year since we parted. Looking down the slope of Xuetang, the old farmer is miserable. Next year the spring water will be full of peach blossoms, and boats will float on the willow bank. From then on, the whole city was filled with singing, and Huangzhou was dying to watch. Good things come soon.
湖上雨晴时，秋水半高出没。朱剑抚窥寒剑，照衰颜华发。最终吹坠白纶巾，西风漾流月。独照小舟归去。
On the lake, when it rains and clears on the lake, the autumn water is half-pulled and has begun to subside. The Zhujing looks down at the cold mirror, illuminating the fading face and beautiful hair. When I was drunk, the white silk scarf blew down, and the stream breeze rippled with the moon. Returning in a small boat.
任烟波飘雾，鹊桥仙，七夕送陈令举，勾山仙子，高情云邈，不学痴牛四女。凤箫声断月明中，举手谢，时人欲去。
Let the smoke wave drift. Magpie Bridge Immortal, Chenlingju on Chinese Valentine's Day. From Chenlingju the sound of the phoenix flute breaks through the bright moon, and when people raise their hands to thank, they are about to leave.
客茶曾泛，银河微浪，尚待天风海雨。相逢一醉是前缘，风雨散，飘然何处？鹊桥仙，七夕和苏间韵，乘茶归去。
Guests have been offended, the Milky Way is slightly swaying, and there are still winds, seas, and rain. Meeting and getting drunk is the front edge. The wind and rain have dispersed and drifted away. Magpie Bridge Immortal, Qixi Festival and Su Jianyun, go back on the chariot.
成都何在？万里江沱汉阳。与君各赋一篇诗，留织女，鸳鸯机上。还将旧曲，重更新韵，虚信无柴天放。人生何处不儿戏？
Where is Chengdu? Thousands of miles of rivers and rivers. Each of you will write a poem and leave it to the weaver girl and the Yuanyang machine. To rewrite the old songs with new rhymes, we must trust our partner Tian Fong. There is no place in life without fun.
看七巧，朱楼采访。望江南，暮春，春已老，春服几时成？曲水浪低蕉叶稳，舞于风软筑罗青。酣咏乐生平，微雨过。
Look at Qiqiao and Zhu Lu Kai Fong. Looking to the south of the Yangtze River, late spring. Spring is old, when will spring clothes be ready? The waves in the meandering water are low, the banana leaves are steady, and the dancing wind is soft and light. Singing and singing brings peace. A light rain passed.
何处不催更？百蛇无言桃李尽，这林深处泊孤鸣。春色属无惊。望江南，超然台坐，春未老，风细柳斜斜。
Wherever there is no urging for plowing. 100 tongues are speechless, all the peaches and plums are gone, and the geese are singing deep in the Jia forest. Spring color belongs to turnip. Looking to the south of the Yangtze River, transcendent stage work. The spring is not old yet, the wind is gentle and the willows are slanting.
世上超然台上望，半毫春水一城花。烟雨暗千家，寒食后，酒醒却自嗟。休对故人思故国，且将新火试新茶。诗酒趁年华。
Try to look up from the transcendent platform, half a ditch of spring water and a city full of flowers. Thousands of homes are covered in mist and rain. After a cold meal, I sobered up but complained. Stop thinking about old friends and homeland, and try new tea with new fire. Poetry and wine take advantage of the youth.
卜算子敢就蜀客到江南，长忆吴山好。吴蜀风流自古同，归去应须早。韩与去年人，共集西湖草。
Bu Swansea, feeling old. Guests from Shu came to Jiangnan and remembered Wushan for a long time. The romance between Bu Swansea, feeling old. Guests from Shu came to Jiangnan and remembered Wushan for a long time. The romance between Wu and Shu has been the same since ancient times, so you should go back early. I also borrowed grass from the West Lake with the people from last year.
莫惜尊前仔细看，应是容颜老。卜算子似非吃烟火食人语。非胸中有万卷书，笔下无一点陈俗气，孰能治世？
Mo Shizuan came forward and took a closer look. He must have an old face. The fortune teller, it seems like he is eating fireworks and cannibalism. Unless you have thousands of books in your mind and no trace of vulgarity in your writing, who can achieve this?
缺月挂书童，漏断人出境。时见幽人独往来，缥缈孤鸿影。惊起却回头，有恨无人省。拣尽寒枝不肯栖，风落无将冷。
The missing moon hangs on the sparse-tongued trees, and the missing moon makes people still at first. Sometimes I see lonely people coming and going alone, misty and solitary shadows. I was startled but turned around. No one could forgive me for my hatred. I picked up all the cold branches and refused to live on them, and the maples fell cold in Wujiang River.
瑞鹧鸪，观潮，碧山营里小红旗。农事江南踏涝，拍手欲朝山减醉，齐声争唱浪婆词。西行渡口翻出落。
Roy Partridge, watching the tide, the little red flag in the shadow of the blue mountain. I am a wanderer from the south of the Yangtze River. They clapped their hands to laugh at the drunkenness of Shan Jian, and sang the poems of Lang Pa in unison. The sails of Xixing Ferry are beginning to fall.
于浦山头日未期，浓郁颂朝歌笛曲，尊前还唱使君诗。诗拍子，暮秋白酒新开酒韵，黄花已过重阳。
The sun is still up on the top of Yupu Mountain. I want to send you the bottom tune of Chauga, but I also sing Shijun's poem in front of you. 10 beats, late autumn, the white wine is in bloom for the 9th time, and the yellow flowers have passed the double 9th festival.
身外常来都似梦，醉里无何即是香。东坡日月长，玉粉旋烹茶乳，金屑新捣成香。强染双姿服翠袖，莫道狂服不解狂。
Wandering outside and around is like a dream, but inside there is nothing but hometown. The sun and moon are longer on the east slope. Jade powder is boiled into tea milk, and golden sage is newly pounded to smell like orange. The frost-dyed mustache supports the green sleeves. A madman cannot understand madness.
狂夫老更狂，清平乐，秋词，清怀浊变，更在江西岸。 红配到时黄叶乱，双入梁王故院。秋园何处斜湖？
A crazy husband gets even crazier as he gets older. Kingpingle, Autumn Words. Qinghuai Zhuyu. More on the west bank of the Yangtze River. When the red leaves arrive, the yellow leaves become messy. Frost entered the palace of King Liang. Where can I carry a pot in Shuyuan?
庭参仿古踟蹰，双庙遗风尚在，七园傲立应无。昭君怨，送别谁作还衣三弄？惊破绿窗幽梦，新月与愁烟，满江天。
I stopped to visit the ancient times and hesitated. The legacy of the twin temples still exists, but there should be no proud officials in the lacquer garden. Zhaojuan resentment, farewell. Who did the third work of Huan Yi? The green window breaks the dream. New moon and sad smoke. The sky is full of rivers.
欲去又还不去，明日落花飞絮，飞絮送行舟，水东流。其实此词始终只意言周穆王宾于西王母氏欲归山。
Want to go but still don't want to go. Tomorrow the sun will fall. Flying catkins send the boat off. Water flows eastward. The Qi family, this word always refers to the meaning, talking about King Mu of Zhou's visit to the Queen Mother of the West, Jade Turtle Mountain.
东皇陵辟统群山，降阙迢遥，翠房深迥已飞烟。悠闲，致萧然，京城千里所婵娟。当时木满巡狩，翠华曾到海西边。风露铭记。
Donghuang's spirit is comparable to the mountains. Jiangke is a mountainous place, and the Jade House is deep and far away, leaning against the mist. Quiet. Ji Shaoran. Jinsheng is thousands of miles away from Chanwan. At that time, Mu Man was on a hunting tour, and Suihua went to the west of the sea. The wind is clear and clear.
京波极目，是浮于盖方圆。正迢迢丽日，玄圃清寂，琼草千冕。征解秀乐相间，鸾鹿筑壁，八马戏之田。瑶池尽，画楼隐隐，翠鸟翩翩。
The whale waves are as far as the eye can see, and the momentum is floating and covering the surrounding area. It's a beautiful day, the Xian garden is quiet, and the green grass is lush. Dispute the embroidery and fragrance. The Luan and the chariot are stationary, and the 8 circuses are played in Jitian. The Yao Pond is nearby, the painting building is faint, and the kingfishers are dancing.
四华岩，建作翠管明贤，宛若地所君天。智言皓齿，绿发方童，原极恬淡高颜。进道琼壶酒，现金鼎药，故大春年。
A feast of splendor. Intermittent crisp pipes and strings. Just like the emperor's heaven. She has a childlike face with bright teeth, green hair and square pupils, and is round, calm and elegant. Pour all the wine from the Cheong pot and offer the golden cauldron of medicine to strengthen the spring year.
缥缈飞琼妙舞，命双成，奏曲最流连。云敖韵响谢寒泉，浩歌畅饮，斜月滴河汉。渐渐起霞，天际红深浅。动归思，回首尘寰，烂漫游。
The ethereal flying bird dances wonderfully, and the fate is fulfilled. The music lingers drunkenly. The sound of clouds rhymes with cold springs. The song is flowing, the moon is slanting and the river is low. Gradually the sky becomes brighter and lighter in color. Moving back to thinking, looking back on the world. Bad roaming.
欲免东还，杏花风，数里响鸣边。望长安路，依稀柳色，翠点春颜。醉蓬莱，重九上君游，笑劳生一梦，羁旅3年。
The jade chariot returns eastward. The jade chariot returns eastward. The apricot blossoms are blowing in the wind, and the whip is ringing for miles. Looking at Chang'an Road, there is a faint willow color and green spots of spring. Drunk Penglai, Chongjiu Shang Jun Jun. Laughing a dream, 3 years of traveling.
又还重九，华发萧萧，对荒原搔首。赖有多情，好饮无事，似古人闲手。岁岁登高，年年落帽，物华依旧。此会应须烂醉。
Return to Chongjiu. His hair is rustling, and he is scratching his head at the deserted garden. Lai is affectionate, likes to drink and has nothing to do, just like the ancients who were virtuous and wise. Climb high year by year and lose your hat year after year, but the beauty remains the same. This meeting should be very drunk.
仍把紫菊茱萸细看重绣，摇落双峰，有手栽双柳。来岁今朝，为我西顾，泪雨伤江口。会与周人，引弓一爱，一将唇皱。
Still looking at the purple chrysanthemums and dogwoods, smell them carefully. The frosty wind shakes down, and there are 2 willows planted by hands. Next year and this morning, I will visit the west and visit the mouth of the Yangtze River. Meeting with the people of the state, drinking the love left by the public, the river is full of mellow wine.
贺新郎，下井乳燕飞华屋。巧无人，童音转舞，晚凉新玉。手弄生绡白团扇，扇手一时似雨。见困矣，孤眠轻手。
Congratulations to the bridegroom, Xia Jing. The swallows fly into the mansion. Quiet and deserted, the shade of the trees turns to noon, and the coolness of the evening brings a new bath. The raw silk and white round fan is made in the hand, and the fan hand looks like jade for a moment. Gradually, he becomes sleepy and sleeps alone, becoming more and more mature.
帘外谁来推绣户？枉叫人梦断瑶台曲。又却是风敲竹，石榴半吐红金簇。待浮花，浪蕊都尽，伴君幽独。浓艳一枝细看取。
Who comes outside the curtain to promote the embroidery household? It is a waste of time to teach others, and the dream breaks the Yaotai song. But again, the wind knocked against the bamboo. The pomegranate was half vomited and the red scarf was frowning. When all the floating flowers and waves are gone, I will be alone with you. Look carefully at the beautiful branch and take it.
芳心千重似树，又恐被秋风惊绿。若待得君来向此，花前对酒不忍触。共粉泪，两簌簌。洞仙歌，咏柳江南腊尽。
Thousands of hearts are like bundles. And I'm afraid of being frightened by the autumn wind. If I wait for you to come here, I can't bear to touch the wine in front of the flowers. A total of pink tears, 2 rustles. Dongxian Song, Ode to Willows, the end of the Yangtze River.
早梅花开后，吩咐新春与垂柳。细腰肢，自有入阁风流，仍更是古体清英雅秀。永丰坊那畔，近日无人，唯见金丝弄情咒。
After the early plum blossoms bloom. share the new year and weeping willows. She has a slim waist and has her own style, and her body is still elegant and graceful. By the side of Yang Fengfang, there was no one at all, except for the golden threads that made the day clear.
断肠时，非序时，绿叶成荫，无个事，一成消瘦。又末世，东风逐君来，便吹散眉间一点春皱。洞仙歌入蜀主孟尝宫中。
In case of broken heart, when the catkins are flying, the green leaves become cloudy, and there is nothing to do, and 10% of the body becomes emaciated. No wonder, when the east wind chases you, it blows away any spring wrinkles between your brows. Dongxiange, enter the palace of Meng Chang, Lord of Shu.
一日大热，蜀主与花蕊夫人夜起避暑摩诃池上，坐一词。诸句能记之。今40年，诸已死，人无知此词者。但记其首两句。
One day when it was very hot, Lord Shu and Mrs. Huarui got up to escape the summer heat at night and wrote a poem on the Maha Pond. Zhu can remember it. 40 years have passed since Zhu died, and people do not know this word. But remember the first two sentences.
暇日寻味，启动仙歌令乎？乃为足之。
It's enough to spend your spare time searching for food, but it's enough to know how to sing the songs of immortals.
七枕钗横变乱，起来携素手，庭户无声，时见疏星渡河汉。试问夜如何？夜已三更，金波淡，玉绳低转。但屈指，西风几时来？
The hairpin on the pillow is messy and the temples are messy. I stood up and held my hands together, the courtyard was silent, and I saw sparse stars crossing the river from time to time. How is the night? It's already the third watch, the golden waves are light and the jade rope is turning low. But when will the west wind come?
又不到，流年暗中偷换。八声甘州，寄参辽子有情风，万里卷潮来，无情送潮归。问钱塘江上，西行浦口，几度斜晖。
I don't know how to do it, and I secretly changed it in the passing years. Bashan Ganzhou, sending Shen Liazi, the sentimental wind and the tide coming from thousands of miles away send the tide back ruthlessly. Ask about the slanting light on the Qiantang River and Xixing Puku.
不用思量筋骨，俯仰昔人非。谁似东坡老，白首忘机。寄取西湖西畔，正木山好处，空翠烟飞。算诗人相得，如我与君兮。
There is no need to think about the present and the past, and look down on the mistakes of the past. Who is like Dongpa, who is old and has lost his memory? Remember the west bank of the West Lake, the beauty of the Dusk Mountain, the green sky and the misty sky. Even if poets get along with each other, they are just like me and you.
约他年，东环海道，愿谢公，雅致莫相违。西洲路，不应回首，为我沾衣。三不乐，情景美人如月。乍见眼目云，更增颜绝。
In the same year of his appointment, we will return to the east and return to the sea. I hope that Xiagong and Yizhi will not conflict with each other. On Shizhou Road, you should not look back to wet your clothes for me. Sambu Raku, scenario, beauty is like the moon. At first sight, the clouds cover the dusk, and the beauty becomes even more beautiful.
算应无恨，安用阴晴圆缺？娇甚空只成愁，待下床又懒，未雨先艳。数日不来，落尽一庭红叶。 今朝至九强起，问为谁剪冻。
There should be no regrets, and the e'en and sunny days should be used safely. The tenderness is so empty that it only becomes sorrow. When I get out of bed, I am too lazy to swallow before I say anything. If you don't come for a few days, all the red leaves in the garden will fall. Now that I am strong enough to drink wine, I ask who is slowing down.
一分香雪，何事散花却病，为魔无极。却低眉惨然不答，唱金缕，一声怨切。堪折便折，且惜取少年花发。阮郎归，初夏。
1 point of fragrant snow. What's the matter with scattering flowers but getting sick? Vimalakirti has no disease. But he lowered his eyebrows and didn't answer. Sing golden thread and complain. If you can afford it, break it. And cherish it, the young man has gray hair. Ruan Lang returns, early summer.
绿怀高柳燕新蝉，熏风出入弦。碧纱窗下谁审烟？齐声惊骤眠。微雨过，小荷翻。榴花开欲燃，玉盆纤手弄清泉。
Green locust trees and tall willow trees swallow new cicadas. Xuanfeng first entered the string. The water under the blue screen window was filled with smoke. The sound of chess frightened me into sleeping during the day. The light rain has passed, and the lotuses are turning. The pomegranate flowers are blooming. The delicate hand of the jade basin makes clear the spring.
琼珠碎却圆，阮郎归，梅词暗香浮动月黄昏。堂前一树春，东风何事入西林？而家常闭门，雪积冷，玉容真。
The pearls are broken but round. Ruan Langue, may see I, the faint fragrance floats in the moonlight dusk. There is a spring tree in front of the hall. Why does the east wind blow into the west? The children's house is often closed. The snowy skin is cold and the jade face is true.
香腮粉未匀，折花欲寄领头人。江南日暮云，阮郎归。苏州席上坐，1年3度过苏台。青尊长试开，家人相问苦相猜。
The cheek powder is not evenly distributed. I broke off the flowers and wanted to send them to the people in Lingtu. Sunset clouds in the south of the Yangtze River. Ruan Lang returns, composed at the Suzhou banquet. He visits Sutai 3 times a year. Qingzuanzhang is open. Beautiful women ask about each other, and misfortunes make guesses.
这回来下来，情未尽，老先催。人生真可胎，他年桃李阿谁在？刘郎双鬓衰，江神子乃作斜穿诗。
Come back down here. Before the love is over, I urge you first. Life is so awesome. The peach and plum trees were lost in his youth. Lu Lang's temples faded. Jiang Shenxi is a poem about Sichuan.
至今使人想见其处。元丰仁树之春，愚公耕于东坡，筑雪堂居之。南忆四望亭之后秋，西控北山之微泉，慨然而叹。
It still makes people want to see it. In the spring of Renshu in Yuanfeng, I plowed on the eastern slope and built a snow hall to live in. The hills behind Siwan Pavilion are in the south, and the tiny springs in Beishan Mountain are in the west, making me sigh with emotion.
此亦斜川之游也。
This is also a tour of Sichuan.
雪塘西畔暗泉明，北山青，小溪横。南望庭秋，孤秀耸层城。都是斜川当日静，吾老矣，寄于陵。江神子。
The sound of a hidden spring on the west bank of the Snow Hall. The northern mountain slopes. The creek crosses. Looking south to the Pavilion Hill, Xing City stands tall and lonely. They are all located in Sichuan. I am old and I will leave my remaining years behind. Jiang Shenxi.
孤山逐阁松树谷，翠娥修带切人看。眼霜完，泪偷弹。且尽一尊，收泪唱阳关。漫道地成天样远，天意见，见君难。
Gushan Bamboo Pavilion, sent to ancient times. The green moth is shy and timid to look at. Cover the frost. Tears burst into tears. Let's do it all, collect the tears and sing Yangguan. The imperial city of Mandao is as far as the sky. It is easy to see the sky, but it is difficult to see you.
画堂新构进孤山，取栏杆，为谁安？飞絮落花，春色属明年。欲照小舟寻旧事，无处问，水连天。江神子，江景。
The painting hall is newly constructed near Gushan. Kalankian. For whom? The catkins are flying and the flowers are falling, and the spring color belongs to next year. The painting hall is newly constructed near Gushan. Kalankian. For whom? The catkins are flying and the flowers are falling, and the spring color belongs to next year. I want to search for old memories in a small boat, but there is nowhere to ask. The water reaches the sky. Jiang Shenxi, Jiang Jing.
凤凰山下雨初晴，水风清，晚霞明。一朵芙蕖开过上盈盈，何处飞来双白鹭？如有意慕娉婷。忽闻江上怒哀征，苦念情。
It's raining and clearing up in Phoenix Mountain. The water and wind are clear. The sunset is bright. A hibiscus bloomed gracefully. A pair of egrets flew from nowhere, admiring Pingting if you wanted to. Suddenly I heard morning kites being played on the river. Suffering from love.
遣谁听？烟敛云收，依约是相邻。欲待曲中询问曲，人不见，树风轻。江神子，列词，老夫聊发少年狂。左牵黄，右擎苍。
Send someone to listen. The smoke gathers and the clouds gather. It is Xiangling as promised. I want to wait until the end of the song to ask for it, but no one can see it, and the peaks are green. Jiang Shenxi, word hunting. I am chatting like a teenager. The left lead is yellow. Right Qingsang.
锦帽貂裘，千骑卷平冈。微报倾城随太守，亲射虎，看孙郎。酒酣胸胆上开张，鬓微霜，又何妨？持节云中，何日遣冯唐？
Brocade hats and mink fur coats, thousands of cavalry rolling around Pinggang. In order to repay Qingsheng, he followed the prefect, shot tigers himself, and watched Sun Lang. The wine is in full swing and the chest is still open. A slight frost on the temples. So why not? In the cloud of holding the knot, when will Feng Tang be dispatched?
会挽雕弓如满月，西北望，射天狼。江神子，恨别天涯流落思无穷。既相逢，却匆匆。催守佳人， 和泪折残红。
He can hold the eagle bow like the full moon, look northwest, and shoot at the wolf. Jiang Shensi, hate to say goodbye, the thoughts of wandering in the world are endless. Now we meet. But in a hurry. The hand of a beautiful woman is destroyed, and the tears are broken and the red color is broken.
未问东风于几许，春纵在，与谁同？随堤三月水溶溶，背归鸿。去无踪，回首彭城，青似与怀通。寄我相思千点泪，流不到。
To ask how much of the east wind is left, even if spring is here, who will it be with? The water in Sui Dike melted in March. Return to Hong. Go to Wuzhong. Looking back at Pengcheng, Qingxi, and Huaidong. Send me 1,000 tears of lovesickness, but they cannot be shed.
楚江东，江神子，东景相逢不觉又初寒。对尊前，溪流年。风紧离亭，冰结泪珠圆。雪亦流君君不住，从此去，少清欢。
Chu Jiangdong. Jiang Shensi, winter scene, it was cold again before we met. To the front. Cherish the passing years. The wind blows tightly from the pavilion, and the ice freezes into round teardrops. The snow will stay with you. From now on, I will have less happiness.
转头山下转头看，路漫漫，月花翻，银海光宽，何处是超然？知道故人相念否？携翠袖，倚朱栏。江神子。
Turn around and look back down the mountain. The road is long. Jade flowers turn. The silver sea is wide and bright. Where is the transcendence? I don't know if I miss you, my old friend. I carry my green sleeves and lean against the Zhulan. Jiang Shensi.
大学有怀诸康书使君，一知使君之念我也。作江神子寄之，黄昏犹是与纤纤。小开帘，玉屏檐，江阔天低，无处任青莲。
The heavy snow is pregnant with the envoy Zhu Kongshu, and he also knows that the envoy misses me, so I send it to him as the son of Jiangshen. It is still raining thinly at dusk. Dawn opens the curtain. Want flat eaves. The river is wide and the sky is low. There is no place to recognize the green curtain.
孤坐洞吟谁伴我？开病目，捻衰然。使君留客醉艳艳，水晶盐，为谁填？手把梅花，东望一桃前。雪似故人，人似雪，虽可爱。
Who can accompany me when I sit alone in the cold and groan? I wipe my sick eyes and twist my waning beard. It makes you drunk and tired of leaving guests. Crystal salt. Sweet for whom? Holding plum blossoms in hand, I look eastward and recall Tao Qian. The snow is like old people and everyone is like snow, although they are cute.
有人写江神子曲，余常作数绝以记其事矣。
Some people think so. The son of Jiang. Chu, the best task is never the sciences.
十里春风谁指似？斜日映，绣帘斑。多情好事与君还，闵星关。是于山，明月空江，香雾着云环。陌上花开春尽也，闻旧曲。
The spring breeze from 10 miles away looks like it, reflecting the slanting sun and staining the embroidered curtains. Return the sentimental good deeds to you. Min Xian is a widower. wipe you chin. The bright moon is over the river, and the fragrance is misting the clouds. The flowers on the street are blooming and spring is over, and I can hear old songs.
破朱颜，江神子，乙卯正月20日夜记梦，10年生死两茫茫，不思量，自难忘。千里孤坟，无处话凄凉。
Break the beauty. Jiang Shensi, dream recorded on the night of the 20th day of the first lunar month of Yi Mao. 10 years of life and death are uncertain. Without thinking. Unforgettable. Thousands of miles of lonely tomb, nowhere to say desolation.
纵使相逢应不识，尘满面，鬓如霜。夜来幽梦忽还乡。小轩窗，正梳妆。相顾无言，唯有泪千行。料得年年断肠处，明月夜。
Even if we meet, we should not know each other. Our faces are covered with dust and our temples are like frost. The dream comes at night and suddenly returns home. Small Xian window. Dressing up. They looked at each other without words, only 1,000 lines of tears. It is expected that the broken heart will be broken every year on a bright moonlit night.
短松冈，蝶恋花，春景，花褪残红青杏小。燕子飞时，绿水人家绕。枝上柳绵吹又少，天涯何处无芳草。
Short Matsuoka. Dai Lianhua, spring scene, the flowers faded to red, green and apricot. When swallows fly, green water surrounds people. There are few willow trees blowing on the branches. There is no grass anywhere in the world.
墙里秋千墙外道，墙外行人，墙里佳人笑。笑见不闻声渐巧，多情却被无情恼。蝶恋花，佳人，一颗樱桃凡素口。
There is a swing inside the wall and a road outside the wall. Pedestrians outside the wall, beautiful women smiling inside the wall. The laughter gradually disappeared and became quieter. Passionate but annoyed by ruthlessness. Dai Lianhua, beauty, a cherry fan suku.
不爱黄金，只爱人长久。学画鸭儿犹未就，眉间已作伤春皱。扑蝶西园随伴走，花落花开，渐解相思瘦。破镜重圆人在否？
Don't love gold, just love people for a long time. I haven't finished learning to draw crows yet. The tip of the eyebrow has been wrinkled. I walked with butterflies in the West Garden. Flowers fall and flowers bloom, gradually losing love and losing weight. Is there anyone who can reunite after a broken mirror?
章台折尽青青柳，蝶恋花，送春雨后春容清更丽。只有离人，忧恨终难洗。北固山前三面水，碧琼书拥青罗髻。
All the green willow trees were broken off from Zhangtai. Dai Lianhua, sending spring. The spring looks more beautiful after the rain. As long as you leave people, the deep hatred will never be washed away. Beiga Mountain is surrounded by water on 3 sides. Biqiong wears a green snail bun.
一纸香书来万里，问我何年，真个成归迹。白首送春拼一醉，东风吹破千行泪。蝶恋花，暮春别李公泽。
A piece of rural literature can travel thousands of miles. Ask me when I am, it's really a success story. Let's get drunk in the... A piece of rural literature can travel thousands of miles. Ask me when I am, it's really a success story. Let's get drunk in the spring with a white head. The east wind blows through thousands of tears. Dai Lianhua, farewell to Li Gongza in late spring.
肃肃无风花自朵，寂寞园林，刘老鹰逃过。落日多情还照作，山青一点横云破。路尽河回千转驼，寄揽渔村。
There is no wind and flowers are flowing freely. In the lonely garden, old willows and cherries pass by. The setting sun is sentimental and I still sit there. The mountains are green and the clouds are breaking. At the end of the road, the river turns back thousands of times. Mooring Fishing Village.
月暗孤灯火，屏障飞魂招楚现。我思君处君思我。蝶恋花，密州上元，灯火钱塘三五夜。明月如霜，照见人如画。
The moon is dark and the light is alone. Rely on the flying soul to attract Chu. I miss you, you miss me. Dai Lianhua, Shan Yuan, Mizhou, 3 or 5 nights in the illuminated Qiantang. The bright moon is like frost, illuminating people like a picture.
帐底吹笙乡土社，此班风未应无价。寂寞山城人老也，击鼓吹箫，乍入农桑社。火冷灯西霜路下，昏昏雪意云垂也。
The incense of Sheng is blown under the tent and the musk deer is spit out. A flavor like this should be priceless. The people in the lonely mountain city are old. Beating drums and playing flute, he suddenly entered the farming in Mulberry community. The fire is cold, the lamp is thin and the frost is exposed. The faint snowy clouds hang down in the wild.
蝶恋花，密州东，夜闻安国席上坐，帘外东风交羽线。帘里佳人，笑语如莺燕。深惜今年正月暖，灯光酒色摇金盏。
Dai Lianhua, composed at the Wenan State Banquet on a winter night in Mizhou. Outside the curtain, the east wind blows with rain. The beauty behind the curtain is smiling like a bird. I deeply regret that the first month of this year is warm. Light, wine, and color shake the gold cup.
参古渔阳抓未变，舞退琼钗，汉诗香罗软。今夜何人吟古怨？青诗味旧冰生厌。蝶恋花，过涟水君赠赵惠之。
The drums and fish are not everywhere in Yang Laos. The dancing hairpin fades, the fragrance is soft due to sweat. Who is chanting ancient grudges tonight? The poems of the Qing dynasty were not born until the ice was born. Dai Lianhua, presented to Zhao Huizhi by the Lianshui army.
自古涟漪佳绝地，绕郭荷花，欲把无心比。镌刻尘埃何处洗？真君堂下寒泉水，左海门前孤酒室。夜半潮来。
Since ancient times, ripples have been the best place. Walking around Guahahua, I want to compare with Wuxing. Where can the dust of tired travelers be washed away? The cold spring water under Zhenjuan Hall. The wine market in front of Zuhaiman. The tide comes in the middle of the night.
月下孤舟起，青盖相逢拼一醉。双扶飞去人千里，蝶恋花，树怀云水迎回西上路。叠叠青山，环绕西东柱。
A lone boat rises under the moon. Let's meet and get drunk. The two birds flew thousands of miles away. Dai Lianhua, reminiscences of love. The clouds and water lingered on the road back to the stream. Stacks of green hills surround the east side of the stream.
月白沙听翘宿路，更无一点尘来处。携叟相看思自语，底是区区苦药为官去。樽酒不空填百亩，归来分得闲中去。
The moon is white and the satin is standing in the air. Not even a trace of dust comes from. The old man she looked at each other and whispered to himself. The bottom line is trivial, and the hardships have to be eliminated by being an official. The moon is white and the satin is standing in the air. Not even a trace of dust comes from. The old man she looked at each other and whispered to himself. The bottom line is trivial, and the hardships have to be eliminated by being an official. Respecting wine does not mean having 100 acres of empty land. Come back and enjoy your leisure time.
采桑子，润州多景楼与孙巨源相遇，多情多感仍多病，多景楼中，樽酒相逢，乐事回头一笑空。
Picking mulberry seeds, meeting Sun Ju Yuan in Duojinglu, Runzhou. Passionate and sentimental but still sick, in Duojinglu. Meet over wine. Leshy turned around and smiled.
停杯且听琵琶语，细捻青拢。醉敛春容，斜照江天一抹红。千秋岁，湖州暂来徐州重阳作，浅霜侵绿。
Stop the cup and listen to the music of the pipa, playing it carefully and lightly. Drunk face Chuanrong. The sky above the river was illuminated slantingly with a touch of red. 1,000 years old, Huzhou temporarily comes to Shuzhou for Double Ninth Festival. Light frost invades the green.
发少仍新暮，官直凤，金横幅。美人怜我老，玉手簪黄菊。秋露重，珍珠落袖沾鱼腹。座上人如玉，花映花奴肉。蜂蝶乱，飞香烛。
The hair is still fresh. Crown straight seam, scarf banner. The beauty took pity on my old age and gave me a jade hairpin with yellow chrysanthemums. The autumn dew is heavy, and the pearls fall off the sleeves with lingering fragrance. The person sitting on it is like jade. Flowers reflect flowers and slave meat. Bees and butterflies fly in confusion, chasing each other.
明年人纵见，此会应难复。须细看，晚来月上和银烛。苏幕遮，永选仙途，数龙情，风解韵。雨后余清，暗袭衣居润。
Even if people are healthy next year, it will be difficult to return to this meeting. You must look carefully, the moon will come late and the silver candle will appear. Even if people are healthy next year, it will be difficult to return to this meeting. You must look carefully, the moon will come late and the silver candle will appear. Su Muja, changing immortal pictures, the summer cage is clear, and the wind relieves the stifling feeling. After the rain, it is clear, and the clothes are moistened secretly.
一举选仙桃蜀困，笑指樽前，谁向清宵尽？整金盘，轮玉损，凤驾鸾车，谁敢争先进？重午休言声最解，纵有必游，到了书堂印。
Choose a ferry to escape the summer heat in one game. Smilingly pointing to the front, who is approaching Qingshao. A golden basin with jade bamboo shoots. The phoenix drives the Wan chariot, who dares to compete for the lead. Chang Wuxiwiansheng is the tightest. Even if there is green oil, it will reach the Shut-on seal.
永玉乐至孟州乃别，于以11月15日至海州，与太守 会于景书楼上作此词以寄巨源。
Wish you happiness forever. It's time to say goodbye to Mengzhou. I went to Haizhou on November 15th and met with the prefect in Jingshu Tower. I wrote this poem to express my gratitude to the great source.
景书楼上明月如水，美酒清歌，流连不住，月随人千里。别来3度，孤光又满，冷落共谁同醉？卷珠帘，凄然故影，共依道明无寐。
Upstairs in Jingshu, the bright moon is like water. Good wine and clear songs can linger, and the moon follows people thousands of miles away. Don't come here 3 times, lonely and full, left out and drunk together. Rolling bead curtains, looking at the shadows sadly, we can't sleep together till dawn.
今朝有客来从淮上，能道使君深意。屏障清怀，分明道海，终有相思泪。而今何在？西园清尽，夜咏露华亲背。此时看。
Today I have a guest coming from Huaishang. I can tell you what you mean. With the Qinghuai River, it is clear that there are tears of lovesickness in the sea. Where are you now? The western wall has been cleared, and the night is full of dew and beauty. Look at this time.
回廊小月，野莺暗记。咏玉乐，夜宿燕子楼，梦盼盼，因作此词。明月如霜，好风如水，清景无限。曲港跳鱼，缘河泄露。
The dawn of the corridor should also be remembered secretly. Yong Yu Lu, I stayed in the Yanzi Tower at night, dreaming about Pan Pan, so I wrote this word. The bright moon is like frost, the wind is like water, and the clear scenery is infinite. Fish are jumping in Sugang, lotuses are pouring out.
寂寞无人见，胆如三鼓，铿然一夜，暗暗梦云惊断。夜茫茫，重寻无处，觉来小园行遍。天涯倦客，山中归路，望断故园心眼。
Lonely and unseen. The sound is like 3 drums, 1 leaf is sonorous, and the dark dreamy clouds are startled. The night is vast, and I am looking for nowhere again. I feel like I have been walking, lonely and unseen. The sound is like 3 drums, 1 leaf is sonorous, and the dark dreamy clouds are startled. The night is vast, and I am looking for nowhere again. I feel like I have been walking around the small garden. I am a tired guest at the end of the world, returning to the mountains, looking past my hometown.
燕子楼空，佳人何在？空锁楼中燕。古今如梦，何曾梦觉？但有旧欢心愿。亦是对黄楼夜景，未于浩叹。行香子，茶此。
The Swallow Building is empty, where is the beauty? The swallow is locked in the empty building. The past and present are like dreams, never dreamed, but there are old joys and new resentments. At the same time, Yu Hao sighed at the night view of Huanglu. Xing Xiangzi, TCI.
起席才中，欢意犹浓。酒阑时，高兴无穷。共夸君赐，出差尘封。看分香饼，黄金缕，密云龙。斗盈一水，宫敌千钟。绝凉声。
The feast ends. The joy is still strong. When the wine is late, the joy is endless. We all praise the gifts given by the king, and at the beginning we remove the titles of ministers. Look at the fragrant cakes, golden strands, dense clouds and dragons. The feast ends. The joy is still strong. When the wine is late, the joy is endless. We all praise the gifts given by the king, and at the beginning we remove the titles of ministers. Look at the fragrant cakes, golden strands, dense clouds and dragons. If you win a battle with water, you will defeat 1,000 bells. Feeling cool.
两叶清风，暂留红袖，少却沙龙。放声歌散，停管静，略从容。行香子，寓意三入成名。四至九卿，问书生，何辱何容？
Breeze in both armpits. Keep the red sleeves for now, but wear the sarong. The music and songs are played, the courtyard is quiet and a little calm. Xingxiangzi, meaning, Sanrui Qingming. 4 to 9 ministers. Ask the scholar, what is the disgrace and what is the honor?
金章七叶，晚起雕鹰。无汉马氏，不献赋，不明经。成都卜寺，寂寞均平。郑子真，岩谷躬耕。韩徽智首，人重人轻。除竹前学。
Gold leaves, 7 leaves, and beautiful mink tassels. There is no sweat in horse work, no gifts, no knowledge of the scriptures. Bu Si, Chengdu, Lonely King. Shengzizhen and Iwatani Gongzhen. Cold and ashes are hot, and people are too important to others. Eliminate Zhu Qianxue.
得无念，得无名。行香子，树怀青叶无尘。月色如银，九真时，须满10分。浮名浮利，须苦劳神。叹息中居，石中火，梦中身。
There is no thought, there is no name. Xing Xiangzi, narrating his feelings, the clear night is dust-free. The moonlight is like silver. When the wine is poured, it must be 10 minutes full. Famous and vain, vain and hard work. A horse is caught in a sigh, fire is caught in a stone, and a body is caught in a dream.
虽报文章，开口谁亲？且陶陶，乐尽天真。几时归去，做个闲人。对一张琴，一壶酒，一溪云。行香子，秋雨，昨夜霜风。
Although we hold articles, who will kiss us when we open our mouths? And Tao Tao, happy and innocent. When will you go back and be an idler? To a piece of harp, a pot of wine, and a stream of clouds. Xing Xiangzi, Qiu Yu, the frosty wind last night.
先入梧桐，魂无处，回避衰容。温公何事？不与疏空。但一回醉，一回病，一回慵。朝来庭下，光阴如箭，似无言，有意伤浓。
Enter Wudong first. There is no place to hide, and you can avoid losing your appearance. When I asked the public what was going on, he said nothing and the book was empty. But one time I was drunk, another time I was sick, and another time I was lazy. When I came to the court, time was like an arrow, as if I was speechless and wanted to hurt no one.
都将万事付与千中，任酒花白，眼花乱，烛花红。行香子，东思携手江村。梅雪飘裙，清河县，处处销魂。故人不见。
Everything is given to 1,000 bells. Let the wine be white and the eyes will be dazzled, and the candles will be red. Xing Xiangzi, Dong Si, join hands with Jiangsuan. Plum snow floating skirt. There is no limit to love, and the soul is lost everywhere. The old friend disappeared.
旧曲重闻，向望湖楼，孤山寺，永金门。 寻常行处，题诗千首，绣罗衫，与拂红尘。别来相忆，知是何人？有湖中月，江边柳，陇头云。
Old songs are heard again. Zhangwangu Tower, Gushan Temple, and Yangzhenmen. Wherever he goes, he writes thousands of poems, embroiders shirts, and brushes the red dust. Don't come here to remember me, I know who he is. There is the moon in the lake, willows by the river, and clouds over the long head.
行香子，过七里滩，一叶舟轻。双桨红鲸，水天清，影战波平。渔帆早见，露点烟听。过沙西急，霜西冷，月西明。
Xing Xiangzi, crossing Chili Beach, a boat is light as a leaf. The skulls were shocked. The water and sky are clear, the shadows are clear and the waves are flat. The fish turns over the algae, and the heron lights the smoke. Crossing the sandy stream is fast, the frost stream is cold, and the moon stream is bright.
重重四画，区区如萍。算当年，虚老严陵。君臣一梦，今古虚名。但远山长，云山乱，小山青。菩萨蛮，歌伎。
It is as heavy as a painting, and as curved as a screen. In those days, Su Lao Yanling. The king and his ministers have a dream, and their reputations are now and in vain. But the distant mountains are long, the clouds and mountains are chaotic, and the mountains are green at dawn. Bodhisattva man, singing girl.
绣帘高卷倾城出，灯前潋滟横波翳。皓齿发清歌，春愁入翠娥。七阴修院乱，我已先肠断。已想下清虚，累累一串桌。
The embroidered curtains are rolled up high and the whole city is beautiful. In front of the lamp, there is a glimmering and horizontal wave. White teeth make clear songs. Spring's sorrow enters the green moth. Stop complaining about the chaos. I've already suffered a heart attack. The remaining sound is clear and empty. The embroidered curtains are rolled up high and the whole city is beautiful. In front of the lamp, there is a glimmering and horizontal wave. White teeth make clear songs. Spring's sorrow enters the green moth. Stop complaining about the chaos. I've already suffered a heart attack. The remaining sound is clear and empty. A bunch of beads.
菩萨蛮，碧沙微露纤纤玉。朱唇渐暖参差竹。月调变心声。龙吟彻骨清。夜来残酒醒。唯觉双袍冷。不见脸媒人。
The Bodhisattva is pretty. The green gauze slightly reveals the slender jade. The vermilion lips gradually become warm and uneven. The tone becomes newer. The dragon's roar is clear to the bones. The night comes and I wake up from the wine. The Bodhisattva is pretty. The green gauze slightly reveals the slender jade. The vermilion lips gradually become warm and uneven. The tone becomes newer. The dragon's roar is clear to the bones. The night comes and I wake up from the wine. But I feel frosty and cold. There is no frowning person.
胭脂密旧痕。菩萨蛮，西湖秋风湖上潇潇雨。使君欲去还留住，今日慢留君。明朝愁杀人，佳人千点泪。
Rouge looks for old traces. Bodhisattvaman, West Lake, autumn wind and rain on the lake. It makes you want to go, but you still want to stay. Manlyujan today. Ming Dynasty will worry about killing people. The beautiful woman sheds 1,000 tears.
洒向长河水，不用脸双额。路人提更多。菩萨蛮，恒寄往苏亚新手，欲同西亚浮秋薄。洞天冷落秋萧瑟，不用许飞琼。
Sprinkle on the long river water. No need to hold back the moths. Passers-by cried more. Bodhisattva man, hang prostitutes go to Sugao for new protection. The jade boy walks to Fu Kyub in the west. The cave sky is deserted and the autumn is bleak. No need for Su Feiqiong.
瑶台空月明，清香凝夜宴。借与为郎看，莫变向姑苏。扁舟下五湖，菩萨蛮天连豪俊邀今晚。故教月向松江满。
The moon is bright in the sky above Yaotai. The fragrance condenses into the night banquet. Let Wei Lang read it. Don't go to Gusu. Boat trip to the 5 lakes. The Bodhisattva is pretty. God has mercy on the handsome and handsome Jin Wan. Therefore, the moon is full toward the Songjiang River.
清景为烟流，从军都占丘。身闲唯有酒，试问卿有手。帝梦已遥似，匆匆归去时。菩萨蛮，树谷席上。
The clear scenery is flooded. From the king, it is autumn. All I have to do is drink. Let me ask Qin Yosho. The emperor's dream has been far away. When returning the clear scenery is flooded. From the king, it is autumn. All I have to do is drink. Let me ask Qin Yosho. The emperor's dream has been far away. When returning in a hurry. Bodhisattva man, on the ancient mat.
涓涓缺月西南落，相思波断琵琶锁。枕泪梦魂中，觉来眉晕重。华堂堆竹泪，长笛吹新水。醉客个西东，应思沉梦宫。
Huan Huan is missing and the moon is setting in the southwest. Acacia breaks the pipa string. Tears on the pillow and dream in the soul. I feel my eyebrows are dizzy. There are candles and tears in the hall. The flute blows new water. Drunkards go east and west. You should think of Chen Menggong.
菩萨蛮，敢就玉生不受诸唇暖。离生七烟胸填满，遗恨几千秋。恩留人不留，他年经过久。炫泪攀枯柳。
The Bodhisattva is pretty, feeling old. Yusheng is not warmed by the red lips. Li Sheng's throat filled with sorrow. Regret for thousands of years. No one is left with kindness. The national wine of his country. Climbing withered willows with tears.
莫唱短姻缘，长安远似天。菩萨蛮，新月化言出挂弯弯月。孤光未满先幽阙，遥认玉帘钩。天孙梳洗楼。
Don't be short-term. Chang'an is as far as the sky. Bodhisattva man, crescent moon. The crescent moon hangs on the eaves of the painting. Before the lonely light is full, there will be a lack of sorrow. Recognize the jade curtain hook from afar. Tiansuan's dressing room.
佳人言语好，不愿求新巧。此恨故应之，愿人无别离。菩萨蛮，七夕凤回仙玉云开扇。更蓝月坠星河转。
Beautiful women speak well. Don't want to seek novelty. This hatred should be known. May there be no separation. Bodhisattvaman, Qixi Festival, Feng Hui Xian Yun opened the fan. Late in the night, the moon falls and the stars turn around.
枕上梦魂惊，小言疏雨灵。相逢虽草草，常共天难老。终不见人间，人间日4年。菩萨蛮，有记成于静女何人见。
The dream on the pillow is frightening. The rain eaves are sparse at dawn. Even though the encounter was hasty. It's hard to grow old if we live together forever. Never envy the world. Days in this world are like years. Bodhisattva man, you have a message. Who can see the quiet girl in the corner of the city?
先生日夜歌铜管，谁识菜鸡咸？江南故雁仙，先生那酒困。汤沐须明俊，唯有谢夫人，从来见你轮。菩萨蛮。
Sir, he sings and sings day and night. Who knows Kai Ji Xin? Jiangnan Gu Yanxian. Mister, I have been sleepy for a long time. Tang Musu is a famous county. Only Mrs. Xia. I've never seen anyone like this before. Bodhisattva is pretty.
买田阳县吴江老，从来只为西山好。来往一须州，聊随物外游。有书仍揽着，水调歌归去。今历不辞诗，要须风雨时。
By Tian Yang to envy my general. It is always good for Shishan. It's an empty boat. Talk about traveling with things. I have a book but am still lazy. The water melody song goes back. There is no poetry in the strength of the muscles. It needs wind and rain.
菩萨蛮，回文落花闲院春山薄，薄山春院闲花落。迟日恨依依，依依恨日迟。梦回应蛇弄，弄蛇应回梦。
Bodhisattva man, palindrome. The spring shirt in Luohua Xianyuan is thin. The spring flowers in thin shirts fall in the courtyard. Cheery hates E. E hates getting late. The dream returns to Oriole's tongue. The tongue-tongued warbler returns to her dream.
游便问人修，修人问便游。菩萨蛮，下井回文火云凝汉灰朱刻，刻朱灰汉凝云火。穷暖必杀清，清杀必暖穷。
The post then asked people about their shame. If you are shy, ask for mail. Bodhisattva man, Xia Jing Huiwen, fire clouds sweat and wave beads. The post then asked people about their shame. If you are shy, ask for mail. Bodhisattva man, Xia Jing Huiwen, fire clouds sweat and wave beads. Beads sweat and condense into clouds and fire. Qiong is warm and light. Qingsha by Nuan Qiong.
运腮弦枕印，印枕弦腮晕。弦照晚妆残，残妆晚照弦。菩萨蛮，回文桥南江浅红梅小，小梅红浅江南桥。
Dizzy, cheeks and pillow marks. The pillow feels dizzy. Take a leisurely photo in the evening and wear makeup. The remaining makeup is taken care of in the evening. Bodhisattvaman, palindrome. The Qiaonan River has light red plum blossoms. Xiaomei is red and shallow in Jiangnan Xiao.
亏我向疏离，离疏向我亏。老人行即道，道即行人老。离别惜残枝，知残惜别离。菩萨蛮， 回文40春闺怨。
Peep into my side. The fence peeked at me. The old man is about to arrive. When you arrive, you will be old. Cherish the broken branches when parting. The branches are reluctant to leave. Bodhisattva man, a palindrome of the Four Seasons Spring Boudoir Grudge.
翠环斜漫云垂耳，耳垂云漫斜环翠。春晚睡昏昏，昏昏睡晚春。戏花里雪坠，坠寻成花戏。贫浅念谁人？人谁念浅贫？
The green servant girl's slanting curtain is clouded and her ears are drooping. The cloud mantle on the earlobe is slanting and the servant girl is green. I fell asleep during the spring festival gala. Lethargic late spring. Ziwali snow pendant. Falling in search of fine flowers. I miss that person. Who cares about shallow frown?
菩萨蛮，回文下闺怨，柳庭风散人眠昼。昼眠人静风停柳，香汉薄山凉，凉山薄汉香。手红冰晚芒藕。
The Bodhisattva man, a palindrome of Xia's boudoir, Lu Tingfeng dispersed people to sleep in the daytime. People who sleep in the day are quiet and the wind is in the willow garden. The fragrant sweat and thin shirt are cool. The cool shirt is thin and sweaty. The Bodhisattva man, a palindrome of Xia's boudoir, Lu Tingfeng dispersed people to sleep in the daytime. People who sleep in the day are quiet and the wind is in the willow garden. The fragrant sweat and thin shirt are cool. The cool shirt is thin and sweaty. The hand is red and the ice bowl is full of lotus root.
偶挽冰红手，郎笑偶似长，长似偶笑郎。菩萨蛮，回文秋闺怨，景同双照新妆冷。冷妆新照双瞳景，休对锦花愁。
Lotus root bowl with ice red hands. Lang laughs at the long lotus roots. Long silk lotus root smiling man. Bodhisattva man, palindrome of Chiu Boudoir's grudge, Jing Tong's double photo with new makeup and cold look. New photos of Shuangtongjing with cold makeup. Lotus root bowl with ice red hands. Lang laughs at the long lotus roots. Long silk lotus root smiling man.
愁花景对休，影孤连夜咏，咏夜连孤影。楼上不宜秋，秋宜不上楼。菩萨蛮，回文东闺怨，雪花飞暖容香夹。
Worry about the flower well and feel shy. Ingu lian ni yong. Yong ni pity guing. Autumn is not suitable for upstairs. Chiu yi doesn't go upstairs. Bodhisattvaman, Palindong boudoir, the snowflakes are flying and warming my cheeks.
家乡隔暖飞花雪，七雪任单衣，衣单人雪妻。别时梅子节，节子梅时别。归不恨开迟，迟开恨不归。生茶子宿别。
The fragrance on the cheek separates the warmth from the flying flowers and snow. Bullying the snow and letting me wear single clothes. The clothes are left to the snow. The plum blossoms bloomed at the time of farewell. Farewell when the plum blossoms bloom. I don't regret returning home late. It's too late to open and hate to return. Shengchatzi, complaining farewell.
三度别君来，此别真迟暮。白尽老资虚，明日淮南去。九八月随人，泪湿花如雾。后月逐君还，梦绕湖边路。
I have come to say goodbye to you 3 times. This farewell is really too late. My old mustache has turned white, and I will go to Huainan tomorrow. After drinking, the moon follows people, and the flowers are wet with tears like mist. The following month I chase you back, and I dream about the road by the lake.
翻箱令，金炉有暖舍没惨，西厢更把宝钗翻。众闻处，余勋在，这一番，气味胜从前。被人偷盖小冯衫。
Incense order, the golden stove is still warm with the remains of musk coal. Shixiang turned over the treasure hairpin. When I smell it again, the lingering smoke is there. This time, the smell is better than before.
更将神水暗同染，且图得氤氲酒，为情深，闲怕断头烟。呜咽啼，既远莫怪归心甚素，西湖自有峨眉。
It will be the same as sinking into the water. And the picture shows that it is lingering for a long time, because of the deep love and the fear of losing one's head. The black night cries, send far away. No wonder the heart returns so quickly. The West Lake has its own beauty.
若见故人须细说，白发被当时。小正非常强劲，二男依旧能诗。更有鲈鱼堪切块，而备莫教之。虞美人，琵琶。
If you meet an old friend and tell him in detail, your hair will be gray at that time. Xiao Zheng remembers very well, and Nan is still good at poetry. There is also a sea bass that can be cut into meat, and the children should not be taught about it. Poppy, Pipa.
定场贺老金何在？几度新生改。愿生作使救生兰。俗儿只知反手，不须弹。断弦试问谁能晓？7岁闻鸡晓。
Set the scene and where is he Lao Jin? Change the voice several times. Complaints sit and silence the old voice. Common ears only know that there are many hands and no need to play. If the string is broken, who can tell? Wenji is 7 years old.
是叫弹作滚雷声，应有开元已老，泪纵横。虞美人，树怀归心正似三春草。试着来一小，菊怀几日向翁开。
Try to learn how to play the thunder roll. There should be old people from Kaiyuan who shed tears. Yu Meiren, reflecting on love, the heart of returning is just like the spring grass. Try to wear clothes. Juhuai blooms to Wang in a few days. Try to learn how to play the thunder roll. There should be old people from Kaiyuan who shed tears. Yu Meiren, reflecting on love, the heart of returning is just like the spring grass. Try to wear clothes. Juhuai blooms to Wang in a few days.
怀祖以嗔闻度，不归来。禅心以断人间爱，只有平交在。笑论瓜葛一平同，看取灵光心腹有家风。虞美人。
Huaizu has been angry with Wendu and will not return. The Zen heart has cut off human love. Only level crossing is available. Laughing about the relationship is the same. See new gifts of spiritual light and have family tradition. Poppy.
有美堂赠树谷，湖山信是东南美。一望迷千里。 使君能得几回来，便是尊前醉倒且徘徊。沙河塘里灯初上。
There is a beautiful hall, a gift from ancient times. Hushan is believed to be the beauty of the southeast. A glance can spread 1,000 miles. How many times can you come back? Then he was drunk and wandering around. The lanterns were lit for the first time in Sheh Pond.
水调谁家唱？夜阑风静欲归时，唯有一江明月碧流离。虞美人作，非也。山谷亦云。大观中，于金陵见其亲笔。
Who sings the water tune? It's late night when the wind is calm and I'm about to go home. There is only one river with bright moon and green glaze. Poppy, it is not true. The same goes for the valley. In the grand view, I saw his handwriting in Jinling.
时东坡词也。
In fact, Dompa Ci is also.
酒味多于泪，谁教风渐在尘埃？运造一场烦恼送人来。何满子湖州作，见说民俄七创，玄文江汉澄清。
More wine than tears. Who teaches that the wind is in the dust? Create a trouble and send it to others. He Manzi, written by Huzhou. I heard that Minyi was miserable, but I heard that Jianghan clarified it.
但觉秋来归梦好，西南自有长城。东府三人最少，西山八国出平。莫负花溪纵赏，何妨要是微行？试问当卢人在否？
But I feel that autumn is coming and I have a good dream. There is a great wall in the southwest. There are at least 3 people in Dongfu, and the 8 kingdoms in Xishan are at the beginning. Don't let the flowers and rivers bleed for you. Why not go to the medicine market? I would like to ask if the Dangren people are there.
空教世处闻名，唱着紫渊新曲，应须分外含情。少变其陋，独鄱阳董一夫过而悦之，有补林之意，乃取归去来辞。
Kongjiao is famous everywhere. When singing Ziyuan's new songs, you should be particularly affectionate. The whistle is everywhere, it's ugly. Dong Yifu of Du Poyang passed by and was delighted with it, which meant he could divine his neighbors. It's a word that comes from returning home.
稍加概括，使就声律以一役夫。使家童歌之，时相从于东坡，是垒而活之，扣牛角而为之节，不亦乐乎？
A little summary, to make the rhythm, to leave Ifu. Let the children of the family sing it, and the time will follow the east slope. Let go of the grass and harmonize it, and buckle the horns of the oxen to make knots. Isn't it a joy?
因酒气佳，口体交相类。归去来，谁不遣君归？觉从前皆非今事。路未稀，征夫只与归路。门前笑语喧同至，皆就菊都荒，新松暗老。
Abandoning home because of alcohol, oral and physical intercourse is exhausting. When you return, who will not send you back? I feel like everything in the past is not what it is now. Lu Weishi. The conquering husband showed me the way back, and the children laughed and chatted in front of the door. Alas, the old chrysanthemums are all barren, and the new pines are growing old.
吾年今已如此，但小窗容西壁柴扉。侧帐看孤云暮鸿飞，云山无心，鸟倦之还，本非有意。第归去来兮，我今忘我兼忘事。
This has been the case for me this year. But the small window is closed. Use the stick to watch Gu Yun Hongfei at dusk. The clouds and mountains are unintentional, and the birds return when they are tired. It was not intentional. Hey. This has been the case for me this year. but the small window is closed. Use the stick to watch Gu Yun Hongfei at dusk. The clouds and mountains are unintentional, and the birds return when they are tired. It was not intentional. Hey! Come back. I forget myself and the world now.
亲气无浪语，亲书中有真味。不翠露崎岖，泛溪窈窕，涓涓暗谷流春水。观草木新荣，悠人自感，无声行且休矣。
There are no idle words among relatives, but there is truth in the music and books. The steps are rugged at the foot of Tsuetsue, with graceful streams flowing over them, and spring water trickling in the dark valleys. Watching the flourishing vegetation, I feel like a quiet person. My journey in life has come to an end.
念欲行于内复几时，不自觉惶惶欲何之？为无心，去留谁记？神仙知在何处？富贵非无志。但知临水登山效勇，自饮湖觞自醉。
Think about how long it will take to stay in the shape. Unconsciously what the emperor wants. I trust my heart and decide who will stay or leave. The gods know where it is, but wealth is not my ambition. But I know that when I climb mountains near the water and sing songs, I drink wine from the pot and get drunk.
此生天命更何以？且乘流，欲砍还止。少变春词，睡起画堂，银算压帘，珠穆云垂地。出羽歇，西出碧罗天。
There is no doubt about destiny in this life. And if you ride the current, you will stop when you encounter obstacles. There is no doubt about destiny in this life. And if you ride the current, you will stop when you encounter obstacles. Xiao Ben, Spring Poems. I fell asleep in the painting hall, with silver garlic hanging on the curtains, and bead curtains hanging on the ground. The first rain stopped and the blue sky washed out.
正融融养花天气，一霎暖风回芳草，荣光浮动，眼皱银塘水。芳柚叶云苏，花须土秀，园林排比红翠。见乳燕烧蝶过繁枝。
The weather is soothing and flowering. A warm breeze blows back to the fragrant grass, and the glory floats, covering the silver pond water. The right side of the square is evenly crispy, the flowers are embroidered, and the garden is lined with red and green. See the swallow carrying butterflies passing through the branches.
忽一线炉香烛油丝，骤涌人间，独立斜阳，晚来情味，便乘兴斜江佳丽，深入芳菲里，波湖琴语，青垄漫年总谢丽。
Suddenly a thread of incense chases the hairspring. The day is forever in the world, the setting sun is independent, and the mood comes later. I took advantage of the opportunity and brought my beauties with me. Go deep into Fangfili. The music played on the huqin is played gently, slowly, and gently.
看锦约罗裙，急去檀板，霓裳入破惊鸿起。频月临眉，醉霞横脸，歌声悠扬云际。任满头红雨落花飞，见之却楼西玉蝉低，上徘徊。
Pay close attention to the skirt, be anxious about the sandalwood board, and be shocked and the colorful clothes are broken. The crooked moon is on the eyebrows, the drunken clouds are crossing the face, and the singing is melodious in the clouds. Let the red rain fall on your head and the flowers fly. Gradually, the jade toad in the west of the Magpie Tower is lower. Still lingering.
未尽欢意，君看今古悠悠，浮幻人间事。 这些百岁光阴几日，36000而已。醉乡路稳不妨行，但人生要事情耳。点绛唇
Not satisfied yet. You see, the present and the past are long, and the world of officials is floating. These 100 years, a few days, only 36,000. It's okay to have a smooth road in Zuixiang, but life needs to be adapted to your emotions. Point the crimson lips.
几次重九和苏间，我被情中。古来谁似龙山雁？而今楚殿，戏马于非关。故为佳人，不觉秋强半。征声远，鬓云吹乱。
G.C. Chongjiu and Su Jian. Our generation's love is like Longshan banquet in ancient times. Now Chudian. I am watching the horse play. I think I am a beauty, but I don't realize that I am half strong. The sound of the kite is far away. The clouds on the temples are blowing.
愁入参差宴，点绛唇，庚午重九再用前韵，不用悲秋。今年深见还高艳，江村海淀，总作空花关，上想横坟。
Worry is like a wild goose. Spot the crimson lips. The previous rhyme is used again in Zhengwu Chongjiu. There is no need to mourn the autumn. This year I will be healthy and enjoy the feast. Jiangsuan Hadian. Always have an empty view. I still want to cross fun.
兰菊分相伴，楼船远，白云飞乱，空有年年雁。点绛唇，在河送钱公咏，莫唱阳关，风流公子方中艳。秦山雨殿。
Orchids and chrysanthemums are half in harmony. The building is far away. White clouds fly in chaos. There are geese every year. Dian the red lips, then give money to Gong Yong. Don't sing Yangguan. The romantic young man will end the banquet. Qin Shan Yudian.
缥缈真奇观，北望平原，落日山衔伴。孤帆远，我歌君乱。一送西飞雁。点绛唇，醉仰轻舟，信流引到花深处。
What a wonder! Looking north to the plain, the setting sun is halfway up the mountain. The lonely sail is far away. My song is chaotic. Send flying geese to the west. What a wonder! Looking north to the plain, the setting sun is halfway up the mountain. The lonely sail is far away. My song is chaotic. Send flying geese to the west. Spot the crimson lips, drunk in the boat. The flow of information leads to the depths of the flower.
尘缘香雾，无际花间坐。烟水茫茫，千里斜阳暮。山无朔，乱红如雨，不计来时落。点绛唇，离恨月转乌啼。
Wrong fate. There is no plan to live among the flowers. The smoke and water are vast, and the sun sets thousands of miles away. There are countless mountains, as red as rain. Don't remember the time and the way you came. The red lips are lit from hatred, the moon turns and the crow crows.
画唐宫只生离恨，美人愁闷，不管罗衣褪，清泪斑斑，挥断柔肠寸。嗔人问，被灯偷物是尽残妆粉，辟人教。
Huatang Gongzheng gave birth to separation and hatred. The beauty is depressed, regardless of whether the clothes are gone. Clear the tears, and break the soft intestines. Ask the angry man. With the light behind me, I secretly wiped away all the remaining makeup powder.
王都尉席上赠世人满院桃花，尽是刘郎未见。余中更一枝纤软，仙家日月，笑人间春晚。浓睡起，惊飞乱红千片。
The palace was full of peach blossoms, but Lu Lang had not seen them all. In the middle of the night, a branch is soft. The sun and moon of the fairy family laugh at the spring festival gala on earth. When I woke up from deep sleep, I was startled by thousands of pieces of red.
密难传，修容易变。平白地，唯一长断。问君终日，怎安排心眼？虚信道，司空自来见惯。替人教，或云赠朝云。
Secret feelings are hard to convey, and shame is easy to change. In vain, I have a broken heart. I ask you how you plan your mind all day long. You must believe it, it is commonplace. Oryun gives Chow Yun.
白发苍颜，正是为魔境界。空方丈，散花和爱。朱唇注点，更寄还生彩。这些个千生万生只在，好事心肠，助人情态。
The white hair and pale face are the realm of Vimalakia. What's wrong with an empty abbot and scattered flowers? The red lips are dotted with chopsticks, and the bun of the bun is brightened. These people only exist for thousands of lives. Good-hearted and caring.
闲窗下，敛云凝黛。明朝端午，待学任兰为佩。寻一首好诗，要书裙带。替人教，戏帮直，别贺来时，灯火荧黄无数。
Under the idle window, the clouds are gathering and the sun is shining. During the Dragon Boat Festival in the Ming Dynasty, the orchid will be worn as a pendant. Looking for a good poem, I want to write about nepotism. Played by Bang Ji, when farewell greetings came, countless lights were shining brightly.
向青锁，戏中偷去，原来便是共彩鸾仙侣。方见了，管须低声说语。百子流苏，千枝宝具。人间有，洞房烟雾。春来何事？
Take a peek at Qingsua and the Gap. Yuan Lai is the fairy couple of Kailuan. When they met, Guan Su whispered, 100 suns with tassels, 1,000 treasure torches. There is smoke in the human world and in the bridal chamber. What's the matter with spring?
故抛人别处，坐望断楼中远山归路。诉衷情，宋树古亚元素，钱塘风景古来起。太守力能施，先驱父弩何在？
So throw people elsewhere. Sitting there, I can see the way home from the distant mountains in the building. Complaining one's heartfelt feelings, sending ancient elements, the scenery of Qiantang is ancient and strange. The prefect can write poems regularly. Where is the pioneer's crossbow?
心已是江西，花尽后，叶飞时。雨凄凄，若为情绪，更问新官，向旧官题。诉衷情，海棠珠坠一重重。
My heart has pledged to Jiangxi. When the flowers are gone, the leaves are flying. The rain is miserable. If it is emotional, ask the new official more and cry to the old official. Comments of heartfelt love, begonia. Begonia beads are embellished with layers of beads.
清晓近帘笼，胭脂水与云淡，偏向脸边浓。看叶嫩，惜花红，意无穷。如花似叶，岁岁年年， 共占春风。诉衷情，琵琶女。
The clear dawn is close to the curtain. The rouge is evenly light and thick towards the sides of the face. Look at the tender leaves and cherish the red flowers. Infinite meaning. Like flowers and leaves, they share the spring breeze year after year. Speaking of one's true feelings, Pipa Girl.
小莲初上琵琶弦，但破壁云天。分明秀阁幽恨，都向曲中传。拂迎玉，鬓梳蝉。起窗前，素娥今夜，故故随人，似斗婵娟。
Xiaolian plays the pipa string for the first time. The bullet breaks through the blue sky. It is clear that the deep hatred of Xiu Pavilion is spread to Chuzhong. Her skin is jade-like, and her temples are combed like cicadas. In front of the beautiful window. Su Yi tonight, so she follows people, like fighting against Chan Wan.
更漏子，宋孙巨源，水寒空，山照室。西汉二书乡里，新白发，旧黄金。故人恩义深，海东桃，山近处。自古空茶来去。
Gung Lizi, sent to Sun Jiyuan. The water is empty and the mountain is shining on the city. In Ershu township of the Western Han dynasty. New gray hair, old gold. The kindness of the old friend is deep. At the east end of the sea, at the end of the mountain. Since ancient times, empty boats have come and gone.
茶有信，复秋期。使君行不归。华清饮，赶就平时10月杏兰汤。玉昼穷凉，五家车马如水，猪鸡满路旁。
If you have a letter, go to the autumn period. Make you unable to return. Hua Qing Yin, feeling old, normally, Xinglan soup in October. Yuzong Qiong Liang. The carriages and horses of the 5 families are like water, and the roadside is full of pearls.
翠华一去掩芳床，独留烟树苍苍。至今清夜月，依前过辽墙。桃源忆故人，暮春华胥梦断人何处？
Suihua went to cover the square bed. Only the smoke trees remain. So far, the clear moon has passed over the wall. Tao Yuan recalls old friends, late spring, where is Hua Su's dream?
听得莺啼红树，几点蔷薇香语。寂寞闲庭户，暖风不解榴花柱。片片住人无数，楼上望春归去。芳草迷归路，醉落魄。
Hear the orioles singing in the mangroves. A few rose-scented showers. Lonely courtyard house. The warm breeze kept the flowers in place. There are countless people in the film. Looking forward to spring's return upstairs. The grass loses its way back. Drunk and downcast.
树怀醉醒醒醉，凭君会取这滋味。龙真琥珀相辅矣，一道愁肠，别有阳春意。须将木席为天地，歌前起舞花前睡。
Narrate my feelings, drunk, wake up, wake up. You know how to taste this. A thick pour of amber scented with floating ants. When you feel sad, don't feel happy. The tent must be made into heaven and earth. Dance before singing and sleep before flowers.
从他落魄陶陶里，犹胜醒醒，惹得闲憔悴。最落魄，席上成元素，分斜如昨。人生到处凭漂泊，偶然相聚还理所。
From his downfall. Yushing Xingxing makes Xian haggard. Drunk and desolate, the elements are present at the table, it's like yesterday. Life is wandering everywhere. We meet by chance but still leave.
多病多愁，虚信从来错。尊前一笑修辞阙，天涯同是伤沦落。故山犹复平生约，希望蛾眉长线归飞鹤。最落魄一别。
If you are sick and worried, you must believe that you are always wrong. I smiled and excused myself. The end of the world is both hurt and reduced. Therefore, the mountain still bears the promise of life. Looking to the west at Ame, I am always envious of the flying crane. Drunk and downcast, remembering farewell.
苍头华发，故山归寂何时觉？旧交新贵因疏绝，唯有佳人犹作殷勤别。离亭欲去歌声夜，潇潇细雨凉吹甲。
Gray hair and gray hair. When will the return of the mountain be decided? Old friends and new friends have great news. Only beautiful people still say farewell attentively. I wanted to leave the pavilion and swallowed my song. The drizzle of rain blows coolly on my cheeks.
泪珠不用罗金意，弹在罗衣徒得见时说。最落魄数情青云微月，二更酒醒船出发。孤城回望苍烟河，公子佳人。
There is no need to wear a scarf to shed tears. The bomb is stuck in Luo Yi, and he said it when he saw the picture. Drunk and downcast, telling the story, the light clouds and the moonlight. In the second watch, the boat is about to set off after sobering up. The lonely city looks back at the mist. A beautiful young man.
不计归时节，金篇扇坠藤床滑。觉来幽梦无人说，此生飘荡何时歇？家在西南，常作东南别。夜金门，秋夜。
Don't remember the time of return. The towel fell to the side of the fan and slipped on the bed. There is no one to talk about when I wake up and have a dream. When will the wandering of this life rest? My home is in the southwest, and my hometown is in the southeast. Visit Kinmen, autumn night.
秋为里，长漏半人无寐。低玉枕凉清秀背，一番秋气味。晓色又侵窗纸，窗外鸡声初起，声断几声还到耳，以鸣声未已。
In the autumn curtain. Long leakage makes people sleepless. Low jade pillow, cool and lightly embroidered quilt. An autumn smell. The dawn color invades the window paper again. The sound of chickens began to sound outside the window. The sound was broken several times in the autumn curtain. Long leakage makes people sleepless. Low jade pillow, cool and lightly embroidered quilt. An autumn smell. The dawn color invades the window paper again. The sound of chickens began to sound outside the window. The sound was broken several times but still reached my ears. It has been made clear.
夜金门，秋兴秋池阁。风傍小亭帘幕，霜叶未衰吹未落。半惊鸦喜鹊，自笑浮名情薄，似与世人疏略。
Visiting Jinmen, Chuxing, Chuchi Pavilion. The wind blows by the curtain of the dawn court. The frost leaves have not faded yet. Half-frightened crow and magpie. Laughing at one's own fame and weak feelings. It seems that he is alienated from the world.
一片懒心双懒脚。号叫闲处住，夜金门，秋感今夜雨。断送一年残暑，坐听潮声来别浦。明朝何处去？
A lazy heart and lazy feet. Easy to teach and idle. Visit Kinmen, autumn feeling, it will rain tonight. Ruining the remaining summer heat of the year. Come to Beppu by sitting and listening to the sound of the tide. Where to go tomorrow?
辜负金樽绿许，来岁今宵远否？酒醒梦回愁几许？夜阑寒独语。如梦令，唐庄宗志，名义仙姿，嫌其名不雅。
Live up to the gold and green wine. Will it be fine tonight next year? When you wake up from drinking, you will feel a little sad when you wake up from your dream. Late at night he was still talking alone. Like Meng Ling. The name of Tangzhuang Zongzong system reminds me of the fairy beauty, but I think its name is inelegant.
故改为如梦令。盖庄宗作此词，足章云：如梦如梦，何累出门相送。因取以为名云。
So it was changed to Ru Mengling Gaizwangzong wrote this poem, and his post said, like a dream, we go out with tears to see each other off. Because of this, it is named after this.
既与开贝人，近日劳军挥肘。轻手，轻手，居士本来无垢。如梦令，铜钱自敬方能敬笔。我自汗流雅气。 寄与早育人。
Send a message to white people's backs, and you will spend all your time waving your elbows. Hands lightly, a layman is originally innocent. Like Meng Ling, same as above, only by purifying yourself can you purify others. I was sweating and angry. Send a message to those who bathe.
且共肉身游戏。 但喜，但喜，抚慰人间一切。如梦令，有寄为向东坡传语。人在玉堂深处，别后有谁来？雪压小桥无路。
Let's play together with the flesh. But wash. But wash. Condescend to everything in the world. Like a dream order, you send it, to convey a message to Dongpa. The person is deep in the Yutong. If anyone comes after we say goodbye, the bridge is covered. Let's play together with the flesh. But wash. But wash. Condescend to everything in the world. Like a dream order, you send it, to convey a message to Dongpa. The person is deep in the Yutong. If anyone comes after we say goodbye, the bridge is covered with snow and there is no way.
归去，归去，江上一离春雨。如梦令，春思手种堂前桃李。无限绿阴青紫，帘外百蛇儿惊起五更春睡。居士，居士。
Go back. Go back. A plow of spring rain falls on the river. Like Meng Ling, spring thoughts, I plant peaches and plums in front of the hall. Infinite green in Qingzi. There are hundreds of tongues outside the curtain, startling me from my late spring sleep. Layman. Layman.
莫忘小桥流水。阳关曲，中秋作本名小秦王。 入腔及阳关曲，暮云收尽一清寒。银汉无声转玉盘，此生此夜不长好。
Don't forget the small bridge and flowing water. Yangguan Song, the original name of the Mid-Autumn Festival song is Shaoqin Wang, and it is called Yangguan Song when you sing it. The dusk clouds have gathered up and overflowed with coldness. Yin Han turned the jade plate silently. This night in this life will not last long.
明月明年何处看？阳关曲，军中受降城下紫然郎。戏马台南旧战场，恨君不取契丹手，金甲牙旗归故乡。
Where can I see the bright moon next year? Yang Guangku, in the army, the purple-bearded man surrendered to the city. Tainan Old Theater. I hate you for not taking the chitin head, and the golden Jaya flag returns to your hometown.
阳关曲，李公泽。济南春好雪初晴，才到龙山马足轻。使君莫忘乍西女，还作阳关长断声。剪自木兰花。
Yangguan Song, Li Gongza, Jinan has a good spring and the snow is beginning to clear. Just arrived at Ryuyama Ma Shigeru. Please don't forget the girl from Peishi River, who also made the sound of heartbreak in Yangguan. Minus the word magnolia.
赠润手许仲图，且以郑容洛籍，高迎从良为句首，正装好客。容我尊前先堕则，落笔生风，急急声名不复功。高山百草。
As a gift to Su Zhongtu, the guardian of Run, and the sentence begins with Jing has settled down, Gaoing has been good. Xingzhuang is hospitable. Please allow me to bow before you. Put pen to paper and create wind. His reputation is worthy of his reputation. The mountains are white early.
迎古兵夫纳解老，从此南徐。凉夜清风月满湖，剪自木兰花，寓意云环倾倒。 醉以栏杆风月好，屏障相扶。
The clear bones and ice skin relieve aging. From then on, Nanshu. On a good night, the moon fills the lake with clear breeze. Reduced word magnolia, meaning, cloud servant girl falls over. Drunk and leaning against the wind, the moon is good. Rely on support.
误入仙家碧玉湖，连天衰草，下走湖南西去岛。一葛姑苏，遍竹痴疑去得无。剪自木兰花，荔枝闽西针线。
Stumbled into the jasper teapot of Shenjia. The grass is declining all day long. Take Hunan West Road. A piece of Gusu. Then he chased the barbarians away and found nothing. Reduced word magnolia, lychee, Minshi treasure.
过海云翻来四件，玉作金盘，不共其葩400年。青红酿白，雅称佳人先手拨。古戏机香，恰是当年18娘。
The clouds and sails crossing the sea come like arrows. A merlin and gold plate. No tribute to the wonderful 400 years. Light red brewed into white. Elegantly known as the beautiful woman's delicate hands. Fragrant to the bones and muscles. It was the 18th mother back then.
剪自木兰花，宋东武令赵惠之贤哉令尹。三世已知无喜悦，我独何人？有把虚名殿近身，不如归阙。
Reduced word Melanhua, sent to Dongwu Ling Zhaohuiji, Xian Zai Ling Yin. The three officials are no longer happy and unhappy. Who am I alone? Still tarnishing the false name of the Jean gentry. It's better to go back.
二顷良田无觅处，归去来兮。待有良田是几时？剪自木兰花，送别玉伤无味。终有佳人千点泪，学道忘忧。
2 hectares of fertile land are nowhere to be found. Come back. How long will it take for there to be good farmland? Reduced word magnolia, farewell. The jade cup is tasteless. There is a beautiful woman who sheds 1,000 tears. Learn the Tao and forget your worries.
一念还诚不自由，如今未见，归去东园花似线，一语相开，匹似当初本不来。剪自木兰花，送诏令春光庭下。
One thought is still not free. Not seen now. When I return home, the flowers in the east garden look like sleet. A word that makes sense. It seems that he never came in the first place. Reduce the word magnolia to send Zhao Ling under the spring light pavilion.
流水如今何在也？岁月如梭，白首相看你奈何？故人重见，是年来千万变。观况阑珊，惭愧青松手岁寒。
Where is the flowing water now? Time flies. Prime Minister Bai didn't know what to do. An old friend meets again. Things have changed over the years. The official situation is declining. Ashamed that the green pines guard the cold weather.
剪自木兰花曰：“臣无功受赏。”帝曰：“此事岂容卿有功乎？”同舍每以为笑。余过无兴，而李公则生子，3日会客，求歌词。
Reduce the word magnolia. He said, I have received a reward for having no merit. The emperor said, How can I allow you to have merit in this matter? His colleagues thought they were laughing. I passed by Wuxing, and Li Gong chose to give birth to a son. He spent 3 days visiting guests to ask for songs and lyrics.
乃作此词戏之，举座皆绝倒。
When he performed this poem, everyone fell down.
多谢吴公，此事如何道得浓？剪自木兰花，得书小来风细，不会却生来报喜，却羡寒梅，先觉春风一夜来。
Thank you for your help. How did this matter get to Denon? Reduced word magnolia, descriptive book. The wind is gentle in the morning. There will be no magpies to announce the good news. But I envy the cold plum blossoms. I feel the spring breeze coming overnight.
相间一纸，写尽回文机上意，欲卷重开，读遍千回与万回。剪自木兰花，送别天台旧路。 应恨刘郎来又去。
A piece of paper. Write all the meaning of the palindrome machine. Desire reopens. Read it thousands and thousands of times. A piece of paper. Write all the meaning of the palindrome machine. Desire reopens. Read it thousands and thousands of times. Reduced word magnolia, farewell. The old road on the rooftop. I should hate Lu Lang coming and going.
别酒频清，忍听阳关第4声。刘郎未老，怀恋仙乡重得道。只恐因循，不见如今劝酒人。剪自木兰花，销花落上。
Don't drink too much. Listen to the 4th sound of Yangguan forbearance. Lu Lang is not old yet. The longing for the fairyland is restored. Just for fear of following the rules. I don't see the people who persuade me to drink now. Reduce the word magnolia, somewhere.
顺常骤卧其下，子瞻为俊，一日平其从过之。 松风骚然，顺指落花密句，子瞻未赋此词。
I lie under it during the day. Zhejiang was a county, and one day Pingqi passed by, and the wind in the pines was noisy. Looking for a sentence while pointing to the falling flowers, Zhejiang composed this poem.
疏影微向，下有幽人昼梦长。胡风轻软，霜雪飞来争早晚。翠展红青，时下凌霄百尺英。剪字木兰花，赠小环琵琶。
Sparse shadow and slight fragrance. There is a ghost below, and the days and dreams are long. The lake breeze is soft. 2 magpies fly in to make noise at night. Green and light red. Nowadays, the sky is 100 feet high. Reduced word magnolia, gift to the little servant girl Pipa.
琵琶绝艺，年纪都来11、2，拨弄弄弦，未解将心只下船。主人趁我小，欲向东风先醉倒。已属君家，且更从容等待他。
The pipa is exquisite. They are all 11 or 12 years old. Fiddle with the strings. If you don't understand it, please pass it down. The master is angry with Shao. If you want to face the east wind, you will get drunk first. Already belongs to your family. And wait for him more calmly.
剪字木兰花，立春春牛春帐。无限春风来海上，便与春宫。染得桃红似肉红，春帆春上，一阵春风吹酒醒。
Reduced word magnolia, beginning of spring, spring ox and spring stick. The infinite spring breeze comes to the sea. Then work with Chun Gong. It's dyed pink like flesh red. Spring flags and spring victory. A gust of spring breeze wakes me up.
不似天涯，卷起杨花似雪花。剪字木兰花，雪辞云容皓白。破晓玉莺分4枝，锋利无端。欲学杨花更耐寒。
Not like Tianya. Rolling up poplar flowers like snowflakes. Reduced word magnolia, snow words, the cloud is bright and white. At dawn, the jade flowers are like weaving. The wind blows for no reason. If you want to learn from Yanghua, it is more cold resistant.
相如未老，良愿犹能陪俊少。莫惹闲愁，且折将眉上小楼。剪字木兰花，花欲防金蕊，宜在玉人先手里。
Looks like he is still young. Liang Yuan can still accompany Jun Shao. Don't worry about idleness. Enfold the jiangmei and go up to the small building. Reduced word magnolia, flower, jade room with golden stamens. It should be in the delicate hands of a beautiful woman.
淡月朦胧，更有微微弄袖风。温香属美，醉漫云环垂两耳。多谢春宫，不是花红是玉红。剪字木兰花，春月。
The pale moon is hazy. There is also a slight sleeve style. Warm, fragrant and ripe. The drunken servant girl drooped her ears. Thank you, Chun Gong. It's not red, it's jade. The pale moon is hazy. There is also a slight sleeve style. Warm, fragrant and ripe. The drunken servant girl drooped her ears. Thank you, Chun Gong. It's not red, it's jade. Reduce.
春平乐舞，摇荡香劳光玉舞。不转回廊，半落梅花晚冕香。青云薄雾，总是少年行东处。 不似秋光，只与离人照断肠。
Spring garden at noon. The fragrant mash is shaking and the light is dancing. Walk around the corridor. The half-fallen plum blossoms are fragrant. Light clouds and mist. It's always a young man's journey to the east. Not like the autumn light. I only care about people who are away from me.
剪自木兰花，赠圣之天然宅院。塞了千千并万万，说与贤之，表得原来是圣之。今来14，海里侯奴子是。
Reduced word magnolia, gift to win, natural house. Thousands and tens of thousands have been competed. Talk and know. The victory comes from expressing virtue. Now it's 14. The monkey's slave in the sea is.
要赌休吃，6枝头6点。浣溪沙，新秋风卷珠帘自上钩。萧萧乱叶报新秋，独携纤手上高楼。
If you want to bet, stop being crazy. 6 dice, 6 o'clock. Huanxi sand, new autumn. The wind rolls the bead curtain up. The rustling leaves announce the new autumn. Walking up a tall building alone.
缺月向人书窈窕，三星荡户照绸缪。香生雾湖见纤柔，浣溪沙，尤其水清泉似。四邻兰溪，溪水溪流。
The missing moon makes people look graceful and graceful, and the 3 stars are in place to take care of them. Fragrance produces mist, and you can see the delicacy. Wangxisha, visit Chishui Qingshuan Temple. The temple is adjacent to Lanxi River, and the stream flows west.
山下拦崖短尽稀，松间沙路净无泥。潇潇春雨子规啼，谁道人生无再少？门前流水上能息。休将白发唱黄鸡。
At the foot of the mountain, orchid buds dip into the stream. The sandy road among the pines is clean and mud-free. Xiao Xiao Chun Yu Zi Gui cries. Who knows that there is no less in life, and the water running in front of the door can still flow to the west. Stop singing Yellow Chicken with White Hair.
浣溪沙，渔父西塞山边白鹭飞。散花洲外片翻微，桃花流水鳜鱼肥。自闭一身轻若笠，相随到处绿蓑衣。
Wangxisha, fishermen, egrets fly by the Shisai mountain. The scattered flowers outside the island are slightly scattered. Peach blossoms and flowing water mandarin fish fat. I wear a green hat to protect myself, and follow me everywhere in green coir raincoats.
斜风细雨不须归，浣溪沙，明日酒醒，雪大作，又作2首。
There is no need to return to the slanting wind and drizzle. Huanxi Sha, tomorrow I will sober up and it will snow heavily, so I will compose 2 more poems.
林高烟景世间无，渔角半收盐断线，雪林初夏瓦书珠。归来宾客乱年虚，浣溪沙，前韵醉梦醺醺小未苏。
There is no smoke seen in Lingao in this world. The rain has half-closed eaves and broken wires, and the tiles and beads are beginning to fall from the snow forest. When I return, the ice particles stick to my beard. Wangxisha, previous rhyme, drunken and drunken, the dawn is not over yet.
门前碌碌使君车，浮头一盏怎生无？肺腑寒书调翠羽，小曹春酒动珍珠。清香细细嚼眉须，浣溪沙，前韵。
There is a wheel in front of the door, so you can drive your car. How can one hold one's head up to produce nothing? Picking out green feathers from the cold vegetables in the waste garden, and freezing pearls in spring wine from the small trough. The fragrant plum must be chewed carefully. Wunxisha, previous rhyme.
雪里参沾栗杏蓑，使君载酒为回车。天寒酒色转头无，见士以闻非恶表，报恩应不用蛇诛。最终还许揽还须。
The surname of the Shuali dining rug is Su. I asked you to carry the wine as a carriage return. The weather is cold and the wine and sex are gone. Recommenders have heard that flying osprey means that one should not use snake beads to repay kindness. When he was drunk, the surname of the Shuali dining rug is Su. I asked you to carry the wine as a carriage return. The weather is cold and the wine and sex are gone. Recommenders have heard that flying osprey means that one should not use snake beads to repay kindness. When he was drunk, he even hugged Huan Su.
浣溪沙在河前运半夜银山赏鸡酥，招来酒莫待随车。涛江烟渚一时无，空腹有诗意有节，诗心如桂米如珠。
Huanxi sand, reharvest the previous rhyme, sustain accumulates on Silver Mountain in the middle of the night. Come to Jiuma with a car. There was no smoke in Taojiang River for a while. On an empty stomach, there are poems and knots in clothes, and wet fuel is like cinnamon rice and beads.
洞银谁半碾资虚，浣溪沙前运万顷风涛不计苏。雪晴江上卖千车，但令人保我愁无。翠袖以风迎柳絮。
Who can accompany you when you are freezing and twirling your mustache? Wunxisha, previous rhyme, 10,000 hectares of wind and waves do not remember Su. Thousands of wheat carts ride on the snowy Qingjiang River. But it makes me feel full and sad. The green sleeves lean against the wind and linger in the catkins.
绛唇的酒烂英珠，尊前喝手聂双须。浣溪沙，9月9日二首，朱贵丝衫冷玉霜。山城歌舞助凄凉，且参山色引湖光。
The red lips are rotten with wine. He tweezed his frosty beard in front of him. Huanxi Sha, 2 poems on September 9th. The juniper fir is as cold as frost. The songs and dances of the mountain city aid the desolation. Let's eat and drink the scenery of the mountains and the lake.
共挽珠帆流半日，强柔轻蕊作重阳。不知明日为谁黄？浣溪沙和前运双鬓真堪差距双。哀弦微助作衣凉。
They held Zhu Shi for half a day, and forcibly rubbed the green pistils to celebrate the double ninth festival. I don't know who will be yellow tomorrow. Wunxisha, and the previous rhyme, the frosty temples are really worthy of being inserted into the frost. The sad strings and dangerous pillars make Ilyang.
暂时流转为风光，微浅清尊空北海，莫因长笛赴山阳。金钗玉万谢娥皇，浣溪沙有感，复粉郎君又粉奴。
Temporarily transformed into scenery. I haven't sent Qing Zun to the North Sea, and I haven't sent the flute to the mountain sun. The golden hairpin and jade wrist have goose yellow diarrhea. Wunxisha, feelings, Fu Fan is both a gentleman and a fan slave.
莫教施粉与施朱，自然冰玉照相苏。有客能为神女赋，平君送与雪儿书。梦魂东去觅桑榆，浣溪沙 永菊。
Don't teach me how to apply powder and apply jus. Natural ice jade is crisp and fragrant. If a guest can write a gift for the goddess, I will give it to Schwer. Meng Hun goes east to find mulberry trees. Wangxisha, Ode to Orange.
菊岸何枯一夜霜，新苞绿叶照林光。竹篱茅射出青黄，香雾熏人惊半破。清泉流齿切出肠，无鸡3日手犹香。
The chrysanthemum is dark and the lotus withers away after a night of frost. The newly budded green leaves illuminate the forest. The bamboo fence and thatched cottage are green and yellow. The chrysanthemum is dark and the lotus withers away after a night of frost. The newly budded green leaves illuminate the forest. The bamboo fence and thatched cottage are green and yellow. The fragrant mist is half startling, and the clear spring is the first taste of the water. Wu Ji's hands still smell good after 3 days.
浣溪沙家花彩甚齐，未有初春之星。因作2首，寄元恭敬。
Huanqi sand, the colorful flowers are very strange, which is said to be the beginning of spring. Because he composed 2 poems, they were sent to Yuan Gongji.
修言未醉已先称，莫唱黄鸡并白发，且呼张丈唤阴凶。有人归去欲青青，浣溪沙，前韵料峭东风翠木经。
I have already shed my shameful face before I am drunk. Don't sing about yellow chicken and white hair, and call Zhang Zhang and brother Yin. Someone goes back and wants to be with you. Wangxisha, previous rhyme. The sharp east wind and the green curtain are startling.
云何不引对宫容？水晶盘迎玉林称。花影莫估3夜月，朱颜未称5年凶。翰林子墨主人清，浣溪沙。
Why don't you drink to Gongrong? Crystal painting jade scales. Huaying Mogu Sanyu, Zhu Yan has not been called brother for 5 years. Dear master of Hanlin Zimo. Huanqi Sha.
照日深红暖见鱼，怜溪绿暗晚藏屋。黄铜白叟俱虽虚，麋鹿逢人虽未惯。猿挠闻喜不须乎？归家说与采桑菇。
The sun shines deep red and warm to see the fish. Lianxi is green and dark, hiding blacks in the evening. Huang Tong and old people gathered in Sui Su. Although the elk are not used to meeting people, the apes do not need to call when they hear it. Talk about returning home and picking mulberry trees.
浣溪沙选抹红妆看使君，3355即离门，相挨踏破茜罗裙。老幼扶催收麦社，无缘降舞赛神村。
Huanqi Sha, wear red makeup to look at the envoy. 3, 3, 5 and 5 thorn fence gates. They touched each other and broke Qianluo's skirt. The young and old helped destroy the wheat harvesting community. Wu Yuanxiang Wu Saishan Village.
道逢醉叟卧黄昏，浣溪沙麻叶层层请夜光。谁家竹简一村香？隔篱娇语落思娘。垂白帐离台醉眼。
I met a drunk old man lying down at dusk. Huanqi sand, layers of hemp leaves are light. Whose family cooks cocoons for a village? The lady whispering coquettishly across the fence. The white cane drooped down and the quinoa raised its drunken eyes.
日青岛麦少，欠鸡肠。问言豆叶几时黄？浣溪沙，素素衣襟纱枣花。 村里村北响敲车，牛衣古柳卖黄瓜。
Pounding the green leaves of my shao makes you hungry. Asked when the bean leaves will turn yellow. Huanchi sand. The sound of milling wheels was heard in the north of the village. Nyoigu Lu sells cucumbers.
九昆路常为欲睡，日高人可慢思察。敲门试问野人家，浣溪沙，软草坪落过雨心。轻纱走马路无尘。
The road is long, but I feel sleepy when I am tired of drinking. When I am high in the sun, I am thirsty and think about tea. Knock on the door and ask the savages. Huanchi sand, the soft grass has fallen and is fresh after the rain. Walking on the light sand road is dust-free.
何时收拾藕更深？日暖桑麻光似坡，风来蒿爱气如熏。使君原是此中人，浣溪沙，春晴，稻子娇鹅苦未成。
When to pack up. The sun is warm and the mulberry trees are as bright as splashing, and the wind blows and the air of mugwort and mugwort is like smoke. Shi Junyuan is one of them. Wangxisha, spring love, the word Tao is charming and painful.
魏应春阁梦多情，朝来何事略还清。才所身轻长衬燕，红窗睡众不闻莺。困人天气近清明，浣溪沙，菊节。
The dream of spring pavilion is not sentimental. What's the matter with the green servant girl? Saisuwa is light and long, taking advantage of the swallows. He sleeps under the red window but does not hear the warblers. The weather is close to Qingming Festival. Wangxisha, Chrysanthemum Festival.
缥缈危楼紫翠间，良辰乐事古难全。感时怀旧独凄然，闭月穷之空夜夜，菊花人貌子年年。不知来岁与谁看。
The misty and dangerous building is among the purple and green. Good times and happy things are hard to come by. Feeling nostalgic and sad. The bright moon and beautiful branches are in the sky every night, and the chrysanthemums look like flowers year after year. I don't know who I will watch next year.
浣溪沙，春晴，桃李溪边住画轮。鹧鸪声里道清尊，夕阳虽好近黄昏。香在衣上妆在臂，水莲芳草月连云。
Huanchi sand, spring love, a painting wheel stood by the peach and plum stream. The sound of the partridge is so clear. Although the sunset is almost dusk. The fragrance is in the clothes, the makeup is in the arms, the water is connected with the fragrant grass and the moon is connected with the clouds. Huanchi sand, spring love, a painting wheel stood by the peach and plum stream. The sound of the partridge is so clear. Although the sunset is almost dusk. The fragrance is in the clothes, the makeup is in the arms, the water is connected with the fragrant grass and the moon is connected with the clouds.
几时归去不销魂？浣溪沙，荷花四面垂杨十里荷。问云何处醉花多？画楼南畔夕阳河。天气乍凉人寂寞。
When will I go back and not be ecstatic? Huanchi Sha, lotus. There are 10 miles of poplars and lotuses hanging down on all sides. Ask the cloud where there are the most flowers. The sunset and the south bank of the painting building. The weather is cold and people are lonely.
光阴虚的酒消磨，且来花里听笙歌。浣溪沙，赠闾丘朝意，时还徐州，一别姑苏已4年。秋风南浦送归船，
time must be passed away with wine. Come and listen to the music in the flowers. Wang Xisha, gifted to Lucio for court discussion, then returned to Shuzhou. It has been 4 years since I left Gusu. Autumn breeze sends the boat back to Nanpu.
画帘重见水中仙，双鬓不须催我老，杏花依旧驻君颜。夜阑相对梦魂间，浣溪沙，有赠唯见眉间一点黄。
The water fairy is seen again in the painting curtain. The frost on my temples does not need to make me grow old, the apricot blossoms still remain on my face. The night is full of dreams. Huanxi sand, given as a gift, only a little yellow can be seen between the eyebrows.
诏书催发羽书忙，从教交泪洗红妆。上殿云霄生羽翼，论兵齿颊带风霜。归来山秀有天香，浣溪沙依旧。
The imperial edict urged Yushu to be busy. Teach me how to wash off red makeup with tears. When you go up to the palace, wings are born in the sky, and you are talking about soldiers with wind and frost on their teeth and cheeks. The sleeves of my shirt are scented when I return home. Wang Xisha, reminiscing about the past.
常记明秦子建堂，朱颜绿发映垂杨。如今秋鬓数经霜，聚散交游如梦寐，生审闲事莫思量。众卿中不必同乡。
Chang remembers the sound of the musical instrument splashing in the hall. The red face and green hair reflect the weeping poplar trees. Nowadays, there is a lot of frost on my temples in autumn. Getting together, going out, and traveling are like a dream, and don't think about the ups and downs of other things. Zhongqing never avoided Tongxiang.
浣溪沙，春晴风压青云贴水飞，乍晴池馆燕狰猊。沈郎多并不胜衣，沙上不闻鸿雁信，竹间时听这孤啼。
Huanxi sand, spring love. The wind pressure is light and the clouds fly against the water, and the swallows compete in the mud in the clear pool. Shen Lang was very sick and couldn't bear to wear clothes. I can't hear the swan geese on the sand, but I can hear the cries of partridges among the bamboos.
此情唯有落花枝，浣溪沙，野饮松下，涉松黄汤，作此阙。
Only falling flowers know this feeling. Huanxi Sha drinking pineapple in the wild, setting up pine yellow soup, and making this meal.
斜湖及草一天真，玉粉青黄千岁药，雪花浮动万家春。醉归江路也没心，浣溪沙，重九旧韵，白雪青瓷出左肩。
Carrying a pot and borrowing grass is also naive. The jade powder is light yellow and thousand-year-old medicine, and the snowflakes are floating in the spring of thousands of families. There are new wild plums on Guijiang Road. Wang Xisha, Chongjiu Old Rhyme, by Xu Eqing's poems came out of the sitting room.
爱君才气两俱全，异乡风景却依然。可恨相逢能几日，不知重会是何年。诸于仔细更重看，浣溪沙。
Love you, you have both talents and skills. The scenery of a foreign land remains the same. I hate how long it will take to meet again, and I don't know when we will meet again. Cornus officinalis looks more carefully. Huanxi Sha.
元丰7年12月24日，从四周刘倩书游南山，细雨斜风作晓寒。但烟疏柳媚情滩，入怀清落渐漫漫。
On December 24th, the 7th year of Yuanfeng, Uncle Lu Qian from Xizhou traveled to Nanshan. The drizzle was slanting and the wind was making it cold at dawn. Light smoke and sparse willows make the beach beautiful. The journey into Huaiqing Luo is gradually long.
雪沫乳花浮无展，了容蒿笋是春盘。人间有味是清欢。浣溪沙，宋梅亭老妇潞州学关门外东风雪洒居。
Snow foam and milk flowers float on the afternoon cup, and polygonum antler and artemisia bamboo shoots are tested on the spring plate. The taste of the world is pure joy. Wang Xisha, sending Mr. Mei Ting to Luzhou to study as an official, the east wind and snow sprinkled the train outside the door.
山头回首望三五，不应弹夹为无语。上党从来天下己，先生原是古之儒。时平不用鲁连书，浣溪沙。
Looking back at Sanwa from the top of the mountain. It should not be played as there is no fish. Shangdang has always been the leader of the world, and Mr. Yuan is an ancient Confucian. Usually I don't use Lu Lian Shu. Huanqi Sha.
徐州藏春阁园中，惭愧今年二麦风。千骑细浪舞晴空，画工余力染妖红。归去山公应倒在，拦街拍手笑儿童。
Shuzhou Zhangchuan Pavilion Garden. I am ashamed that this year there will be 2 wheat harvests. Thousands of fine waves dance in the clear sky. The remaining energy of the chemical industry was dyed red. When the monkey goes back, he should carry his load backwards, and the children in the streets will clap and laugh.
甚时名作锦熏笼，浣溪沙，铜上芍药樱花2斗新。名媛高会送芳尘，洛阳初夏广陵春。红玉半开菩萨面。
It was even famous as the Jinshuan cage. Huanqi sand, same as above, 2 bushels of peony and cherry blossoms are new. Mingyuan Gao Hui will give Fengshen a gift. Early summer in Luoyang and spring in Guangling. The red jade half-open bodhisattva face.
丹砂浓点柳枝唇，尊前还有个中人。浣溪沙，席上赠出手田带制小环，学画鸭儿正妙年。阳城下菜困嫣然。
The cinnabar is thicker than the willow branches. There is another person in front of you. Huanqi Sha, a gift to Chu Shoutian's servant girl waiting to be made at the table. It is a wonderful year to learn to paint your. Under Yangcheng, Kai is trapped in Yanran.
平君莫唱短姻缘，雾障吹声香袅袅。双庭暗五月涓涓，曲中红袖落双蝉。浣溪沙，和前韵一梦江湖费5年。
Don't be fooled by shortcomings of karma. The incense of the Sheng is blown through the mist tent, and the moon is dancing in the frost garden. At the end of the song, the red sleeves fall down and twine. Wang Xisha, He Qianyun, it takes 5 years to dream of the world.
归来风物故依然，相逢一醉是前缘。迁客不应长寐，使君围出小婵娟。翠环撩着小诗蝉，浣溪沙，端午。
After returning, the scenery remains the same. Meeting and getting drunk is the prerequisite. Relocating guests should not stay away from home for a long time, so that you can go out to Xiakanjuan. The green servant girl was chatting with little poems. Wang Xisha, Dragon Boat Festival.
青枝微微透碧丸，明朝端午玉芳兰。留香长腻满晴川，彩线轻缠红玉臂，小拂鞋挂绿云环。佳人相见1000年。
The light juice is slightly translucent. In the Ming Dynasty, people bathed in orchids during the Dragon Boat Festival. The flowing fragrance fills Qingchuan. The colorful thread is lightly wrapped around the ruby arm, and the small talisman, the light juice is slightly translucent. In the Ming Dynasty, people bathed in orchids during the Dragon Boat Festival. The flowing fragrance fills Qingchuan. The colorful thread is lightly wrapped around the ruby arm, and the small talisman is hung diagonally on the green cloud servant girl. Beautiful women meet each other for 1,000 years.
浣溪沙，敢救徐淼能终究圣贤。刘伶席地目青天，潘郎白璧为谁怜？无可奈何心白发，不如归去九青山。
Huanqi Sha, feeling old, Su Miao is a sage who can drink wine. Lu Ling sat on the ground and the sky was covered with blue. For whom does Pan Lang and Bai Bai connect? With my new gray hair, it's better to go back to the old green mountains.
恨无人借买山钱，浣溪沙，自是青盖相逢胜白头。故山空复梦松秋，此心安处是兔桥。卖贱买牛无玉老。
I hate that no one will lend me money to buy it. Wangxisha, self-adapted, it's better to meet each other than to be white-headed. Therefore, the mountain is empty and the dream is pine trees. This place of peace of mind is Tuqiu. Selling swords and buying oxen makes me want to grow old.
岂将得酒更何桥？愿为辞社宴春秋。浣溪沙，寓意炙手无人傍无头。潇潇晚雨托无秋，谁怜继子必雕桥？
What more can you ask for than to beg for juice and get wine? I would like to have a spring and autumn festival banquet for Sish. Huanqi Sha, meaning, there is no one around the house. The late rain takes off the catalpa trees. Who pities Ji Zi's Jiaoqiu?
愿我以无当世望，四君须向古人求。岁寒松柏肯经秋，浣溪沙，即是化损横江喜在游。老鱼跳涧识青鸥。
I wish that I no longer have any hope in this world, so I have to seek help from the ancients like you. The cold pines and cypresses are willing to start autumn. Wangxisha, immediate event, painted falcons are happy to swim across the river again. The old fish jumps over the threshold to realize the clear truth.
流年未肯赴东流，黄菊篱边无怅望。 白云乡里有温柔，挽回双鬓莫教休。双荷叶，湖州贾云老小记名双荷叶。
The fleeting years are not willing to be wasted. There is no hopelessness beside the yellow chrysanthemum fence, but there is tenderness in Baiyun Township. Don't teach Xiu to save his frosty temples. Double lotus leaf, the name of Huzhou Jia Yun, old and young prostitute, Shuang Hai.
双溪月，清光偏照双荷叶。双荷叶，红心未偶，绿衣偷结。背风迎雨流珠华，轻舟短照先秋者。先秋者，烟环未上。
Sungay moon. The clear light illuminates the double lotus leaves. Double lotus leaves. The red heart is not even, the green clothes are knotted. The wind is against the wind and the rain is slipping. The light boat has a short boat and the boat breaks first in autumn. Autumn fold first. The servant girl has not yet arrived.
玉杯微缺，造罗特记，彩灵石翠，彩灵石翠。 算似此佳名，阿谁晓得？彩灵石翠，称使君之客。 千金买，彩绫石翠更罗裙。
The jade cup is missing. Zoluo Tiju, picking water chestnuts and green emeralds, jobs surely having to be picked up as emeralds to be collected as emeralds to be picked up as green as possible. Picking water chestnuts and green emeralds, it is said that you know your guests. Buy it with thousands of gold, pick up water chestnuts and green emeralds, wear more skirts.
满把珍珠结，彩绫石翠正髻还出河。真个彩绫石翠，但身连轻拍，一双手彩绫石翠绣衾下，抱着居香花。彩绫石翠。
A handful of pearl knots. Picking up water chestnuts and green emeralds, the buns are in a bun and the servant girls are just getting together. I am really picking up water chestnuts and picking up green leaves, but I pat them with deep pity. I pick up water chestnuts and pick up green leaves with my hands. They are all fragrant and smooth under my embroidered quilt. Pick water chestnuts and green emeralds.
待到京寻觅，调笑令渔父。渔父，江上微风细雨，青蓑黄若长衣，红酒白于暮归。归末，长笛一声何处？调笑令。
I'll look for him in Beijing. The teasing order, fisherman. Fisherman. There is a gentle breeze and drizzle on the river. Green coir raincoat and yellow bamboo stripe. Red wine and white fish return at dusk. Return to dusk. Where is the sound of the flute? The teasing order.
归雁，归雁，饮浊江南南岸。江飞却下盘桓，塞外春来苦寒。寒苦，寒苦。 早兴玉声且住，荷花媚，荷花霞包殿鹤壁。
Return to the wild goose. Return to the wild goose. Drink and peck at the south bank of the Yangtze River. He will fly down and wander around. Outside the Great Wall, spring comes and is bitterly cold. Cold and bitter. Cold and bitter. The algae wants to live and live. He Hua Mei, lotus, Xia Bao is charged with green.
天然地，别是风流标格。重重青盖下，千娇照水，好红红白白。每怅望，明月清风夜，甚低迷不语，娇胁无力。终须放船儿去。
Naturally, especially romantic style. Under the heavy green cover, Qinjiao shines on the water, so red and white. Every time I look at the bright moon and the clear breeze, I feel very depressed and speechless, delicate and powerless. Eventually the boat must be let go.
清香深处住，看衣颜色。青玉案，何鹤芳回运送博故归吴中故居3年枕上吴中路。浅黄耳，随君去。
The fragrance lives in the depths, look at the color. Qingyu case, He Fong Huiyun sent Bo Gu to Wuzhong's former residence. 3 years of pillow on Wuzhonglu. Send Huang heir to follow you.
若到松江湖小渡，莫经欧陆，四桥尽是老子经行处。往川途上看春暮，常记高人又成句。做个归7天已许，春山犹是小蛮针线。
If you go to Songjiang Huxiadu, don't be afraid of gulls and herons. There are 4 bridges everywhere, where I pass by. Looking at the spring evening in Wangchuan River. Always remember the words of Master Yucheng. The date of return has been promised. The spring shirt is still there, and Xiao Man is sewing.
曾诗西湖雨， 于家傲赠曹光州些小白须何用染？几人的见星星点。作郡浮光虽似箭，君莫厌，也应胜我3年扁。
The rain once with the West Lake. Yu jia ao, gift to Chao Guangzhou, why dye those little white beards? A few people can see the stars. Although the floating light of Zhujian is like an arrow. Don't be disgusted. The rain once with the West Lake. Yu jia ao, gift to Chao Guangzhou, why dye those little white beards? A few people can see the stars. Although the floating light of Zhujian is like an arrow. Don't be disgusted. It should also be better than my 3-year demotion.
我欲自嗟还不敢，向来3军宁非铁。婚嫁是昔年冉冉，知有见。千军重担从头减，江城子前瞻马耳九仙山，碧连天。
I want to complain but don't dare. The 3 counties have always been peaceful. Marriage happens slowly and slowly. Knowing comes gradually. The great burden has been lifted from the beginning. Jiang Qingzi, looking forward to the Maljiaxian mountain. The sky is blue.
晚云间，城上高台，真个是超然。莫是匆匆云雨散，今夜里月婵娟。小溪鸥鹭镜连泉，去翩翩，点青烟。人世凄凉，回首便他年。
Between the evening clouds. The high platform on the city is truly transcendent. Don't let the clouds and rain disperse in a hurry. Tonight, the moon is full of beauty. Xiaoxi Olajing combined boxing. Go to Pianpian. Light a cigarette. Between the evening clouds. The high platform on the city is truly transcendent. Don't let the clouds and rain disperse in a hurry. Tonight, the moon is full of beauty. Xiaoxi Olajing combined boxing. Go to Pianpian. Light a cigarette. Human affairs are desolate, and I will look back on this year.
莫忘使君歌笑处，垂柳下，矮槐前。江城子，暮云托雨过西楼。水东流，晚烟收。柳外残阳，回照洞连沟。
Don't forget to make Yunga smile, under the weeping willows and in front of the short locust trees. Jiang Qingzi, Mo Yun dragged the rain across the west tower. Water flows eastward. Late smoke collection. The setting sun outside the willow is shining back and moving the curtain hook.
今夜巫山真个好，花未落，酒新抽。美人微笑转星眸，月花羞，捧金瓯。歌扇迎风，吹散一春愁。试问江南诸伴侣，谁似我？
Wushan is really nice tonight. The flowers have not yet fallen and the wine is fresh. The bowtie smile turns to starry eyes. Moonflower is shy, holding the golden pot. The singing fan lingers in the wind, blowing away the sorrow of spring. I would like to ask all my friends in the south of the Yangtze River, who is like me.
醉扬州，南乡子，用运河道府，为卷掌清油。漫舞邀歌烂不收，不是使君矫饰，谁留？教有穷书托舍游。
Drunk in Yangzhou. Nan Xiangzi, with rhyme and Taoist assistance, I am not tired of traveling with you for a long time. Manwieo's songs are endless. If you don't change your life, who will stay? I teach you how to use Qingshu to remove musk oil.
香粉漏金球，花艳红兼比玉流。 从此单纯并好齿轻柔，唱遍山东100州。南乡子用钱运赠田书通家5环。
Fragrant powder and engraved gold balls. The flowers are bright and the red paper is about to flow. From then on, her red lips and white teeth became pure and soft. Sung throughout 100 states in Shandong. Nangxiangzi used the previous rhyme to present to Tian Shutong's family dancing servant girl.
秀阳玉不摇，灯晃连书笑却收。酒力香车催欲上，还留。更且弹唇点杏油，花变六么球，面悬回风带雪流。
Embroidered martingale jade plutonium tour. The lights flicker and the curtains are sparse, but the smiles disappear. The incense car that has been standing for a long time urges you to go up, but you still stay. More importantly, apply some apricot oil on your sandalwood lips. Spend all the 6 balls. Surface swirling wind brings snow flow.
春入腰肢金缕细，轻柔。众柳应须留柳州。菩萨蛮4手涓涓亲鬓妆很浅。双颦相媚弯如剪，一瞬百般移。
When spring comes, the golden strands on the waist are thin and gentle. Planting willows should be done in Liuzhou. Bodhisattva man, for poems, Huan has light makeup marks on her temples. The 2 cheekbones are as charming as curves. Everything is possible in an instant.
无论笑语啼，酒兰丝翠背，特顾腾腾地，生怕促归轮。微波先助人，菩萨蛮永足图香莫惜连成部。
Whether laughing or crying. The wine stall is decorated with green quilts. The special reason is so exciting. Afraid of promoting return. The microwave is injected into the person first. Bodhisattva man, chanting the feet, apply incense and Emoshilian steps.
长绸罗袜凌波去，只见5回风，多无形处踪。偷穿宫样稳，并立双夫困。仙妙说应难，须从掌上看。菩萨蛮。
The long sorrow is gone. I saw the dance returning to the wind. All without a trace. Sneaking through the palace is as safe as possible. Standing side by side, both sides are trapped. Delicacy is difficult to say. Must be viewed from the palm of the hand. Bodhisattva is pretty.
玉步坠耳黄金饰，青山罩体香罗臂。缓步困春劳，春容脸上桃。花钿从尾地，谁与郎为异？常爱月华清，此时增月明。
Jade plutonium earrings in gold. The light shirt covers the body with the fragrant luobai. Slowly sleepy spring mash. Chuanrong's face is peach. Huadian was appointed to the land. Who cares about Lang? Jade plutonium earrings in gold. The light shirt covers the body with the fragrant luobai. Slowly sleepy spring mash. Chuanrong's face is peach. Huadian was appointed to the land. Who cares about Lang? Long love moon Huaqing. At this time, I hate the bright moon.
蝶恋花，送潘大林，别酒劝君君一醉。清润潘郎，又是何郎婿？既取钗头新力士，莫将吩咐东林子。
Dai Lianhua, for Pan Dalan, don't drink and advise you to get drunk. Qingrun Pan Lang is also He Lang's son-in-law. Remember Chaitu Shinli City. Don't give your share to your neighbor in the east.
回首长安佳丽地，30年前我是风流帅，为向青楼寻旧事，花枝缺处于名字，蝶恋花，同安生日放鱼。
Looking back at Chang'anjili land. 30 years ago, I was handsome and romantic. To find out old things from the brothel. The flowers and branches are missing a name. Dai Lianhua, Tong'an releases fish on his birthday.
取经光明经就于世，泛泛东风出破舞。江柳微黄，万万千千缕。佳气欲葱来绣户，当年江上生奇女，一斩受伤谁与举？
Take the Golden Light Sutra to save the fish. The general east wind breaks through 5. The willows in the river are slightly yellow, with thousands of strands. The good atmosphere and lush greenery come to embroider the house. At that time, a strange girl was born on the river. Who can give me a longevity wine glass?
3个明珠，西上王文度，放进琼林看雨雨。天公为下曼陀雨，浣溪沙，端午入媚清风不破尘。玉簪西壁最佳臣。
3 pearls, Wang Wendu on his knees, looking at the world with all his strength. God sends Mando rain. Huanchi Sand, Dragon Boat Festival. The breeze does not break the dust when entering your arms. The hosta, rhinoceros and rhinoceros are so beautiful.
一番红粉为谁心？团扇只堪提往事，心思那解析行人。酒阑滋味似残春，浣溪沙几共茶梨到雪霜。
Who is the new star for? The round fan is only a reminder of the past, and the new one is a pedestrian. The wine market tastes like the end of spring. Huanchi Sha, almost all the pears were found to be snowshuang. Who is the new star for? The round fan is only a reminder of the past, and the new one is a pedestrian. The wine market tastes like the end of spring. Huanchi Sha, almost all the pears were found to be snowshuang.
一经提品便生光，木奴何处避雌黄？北客有来出未始，南京无价喜心肠。寒子嚼句齿牙香。
Once the title is placed, it will shine. Where can wood slaves avoid orpiment? I have never met a visitor from the north, but I am priceless and happy to taste new things from the south. Chewing sentences makes your teeth smell good.
浣溪沙，山色横，侵占韵霞。香川风净土寒花，远林屋散上题亚。梦到故园多少路，酒醒难忘隔天涯。
Huanchi Sand mountain scenery spreads across the mountains and is dipped in hazy clouds. The wind in Xiangchuan is still blowing away cold flowers. There are still crows singing in the distant forest houses. I dreamed of how many roads I had in my hometown, and when I woke up from the drunkenness, I looked south to the other side of the world.
月明千里照平沙，剪字木兰花，琴神闲意定。万籁收声天地静，玉指冰弦，未动宫商议传，悲风流水。
The bright moon shines on the flat sand thousands of miles away. Reduced word magnolia, Qin, the mind is leisurely and determined. Wan Lai stopped and the world became quiet. Jade refers to ice string. The business plan of the untouched palace has been passed on. Sorrowful wind and flowing water.
写出寥寥千古意，归去无眠。一夜余音在耳边， 剪自木兰花，银针选品，不用缠头牵持解，料丝如泉。
Write a few ancient thoughts. Go back sleepless. The sound lingered in my ears all night. Write a few ancient thoughts. Go back sleepless. The sound lingered in my ears all night. Reduced word magnolia, Silverjing spinning product. No need to wrap your head with thousands of feet of brocade. Wonderful thoughts are like a spring.
一喜闲愁15年，为公少职，其无数公公莫起。风里银山，百汉鱼龙我自衔。剪自木兰花，赠君游佳绩。
It will wash away the worries for 15 years. For the public's sake. The dance belongs to the father-in-law. Silver mountains in the wind. I am free to play with fishes and dragons. Reduced word magnolia, gift to Jun Yujiaji.
柔和性气，雅称佳名乎意义。节舞能讴，绝妙年中有品流。眉长眼细，淡淡梳妆新晚髻。懊恼风情，春着花枝百态生。
Soft temperament. The elegant name is E. Jia Wu can sing. Wonderful mid-year style. The eyebrows are long and the eyes are narrow. Lightly freshen up your hair with a new bun. Annoying style. In spring, flowers and branches are in full bloom.
剪自木兰花，应出结语。最是一年春好处，微雨如梭，草色遥看近却无。修辞醉倒，花不看开人易老，莫待春回。
Reduced word magnolia, Yinka's explanation. The most important thing is spring. The light rain is like crisp. The color of grass looks far away but is not there up close. Excuse me and get drunk. If the flowers don't bloom, people will grow old easily. Reduced word magnolia, Yinka's explanation. The most important thing is spring. The light rain is like crisp. The color of grass looks far away but is not there up close. Excuse me and get drunk. If the flowers don't bloom, people will grow old easily. Don't wait for spring to come back.
颠倒红缨间绿台，剪自木兰花。江南有女问我何年归的去，雨细风微，两足如霜晚注衣。江亭夜雨。
Reversing the green moss among the red flowers. Reduce the word magnolia. A girl traveling in the south of the Yangtze River asked me when I would be able to return. The rain is gentle and the wind is gentle, and my feet are like frost, holding up my clothes. Jiang Ting's night language.
喜见京华新样舞，莲步轻飞。迁客今朝使士归，剪自木兰花，赠徐君游30人5卿，娇多媚煞，提柳轻盈千万态。
Happy to see Jinghua's new dance. Lotus steps fly lightly. Migrant guests now begin to return. Reduced word magnolia, gift to Su Junya's third attendant, Wu Qing. Intrigue at the body is light and graceful.
替主游宾，脸带含品喜又嗔。徐君乐饮，笑血从衣情意嫩，脸嫩肤红。花以朱兰里祝风，剪自木兰花，胜之。
Lord Yubin. Lian Dai looks happy and angry at the same time. Su Jun drank happily, laughing and joking from Yi's affectionate side. The face is tender and red. The flowers lean against the vermilion and live in the wind. Reduced word magnolia, win.
双环绿坠，娇眼横波眉带翠，妙舞翩跹，掌上身轻意太严，曲穷力困，笑倚人旁香喘喷，老大逢欢，昏眼犹能仔细看。
Double green pendant. Her delicate eyes are wavy and her eyebrows are green. Wonderful dancing. The palm of the hand is light and the mood is beautiful. Chu is exhausted and exhausted. Smiling while leaning next to someone and breathing heavily. The boss is happy. I can still look carefully even when I am dim.
剪字木兰花，庆姬天真雅丽，容态温柔心性慧，响亮歌喉，恶助行云翠不收，妙词佳曲，转出心声能断续。
Reduced word magnolia, Qingji, innocent and elegant. Gentle appearance, wise heart. Loud singing voice. Reduced word magnolia, Qingji, innocent and elegant. Gentle appearance, wise heart. Loud singing voice. Contain the green clouds and do not collect them. Wonderful words and tunes. The warbling of new sounds can be intermittent.
众客多情，满劝金枝玉手情。南歌子见说东园好，能消北客愁。虽非无土且登楼，行尽江南南岸，此烟流。
Passionate about heavy customers. Full of advice, gold and jade are held in hand. Nan Gezi, seeing that Dongyuan is good, it can relieve the worries of visitors from the north. Although I am not from my land, I still climb the stairs. Traveling all the way to the south bank of the Yangtze River, I stayed here.
短日明风斜，清霜暗菊裘。流年回首复东流，屏障挽回攀鬓莫教秋。如梦令，题淮山楼，城上层楼叠眼。
The maple leaves are bright in short days, and the chrysanthemum balls are dark in clear frost. Time flies, but the down payment is wasted. By virtue of saving Pan Yen and Mo Jiaoqiu. Like Mengling, titled Huaishan Tower, there are many floors above the city.
城下清淮古汴，举手依无云，人与暮天俱远。魂断，魂断，后夜松江月满。瑞鹧鸪城头月落上啼乌，初见红船早满湖。
Under the city lies Qinghuai and ancient Bian. Raising his hands to bow to Wu Yun, he is far away from the dusk sky. Broken soul. Broken soul. The night after that, the moon was full in Songjiang. The auspicious partridge, the moon has set over the city and the crow is still crowing. The red ships have already filled the lake.
鼓吹未容迎五马，水云仙一样双浮。映山黄帽赤头坊，夹岸青烟却尾炉。老病逢春只思睡，独求僧榻寄须臾。
Even before the preaching could welcome the 5 horses, the water clouds had already floated with 2 pairs of ducks. A boat with a yellow hat on the mountain and a magpie-tailed stove with green smoke on the bank. When I am old and sick, I just want to sleep in the spring, and I only seek a monk's couch to stay for a while.
临江仙，赠王有道，谁到东阳都受损，宁然点漆精神。遥林中自隔风尘，试看披鹤场，仍是谪仙人。
Linjiang immortal, gift to Wang Yudao. Whoever said that Dongyang is thin and slender, but his spirit is bright and clear. Yaolin is finally separated from the wind and dust. Try wearing a crane cloak, Linjiang immortal, gift to Wang Yudao. Whoever said that Dongyang is thin and slender, but his spirit is bright and clear. Yaolin is finally separated from the wind and dust. Try wearing a crane cloak, you are still a banished immortal.
绳可轻言挥玉尘，真须宝器全真。风流何似道家纯，不应同属客，为爱着文君。少年游，为师敏捷，历程。
You can keep your words pure and clear, but you must keep your weapons intact. Romance is as pure as Taoism. I should not be a guest of Shu, but I love Zhuo Wenjun. Youth Tour, the poem is quick and complete.
予往观之，神请于作少年游，乃以此戏之。
I went to watch it. God invited me to go on a youth tour, and this was how he played it.
到处成双君读之，空无数烂文章。一点相谈，谁能借助？无复似张良。一壶珠落成春晚，垂杨乱眼红楼半。
There are only two kings everywhere, countless empty spaces, and bad articles. Who can borrow a piece of sandalwood from chopsticks? No one can be like Zhang Liang. One Dendrobium Pearl Luoqing Spring Festival Gala. The weeping willows cover half of the red building.
小池清浪闻如传，独下花前，曾醉里歌宴。自西风流云雨散，关山有限情无限。待君重见寻芳伴，未说相思，暮断西楼燕。
The light waves in the small pond are like seal characters. Before sitting alone under the flowers, I once drunkenly left the singing banquet. I regret that the wind and rain have dispersed. Guanshan is limited and love is unlimited. Looking forward to seeing you again. In order to talk about lovesickness, I cut my eyes off the swallows in the west building.
点绛唇，2之1闲倚胡床，与宫楼外风千朵。与谁同坐？明月清风我。别城一来，有唱应须和。还知吗？自从天各。
Dian Crimson Lips, Part 1. Dian Crimson Lips, Part 1 of 2. Leaning leisurely on the bed, there are thousands of flowers on the peak outside Yugong Tower. Who to sit with? The bright moon cools me. Don't come by one, if there is a singing, you must be harmonious.
风月平分破，点绛唇，2之2，红杏飘香，柳寒烟翠脱青缕。水边朱户，尽卷黄昏雨。烛影摇风，一枕伤春绪。
The wind and the moon are divided equally. Crimson Lips, Part 2, red apricots are fragrant, willows contain smoke and emeralds trail lightly. Shuhu by the water. All the twilight rain. The shadow of the candle shakes in the wind, and a pillow hurts the mood of spring. The wind and the moon are divided equally. Crimson Lips, Part 2, red apricots are fragrant, willows contain smoke and emeralds trail lightly. Shuhu by the water. All the twilight rain. The shadow of the candle shakes in the wind, and a pillow hurts the mood of spring.
归不去，凤楼何处？芳草迷归路。虞美人持杯遥劝天边月，愿月圆无缺。持杯复更劝花枝，且愿花枝常在，莫离披。
Can't go back. Where is Fenglu? The grass loses its way back. Poppy, hold the cup and shake it to persuade the moon in the sky. May the moon be full and perfect. Holding the cup again to persuade the flower branches. And may the flowers and branches grow and never leave.
持杯月下花前醉，休问荣枯事。此欢能有几人知？对酒逢花不饮，待何时？天仙子走马探花花发没。
Holding a cup and getting drunk in front of flowers under the moon. Stop asking about prosperity and decline. How many people can know this joy? If you don't drink wine when the flowers are blooming, how long will it take? Heavenly fairy, going around to explore the flowers.
人与画工具不易，千回来绕百回看，风作弊。因为时，古语清明空虚指，白发卢郎情未已。一夜剪刀收玉蕊。
It is not easy for people and chemicals. Come back 1,000 times and look around 100 times, bees serve as maids. The warbler is the envoy. Grain rain is clear and the sky is empty. The white-haired Lu Lang is still in love. One night, the Jian knife was used to collect the jade pistols.
尊前还对段长虹，人有泪，画无益。明日酒醒应满地，满庭芳恩放归阳县，复作一篇。
The person in front of me was still red with heartache, and the person was in tears. Flowers are unintentional. Tomorrow the floor should be full of wine. Man Ting Fong, and Fong returned to Yangxian and wrote another article.
上有千仞嵯峨，画楼东畔，天远夕阳多。老去君恩未报，空回首，但夹悲歌。船头转，长风万里，归马住平坡。乌河，何处有？
There are thousands of mountains on it. To the east of the painting building, the sky is far away and there are many sunsets. When I grow old and have not repaid your kindness, I have no time to look back and sing sad songs. The bow of the boat turned, the wind blew thousands of miles, and the horse returned to the flat slope. Nothing. Where is it?
银黄尽处，天女停缩。问何事人间，酒戏风波。故为同来稚子，应烂乳，腰下长柯。青山破，群仙笑我，千缕挂烟梭。南乡子。
Where the silver curtain ends, the goddess stops her shuttle. Asking what is going on in the world, I have been playing in the storm for a long time. Goose said that if you come with me as a child, you should be dead and have a long waist. The green shirt is torn, the immortals laugh at me, and thousands of wisps of smoke hang from the choir. Nangxiangzi.
宿州上元千骑是春游，小雨如苏落便收，能使江东归老客。赤流，白酒无声滑泻游，飞火乱星球，浅带横波翠玉流。
Suzhou Shangyuan, thousands of riders try out the spring outing. The light rain will stop as soon as it falls. It can make Jiangdong return to old customers. Stay late. Suzhou Shangyuan, thousands of riders try out the spring outing. The light rain will stop as soon as it falls. It can make Jiangdong return to old customers. Stay late. White wine silently purges oil. Flying fire chaos the planet. The light green waves are about to flow.
不似白云乡外冷，温柔。此去淮南第一州，浣溪沙缥缈红妆照浅溪。薄云疏雨不成泥，送君何处古台西。
It's not as cold as Baiyun Township, but gentle. This is the first state in Huainan. Hanshi Sha, the misty red makeup shines on the shallow stream. Thin clouds and sparse rain will not turn into mud. Where can I send you to ancient Taishi?
废沼夜来秋水满，茂林深处晚莺啼。行人长断草栖迷，浣溪沙，送叶春花。阳羡姑苏一麦田，相逢谁信是前缘。
The waste marsh is full of autumn water at night, and the evening orioles are singing deep in the lush forest. Pedestrians are heartbroken and desolate. Wangxisha, sending yi Chanhua, Yangxian Gusu has bought a field. Whoever meets you believes that it is the destiny.
莫教便唱水如天，我作洞箫君作首，白头相对故依然。西湖之游几童年，剪字木兰花，空床响着。
If you don't teach me, you can sing like the water is like the sky. I am the Lord of Dongshao, guarding you, and we will remain together until we grow old. The West Lake is known to have the same age. If you don't teach me, you can sing like the water is like the sky. I am the Lord of Dongshao, guarding you, and we will remain together until we grow old. The West Lake is known to have the same age. The word magnolia is reduced. The sound of the empty bed sounded.
花上春禽冰上薄，醉梦尊前，惊起胡风入作寒。转光或所，春水流弦双入波。月堕更阑，更请公高奏独旦。
Spring birds on flowers and hail on ice. In front of Zoimengzuan. The wind from the lake stirred up the cold wind. Turn off the walk rope. The spring water flows and the frost pours in. The moon falls late at night. He even invited Gong Gao to play solo.
剪字木兰花，容作客萧然，无复有病属意。
Reduced word magnolia, Rome, sitting in the guest's eyes, no more sick and summer feeling.
梦回酒醒，百尺飞兰明碧景，雪洒冰灰，宫落佳人白玉姬。剪字木兰花，以大琉璃杯劝王仲翁海南奇宝。
The dream returns to drunkenness. Hundreds of feet of flying waves ring out from the blue well. Snow sprinkles the ice. Attack the beauty's white jade skin. Reduced word magnolia, use a large glass cup to persuade Wang Zhongwang, Hainan's rare treasure.
住出团团如考老，曾到昆仑，岂得山头玉女盘。绛州王老，百岁吃完推不倒。海口如门，一派黄柳已电奔。行香子
Cast a round ball like a castellated tree. Went to Kunlun. Begging for the jade girl's basin on the top of the mountain. Mr. Wang of Jiangzhou. 100 years old and stubborn can't push him down. Haikao is like a gate. A stream of yellow water has rushed forward. Xingxiangzi.
与四守过南山晚归坐，北望平川，野水荒湾，共寻春，飞步谗言。和风弄袖，香雾萦环。正酒酣时，人语笑，白云间。
After crossing Nanshan with sea show and returning home at night. Looking north to Pingchuan. Wild water and deserted bay. Let's look for spring together and show off our beautiful faces at a flying pace. The gentle wind blows on the sleeves, and the fragrant mist lingers on the servant girl. When the wine is in full swing, people are talking and laughing among the white clouds.
飞鸿落照，向将归去，但涓涓欲语清闲。何人无事， 雁作空山。望长桥上，灯火乱，使君还。画堂春，寄子遥。
Feihong falls, and the phase is about to return. The beauty is light and the jade is leisurely. Who has nothing to do and feasts on an empty mountain? On the Wangchang Bridge, the lights are in chaos, so you can return. Hua Tang Chun, GZU.
柳花飞处卖摇拨，晚湖镜见新魔。小舟飞照去如梭，齐唱彩铃歌。平野水云容样，小楼风日晴和。济南何在暮云多？
Willow flowers fly where wheat shakes. Wanhu Jingjian is newly polished. The boat flies away like a shuttle. Let's sing the Linkai song together. The water and clouds in the plains are rippling, and the wind and sunshine in the small building are gentle. Jinan is full of dust clouds.
归去奈愁河，浣溪沙，方向花满银塘水漫流。西垂玉板奏凉州，顺风环配过秦劳。远汉碧云青漠漠。
Why worry about returning home? Huanqi Sha, Fang Xiang, the silver pond is filled with flowers and the water flows over it. The rhinoceros mallet jade plate plays in Liangzhou. The wind blows around the Qin Tower. The blue clouds of the distant Han Dynasty were light and indifferent.
今宵人在鹊桥头，一声敲彻降河秋。好事近，烟外已危楼。初见远灯明灭，却跨玉虹归去，看洞天星月。
We are at Magpie Bridge tonight. A sound struck Jianghe autumn. Good things are close at hand. Leaning on the dangerous building outside the smoke, I first saw the lights in the distance. But I went back across the jade rainbow to look at the stars and the moon in the cave sky.
当时张范风流在，况一尊浮雪。莫问世间何事，与箭头微谢。沾春芳，红杏了，邀桃尽，独自沾春芳。
At that time, Zhang Fan was in Fenglu, and his face was full of snow. Don't ask what's going on in the world, and don't sneer at the sword's head. Occupying Chunfang, the red apricots are gone, the young peaches are gone, I can only occupy Chunfang.
不比人间兰麝，自然透骨生香。对酒墨相望，四家人间和明光。只有长笛吹花落，厨室凝王。南鸽子。
No better than the orchid musk deer in the world, it is naturally fragrant and fragrant. Don't forget about wine. Like a beautiful woman, combined with bright light. I only worry about the flowers falling when the flute blows, except for King Ming. Nan Gezi.
云鬓才新绿，霞衣夜小红。待歌凝立翠岩中，一朵彩云何事下无风？趁拍鸾飞镜，回身艳阳空。莫翻红袖过帘笼。
The clouds on the temples are freshly green, and the clouds are covered in red. Waiting for the song to stand in the green feast. What's the matter with a colorful cloud? Come down to Wu Peak. Taking advantage of the opportunity to take a picture of Wan Feijing, he turned back to Yan Yangkong. Don't turn over your red sleeves and pass them through the curtains.
怕被杨花拒引。 驾东风，浪淘沙，昨日出东城。试探春情，墙头红杏暗如青。涧内群芳芽未吐，早已回春。
Afraid of being seduced by Yangguaju and marrying the east wind. Lengto Osha, I left Dongqing yesterday. Test love. The red apricots on the wall are as dark as falling. The fragrant buds in the threshold have not sprouted yet, and they have already returned to spring.
起末敛相陈，雪霁前村。东君用意不辞辛，料想春光先到处，吹绽梅英。木兰花令元宵四时欢友好。
Chi Mo collects the fragrance. Zuijikian village. Dong Jun's intentions are painstaking. It is expected that spring will bloom everywhere first, blooming plum blossoms. Magnolia flower order, the Lantern Festival seems to be a good time to have a good time.
何况宫廷民送少，万家有赏上春台，十里神仙迷海岛。平原不似高阳傲，促膝雍容陪雨笑。座中有客最多情。
What's more, there are few civil lawsuits in public courts. Wanjia travels to Shangchuntai and enjoys the island of gods and immortals 10 miles away. The plains are not as proud as Gaoyang. What's more, there are few civil lawsuits in public courts. Wanjia travels to Shangchuntai and enjoys the island of gods and immortals 10 miles away. The plains are not as proud as Gaoyang. Promote the table with grace and smile with words.
不惜玉山拼醉倒，木兰花令经寻为识东君信。一夕熏风来解韵，红绡衣薄麦秋寒，绿起韵滴梅雨润。
He doesn't hesitate to fight in Yushan and get drunk. Mulan Hualing. I haven't heard of Dong Juanxin for 10 years. One night, the wind came to relieve my stupor. The red gauze clothes are thin, the wheat is cold in autumn, and the green ruffles are moist with plum rain.
瓜头绿染山光嫩，弄色金桃新复粉。日高拥卷水晶帘，犹带春劳红玉困。木兰花令高平四面开雄垒。
The melon head is green and tender. Get the golden peach new powder. The high sun rolls up the crystal curtain, still carrying the red jade in the spring mash. Magnolia flower order, Gaoping has strong bases on all sides.
3月风光出绝美，园中桃李使君家，城上亭台游客醉。歌帆杨柳金樽沸，饮散凭栏无限意。云深不见玉官摇。
The scenery in March is beautiful for the first time. The peaches and plums in the garden make the king's family drunk, and the tourists in the pavilions on the city are drunk. The song turns to willow and the golden statue boils. Drinking loose ping lan has unlimited meaning. Yuguan is far away and nowhere to be seen in the depths of the clouds.
草溪山种残照里，虞美人冰肌自是生来瘦。那更分飞后，日长帘幕望黄昏。及至黄昏时候，转销魂。
The grass is thin and the mountains are thick with residual light. Poppy, Bingji, is naturally thin. That's more after the flight. The long curtain of day looks towards dusk. At dusk, I turn into ecstasy.
君还知道相思苦，怎忍抛奴却？不辞迢递过关山，只恐别郎容易见郎难。虞美人深深庭院清明过。
You also know that lovesickness is painful. How can I bear to abandon my slave? Pass the mountain without hesitation. I'm afraid it's easy to say goodbye to him, but hard to see him. Poppy, I spent the Qingming festival deep in the courtyard.
桃李出红破，柳丝搭在玉栏杆。帘外潇潇微雨，作清寒。晚晴台榭增明媚，已拼花前醉。 更阑人静月亲郎，独自行来行去。
The peaches and plums are first red. Willow silk is placed on the jade railing. It's raining and slightly cold outside the curtain. The pavilion becomes brighter in the evening when the weather clears. Drunk before mosaic. The quiet moon invades the corridor in the middle of the night. Walking around alone.
好思量，临江仙昨夜渡江何处宿？望中一世情怀。月明水起笛中哀，多情王谢女，相逐过江来。
Good to think about. Linjiang Ferry, where to stay across the river last night. I suspected it was Qinhuai. When the moon comes out, who will play the flute and mourn? The passionate king thanked his daughter and chased her across the river.
云雨未成还又散，思量好事难携。平陵即讲两相催，相依归去后，应似我情怀。蝶恋花，春是阑珊芳草谢。
The clouds and rain disperse before they come true, and it is difficult to think about good things. Ping Ling rushes with the oar to urge him. After Xiangyi returns, your feelings should be like mine. Dai Lianhua, spring is fading and the grass is resting.
客里风光，又过清明节。小院黄昏人一别，落红处处闻啼绝。咫尺江山分楚月，暮断魂销，应是阴沉绝。梦破五更新欲折。
The scenery in the guest house is the Qingming festival again. In the small courtyard, people recall farewell at dusk. Falling red and hearing cries of crows everywhere. The mountains and rivers so close to each other are divided into Chu and Yu. The eyes are broken and the soul is lost, and the sound should be dead. The dream breaks and the heart breaks.
角声吹落梅花月，蝶恋花记得画屏初会遇。好梦惊回，望断高堂路。燕子双飞来又去，纱窗几度春光暮。
The trumpet blows down the plum blossom moon. Dai Lianhua, I remember the first time we met at Huaping. The sweet dream came back with a start, and I looked across Gaotang Road. The swallows flew back and forth. The screen window has several spring twilights.
那日秀莲相见处，低眼扬行，笑整香云缕。脸近春山休不语，人前深意难倾诉。蝶恋花，昨夜秋风来万里。
That day we met with embroidered curtains. He lowered his eyes and pretended to walk, while his smile filled the fragrant clouds. I am so ashamed that I am speechless. It's hard to express your deep feelings in front of others. Dai Lianhua. Last night the autumn wind came thousands of miles away.
月上平为冷透人衣袂，有客报亲愁不寐。那堪玉漏长如岁，鸡舍流连归寂味。梦断魂销，一枕相思泪。衣带渐宽无别意。
The moon is on the screen, and the coldness penetrates people's clothes. There is a guest holding a quilt and feeling sleepy. That jade leakage is as long as years. I have not even thought about returning to the prison. The dream is broken, the soul is lost, and the pillow is filled with lovesickness and tears. The belt becomes wider and wider, which has no other meaning.
新书报我天憔悴，蝶恋花与线书书经破火。橡木秋千，犹未清明过。杏子烧头香垒破，淡红褪白胭脂冤。
The new book makes me feel haggard. Dai Lianhua, rain and sleet loosen the meridians and throw fire. The swings in the alleys have not yet passed the Qingming festival. The fragrant buds on the apricot tips are broken. Light red faded to white rouge.
苦悲多情相折错，病绪恹恹，魂似年10个。绕遍回廊寒独坐，月笼云暗重门锁。蝶恋花，蝶懒莺，拥春过半。
Suffering is frustrated by passion. I feel sick and tired, as if I was old. I walked around the corridor and sat alone. The moon cage and clouds darken the door lock. Dai Lianhua, butterflies, lazy orioles are halfway through spring.
花落狂风，小院残红满。午醉未醒红日晚，黄昏帘幕无人倦。云鬓蓬松眉黛浅，总是愁眉欲诉谁消遣？未信此情难系伴。
The flowers are falling in the strong wind, and the small courtyard is full of red. Drunk in the afternoon and not awake yet, red sun and night. No one rolls the curtains of dusk. The hair on the temples is fluffy and the eyebrows are light. I am always worried about the matchmaker, who wants to tell me for entertainment. If you don't believe this, it's hard to tie up.
杨花犹有东风管，渔家傲，临水纵横回晚空。归来转觉情怀动，梅笛烟中闻几弄。秋阴重，西山雪淡云凝冻。
Yanghua still has the east wind pipe. Yu Jia Ao walking across the water, we return to Wanyan. When I return, I feel emotionally moved. Smell the plum flute a few times in the smoke. Autumn is heavy. The snow in the western mountains is light and the clouds are frozen.
美酒一杯谁与共？樽前舞雪狂歌颂。腰挎金鱼精佩拥，将何用？只堪装点浮生梦。江城子逆红云脸衬弹唇。
Who can share a glass of wine? Dance in the snow and sing wildly before you. A goldfish hangs across the waist. What will be used? It can only be used as decoration for a floating dream. Jiang Qingzi, her greasy red face lined her sandalwood lips.
晚妆歇，暗伤春。手捻花枝，谁会两眉品？帘里带头霜，刘带雨，各中人。但烟笼月袖连阴，画堂参。夜审审，谁道记得人心？
New evening makeup. Secretly hurting spring. Who can frown when he twists flower branches with his hands? Lianli takes the lead in pairing, leaving it to the right person. The moonlight in the smoke cage is embroidered in the shade. The painting hall is deep. In the deep night, who knows how to win people's hearts?
一次绿窗偷见后，便憔悴到如今。祝英台进挂青帆，飞几桨还过钓台路。久病无聊，七枕听鸣炉。断肠簇簇云山。
As soon as I peeked out of the green window, I became haggard until now. Hoping Tai is near, hang up the light sail, paddle quickly, and cross the Diaoyutai road. Drunk and sick, I lie down on my pillow and listen to the sound of the boat. Heartbroken clusters of clouds and mountains.
重重烟树，回首望，孤城何处？闲篱左，谁念盈损相忘？何曾梦云雨？旧恨前欢，心事两无据。要知遇见无由，痴心犹自欠人道。
There are many smoke trees. Looking back, where is the lonely city? Who wants to harm King Xiang by lingering, never dreams of clouds and rain. old hatreds and former joys, and there is no basis for both thoughts and feelings. You must know that there is no reason to want to see, and the infatuation is still there. The beautiful way of humanity.
一声传语，雨中花漫，岁怨重怜何处？惹得多情愁对风光。睡起酒阑花谢，蝶乱锋芒。今夜何人吹声北岭，带月西厢。
A message. The flowers bloom slowly in the rain, where the heavy curtains in the courtyard are. It arouses a lot of sentimentality and worries about the scenery. When I get up from bed, the wine is gone, a message. The flowers bloom slowly in the rain, where the heavy curtains in the courtyard are. It arouses a lot of sentimentality and worries about the scenery. When I get up from bed, the wine is gone, the flowers have faded, and the butterflies and bees are busy. Who is playing the shing in the North Ridge tonight, waiting for the moon in the west wing?
空怅望处，一株红杏斜倚低墙。修言易变，傍人先觉，到处备着采访。谁信道戏儿恩爱，无限凄凉？好事若无见阻。
In the empty gaze, a red apricot plant leans against the low wall. His shy face is easy to change, he is quick to predict others, and he is constantly being guessed and guarded against. Who believes, some love. Infinitely desolate. Good things come without interruption.
忧欢却是寻常，一般滋味，酒中香美，厨使偷尝。雨中花漫，嫩脸羞娥，因甚化作行云，却反无阳。但有寒灯孤枕。
Yohuan is ordinary. Generally speaking, the taste is fragrant and beautiful, unless you taste it secretly. The flowers bloom slowly in the rain. Yohuan is ordinary. Generally speaking, the taste is fragrant and beautiful, unless you taste it secretly.
皓月空床，常记当初，乍携云雨，便学鸾凤。又岂料正好三春桃李，一夜风霜。丹青画，无言无笑，看了漫结愁肠。金袖上
Bright moon and empty bed. I remember that at the beginning, when I first started to harmonize with the clouds and rain, I started to imitate the swan and the phoenix. Unexpectedly, just 3 sprigs of peaches and plums, a night of wind and frost. Bright moon and empty bed. I remember that at the beginning, when I first started to harmonize with the clouds and rain, I started to imitate the swan and the phoenix. Unexpectedly, just 3 sprigs of peaches and plums, a night of wind and frost. The painting is speechless and smileless, and makes me sad after looking at it. On the sleeves.
犹存残带，渐渐余香。一字最终忘了，奈何酒后思量。算应付你，枕前珠泪，万点千行。念奴娇，中秋凭高跳远。
There are still lingering traces of daisy, and the lingering fragrance is gradually diminishing. I forgot about it when I was drunk, but I thought about it after drinking. Even if I owe you, I will shed tears on my pillow, thousands of lines. Nianugio, Mid-Autumn Festival, looking far into the distance.
见长空万里，云无留迹。桂魄飞来光射处，冷尽一天秋碧。玉琼楼，乘鸾来去，人在清凉国。江山如画，望中烟树历历。
Seeing the sky thousands of miles away, there are no traces of clouds. The osmanthus flies to the place where the light shines, and the autumn green is soaked in the cold for a day. Yu Qianglu, riding a wand to and fro, people are in Qingliang country. The mountains and rivers are picturesque, and the smoke and trees are visible in the distance.
我醉拍手狂歌，举怀邀月，对影成三客。起舞徘徊风路下，今夕不知何夕。便与乘风幡然归去，何用其朋意？水晶宫里。
I was drunk, clapping my hands and singing wildly, raising my arms to welcome the moon, and facing each other as three guests. Dancing and wandering under the wind and dew, I don't know what night it is. He wanted to ride on the wind, but he turned over and returned. There was no use riding on the wings of a rock. In the Crystal Palace.
一声吹断横笛，水龙吟，小沟东接长江，柳堤尾岸连云际。烟村潇洒，人闲一哄，渔樵早逝。永昼端居，寸阴虚度。
A blast broke the fife. Water Dragon sings. The small ditch is connected to the Yangtze River in the east, and the willow embankments and reed banks are connected to the clouds. Yensuan is lively and lively, with people busy and busy, and there is a morning market for fisherman and woodcutter. Living day and night forever, every inch of Yin is spent in vain.
了成何事？但思纯欲偶，朱经锦鲤，相留恋，又惊碎。一念浮丘旧侣，冠瑶池，羽觞沈醉。青鸾歌舞，朱衣摇曳，湖中天地。
What happened? But silken water shield, jade lotus root, pearl and japonica koi carp, they are nostalgic for each other and have passed through the years. Because I missed my old couple in Fuqiu, I got used to being intoxicated in Yaoqi and Yuqiu. What happened? But silken water shield, jade lotus root, pearl and japonica koi carp, they are nostalgic for each other and have passed through the years. Because I missed my old couple in Fuqiu, I got used to being intoxicated in Yaoqi and Yuqiu. Qinghuan sings and dances, bought clothes sway, heaven and earth in the pot.
飘堕人间，不须声断，露寒风细。抱素琴，独向银蟾影里，此怀难寄。水龙吟，露寒烟冷兼家老，天外征鸿寥丽。
Falling into the world, the sound of every step is broken, and the cold wind blows. Falling into the world, the sound of every step is broken, and the cold wind blows. Holding the plain harp in my arms, I am alone in the shadow of the silver toad.
银河秋晚，长门灯巧，一声初至。应念潇湘，暗摇人静，水多孤米。望极平田，徘徊欲下，依前辈，风惊起。须信衡阳万里，有谁家？
On the evening of autumn in the Milky Way, the lights on the long gate are quiet, and the sound of the first arrival is heard. You should remember Xiaoxiang, the shore is far away, the people are quiet, and the water is rich in wild rice. Looking at the flat fields, I wandered about to get down, but the wind blew up in front of me. You must believe that there is no one in Hangyang thousands of miles away.
锦书遥寄，万重云外，斜行横震，才疏又坠。仙掌月明，石头城下，影摇寒水。念征衣未倒，佳人抚楚，有盈盈泪。渔父四首。
Jin Shu is sent from afar. Beyond the thousands of clouds, there are diagonal and horizontal formations, and the talents are sparse and decorated. The moon is shining brightly on the cacti, and under the stone city, the shadows are shaking on the cold water. Before the clothes were pounded, the beautiful woman brushed the pestle and shed tears. The fisherman, 4 songs.
渔父饮，谁家去？鱼蟹一时吩咐。 酒无多少醉为妻，彼此不论钱数。渔父醉，蓑衣舞，醉里却寻归路。
When the fisherman drinks, whose house will he go to? Fish and crab are paid in one time. There is no amount of wine and no amount of drunkenness, no matter how much money each other has. The fisherman was drunk and danced on his coir raincoat. Drunk but looking for a way back.
轻舟短棹任斜横，醒后不知何处。渔父醒，春将午。梦断落花飞絮，酒醒还醉还醒，一笑人间筋骨。
The short boat was leaning sideways, and I didn't know where I was when I woke up. The fisherman woke up. It was noon on the river in spring. The dream is broken and the flowers are flying. Even when you are sober, you are still drunk, and you are still awake, smiling at all times.
渔父笑，轻瓯举，脉脉一江风雨。江边骑马是官人，借我孤舟南渡。醉翁操，把酒临听，折欣然忘归。
The fisherman smiled and the gull lifted up. A river in the desert is full of wind and rain. The man riding a horse by the river is an official, and he lends me his lonely boat to cross south. Drunk man Chow, when I drink wine, I often forget to return with joy.
既去10余年，而好奇之士沈尊闻之往游，以琴写其声，曰醉翁操，节奏舒当，而音指滑畅，知琴者以为绝伦。然有其声而无其词。
More than 10 years have passed since then, and curious people followed and heard about his travels. They wrote the sound on the chin and called it Drunkard Man Chow. However, there is a voice, but no words.
翁虽未作歌，而与琴声不合。又以楚辞作醉翁饮，后世者亦以其词以制曲。虽粗和韵度，而琴声为词所绳约，非天成也。
Although one composed songs, they did not match the sound of the piano. He also made a drunken man's introduction based on Chu's poems, and good people also relied on his poems to compose music. Although the rhyme is rough, the sound of the piano is bound by the words, which is not natural.
后30余年，翁季捐馆舍，遵一枚酒矣。有庐山遇见道人崔贤，特妙于琴。恨词取之无词，乃谱其声，而请于东坡居士以补之云。
More than 30 years later, Wing donated the library building, but he did not stay there for long. There is Chui Xian, a Taoist from Yujian in Lushan Mountain, who is very good at playing the qin. I hated the fact that there were no words in this song, so I composed the sound and asked a layman from Dongpa to make up for it.
醉翁笑咏，声和流泉。醉翁去后，空有朝饮夜怨。山有时而同巅，水有时而回川。思翁无岁年，翁今为飞仙。此意在人间。
The drunken man screams and sings, and the sound harmonizes with the flowing spring. After the drunkard left, there was nothing left to complain about in the morning and night. The mountain sometimes reaches its peak. The water sometimes returns to Sichuan. Si Weng has no years. Weng Jin is a fly.